Hello. Sleeping on my hand. My hand still hasn't recovered. Okay. This is the one with the marbles. No, I mean, this is the one where we give things away for the dare drops. It's one of the things I intended to do today. I did not sleep well. Yeah, they're fine. That's what digital objects do. You need to touch anything. Theme music. Where's it? Where's it? Alright. Well, good job. You're almost there into low rank, so you can start being able to function with us workers. That's great. Alright. So, right now I don't have status information on the lacrosse physical copies. So until the person responsible on Daredrop with that particular campaign responds to me, I can't give those away. Because I need people to give the information. I just need to set the back line up. Trying to get something done. Give me a second. There we go. Now we're live there. New Audra, Evil Dead Audra. Well, if New Audra is basically a more terrifying face of true form Majora, I suppose you could call Sixwa. I'm still not confident on how to say that goddamn creature's name. Zuswa. As a Resident Evil Dead Octopus. Evil Dead Octopus. Your mileage may vary, regardless. Anyways, so here's how this is going to work. As I set up the Twitch side. The way that this giveaway is going to work is we're going to do it this way. There are tools on both platforms and tools that function with both platforms that function as a way to be able to do things for the giveaway. Right now it is 3:46. I'm going to ping the server. Announcements. So, first rule is first come, first serve. You need to stand by inside of the audience so I can be able to get your information to fill out the form for your rewards. Where applicable. You must have a way to directly communicate with me. Either by Twitter DM, by being a member of the Discord, for a server DM, or by a email chain. Especially for any prize that physically requires me to send the prize to you. For the time being, until I get information from the Dare Drop team, I cannot give away the physical keys because I have to get a mailing address. So with those off the table, all of the ones that I need access to only require an email address for me to send it to, the platform upon which you are receiving it from, and the way in which you would like to redeem it. That is non-negotiable. If you do not have a Twitter account, if you do not have a Discord account, or you somehow do not own an email, you cannot win an award. Because I'm not doing random keys to random people in chat. That's not gonna fucking work. You need to be able to directly communicate with me. If you do not wish to receive the reward in question, so let's say a person in chat wins the award, everyone is inside of the original prize pool. I do not give favoritism specifically for the first recipient win. If the person rejects the giveaway code and does not want to receive the reward, I will choose based on priority to the platform involved, in the order of subscribers, regular chatters, and then everybody else, based on the pool of the people who are physically in the chat room at the time of the giveaway. And of course, this is based on active engagement. So, because it is based on active engagement, you need to physically be present in order to be a part of the selection. You need to remain present if you win, so that we can be able to talk to you. And you also need to remain physically present for the receiving of the giveaway. You cannot show up, get an award, and then fuck off until the process is completed. So if you show up in the beginning of a live stream and you are lurking, you're going to end up getting passed over, because I literally cannot have to stand and look around and hold for you. There's a very limited case of exigent circumstances for which this is dictated. So, for example, if Boster somehow wins an award, because he is a server member, it means that I can be able to send a DM that can be received at a later time to fill out the information if the reward in question is not time sensitive. Should I be able to get back information about the Macross shooting insight keys? The Macross shooting insight keys are physical copies. They technically had a deadline, but unfortunately, I cannot even cash them out yet. But let's assume that I could. They have a theoretical time limit. If you don't get back to me in that time limit, so that I can even begin the process of getting it physically sent to you, I have to skip you. If it is a unlimited duration reward, as in a key that never expires, you cannot sit and lurk in the chat room win the award, then not respond, not show up in the chat room, and also not show up on the live stream, to be able to stand by to claim your reward so that it can be cashed out. And us physically hold it for you to win. Up to a limitation. Because at that point, if it goes unclaimed for 2 days is fair. Technically, 24 hours is fair. But if it goes unclaimed for 2 days, I am going to skip it and pay it forward to the next person. Because people who have been here for 5 years probably would better appreciate something than a person who's been here for a year, if that person who's been here for a year can't even show up to the live stream when the giveaway is being given away. I hope that makes sense to everybody, because I'm not changing these rules. This is the first time I've ever done the giveaway. I want them to be smooth, I want them to be efficient, I want everybody to have a chance to win, but assuming that a person who is there physically to win on the spot, in the moment, is not available, I at least want to give them up to the hour, because it is about to be 4 o'clock. So from 4 to 5, if a person were to win, I would like to give them on that broadcast up to an hour for them to physically respond. If you miss out, you miss out. I don't know what to fucking tell you. I'm going to be a little bit lenient. I'm going to give an extra 15 minutes on the top of the hour. So, in this example, from 4 o'clock to 5:15, when we do a draw, we will be doing that draw. And if you win, you have an hour and 15 minutes to show up in the chat room, to claim it, and for us to be able to get your information so that we can be able to send it and deliver it. Now, once the code or the reward is given away, I do not care what happens to it. That is your choice. So somebody who wants to come in to get an award for somebody else as a part of them winning, that's fine. But I'm treating this like jury nullification. Once it's in your hands, I don't care what you do with it. So if you tell me later on the broadcast that you did it, specifically so that your girlfriend, your wife, your husband, your boyfriend, your best friend, your homie, your niggas can be able to claim something, I would prefer you not tell me the same day as. Okay. I have to copy and paste this across the entire, and trust me, entire thing. It is what it is, Bolster. Hello, Bloodia. Now, in the future, especially for when we are able to prioritize audience members, because I do not want to be unfair to people. In the future, when we're able to prioritize audience members, then we can be able to have people down the grapevine. Because I do not think that it is fair for me to start off with the first ever giveaway, and that first ever giveaway only ever chooses channel members. Because in the future, I am very likely to prioritize channel members. And then, if a channel member does not win, I am then able to pick people from the audience directly. But I'm going to become a lot more insidious about the giveaways then. However, and I gotta convert this into an image. Hopefully it accepts that. Actually no, because I can't even take the picture because I'm putting up a video. Okay, this is going live on the YouTube community. Now I'm going to do a copy of it on Twitch, or excuse me, on Twitter. I can't spell ground. this. This. And this. Here's my picture. I'm blind, I'm blind, I'm blind, I'm blind. Found it. Okay, that is posted. That is posted. Really making it nearly impossible for those that are paying attention to miss these rules. And I need to make this into a bot function so that I do not lose my fucking mind with Twitch chatters. And we're now live on Twitch. Fun process. Bot tricks. Okay, put this into the command underscore here. Boom. This goes into the title. Hello, Waternomi. Exclamation point giveaway. All right. Okay, chat. I think that is everything possible. I'm going to go over the rules again for the Twitch platform because I know it's hard for them. We're also going to test the bot, make sure it functions. The bot functions. Oh. All right. am prepared for the fun. And that's why I write things down, because my woman asks questions. Pain. Okay. So, restating the rules over again. Today is the first ever giveaway that I have ever done for either of my channels. I am doing active engagement for both YouTube and Twitch. There are 2 separate ones. Instead of making both chat rooms respond actively, I'm going to allow for there to be a Twitch role as well as there to be a YouTube role. I know which ones I'm giving away for which platform. Should someone on one platform not accept, it'll probably bounce them back and forth between the other until all prizes are claimed. The rules are as follows. Put them on screen so that everybody can see. No, there's love for Twitch. That's why I'm repeating it again, because the Twitch side just went up, making sure everybody is aware of the rules. If YouTube would cooperate with me, wonderful. So, as I said before, put it on the screen so everyone is aware. Rule number 1, first come, first served. If we run out of codes, we run out of codes. That's why I've been trying to stockpile them as much as I possibly can. 2, if you win a prize, you need to be standing by in the audience so that I can get your information to fill out the forms for your awards. Some of them require information from you, because I cannot just freely hand them all out. They are not all just straight physical codes, and I need to be able to directly communicate to you. This means, 3, you must have a way to directly communicate with me. I will use Twitter DMs, I will use server Discord DMs, or an email chain using your preferred email. If you do not wish to receive the reward, I will choose a person based on priority to the platform in question. So, on YouTube, that means my channel members, my subscribers, my regular chatters, and everyone else. On Twitch, that means my subs, my regular chatters, everyone else. This is not for the first draft. This is for if you do not wish to receive the reward. If I end up having and losing access to those people, I'll have to get really fucking creative with how I choose this. The reason why I want the active engagement is because lurkers are never lucky. Chatters are always lucky. Showing up to get a key for the first time without ever having engaged in content and learning something from my work is the goal. After all, it is a community. Is a community the same thing when a person shows up to a giveaway once and then never shows up again? If you're not present in the chat room at the time of winning via random pool, that does mean that we will have to skip you. However, drafts for the prizes will be done on the top of the hour every hour. It is now 4:15, so we will be doing one right now. If you win on a draw, on whichever platform in question, you have until the end of the hour at the top of the next hour. I'm giving a leniency of 15 minutes. So, this technically means I'll be lenient to 5:30 before the next draft. You have until the top of the next hour to be able to claim your prize. This just gives you time to log in, jump in, and physically get into the chat room. What are the prizes? Don't worry about that. You will find out the prizes is when you win them. For the YouTube chatters, because many of the people who are here are very familiar with the Discord, they will probably not need the link to go there, for they know where to access it. For Twitch, I need to drop the link for you to go there, which means I need to set this up in the bot. The rules can be brought up by using exclamation point giveaway. And I am making the bot link for you to receive the jump in for the stage audience. Because of the way that we set up the server, literally anybody can jump inside of this. I do not want to hear I cannot jump into Discord, because if you do not have a Discord, that is why we have the other means for you to communicate. I would prefer if the person in question were to jump into the Discord, obviously, but we will try to work around where we can. There you go. Exclamation point Yap-In.
Was good.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm fine. Now, I'm fine now. Fuck you for what you did, and you know what you did.
You're welcome.
It doesn't feel like I'm welcome.
Oh, you are. You're getting so much content.
But at what cost to my sanity?
Oh, have you ever gotten a lot of interest when you're not losing your sanity?
Occasionally, yes. But this is the kind of Faustian bargain where it feels like I'm not winning as much as you're winning. But it's fine. That's fine.
I can share my pain.
Share your booze with me. Alright. There's that link for Twitch. Let us begin, chat. First up. We will be pulling this one for YouTube. So let me go through this. YouTube, please tell me you have tools for giveaways. Because if not, we're going to have to do this old school.
Either way, you gotta do it live.
Yep. YouTube comment picker. YouTube comment picker is a free tool to choose a random winner from the comments of a YouTube video for your YouTube giveaways, promotion, sweepstakes. But that does not do what I need it to do. Wheel of Names. Does Wheel of Names work? Wheel of Names is one. itchy, 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 itchy. If there's one thing that YouTube needs, they need to create a tool that directly links into your chat room and will pull people. This is a Twitch feature that they should have already had.
Probably.
It would have been my. I would have been my first certain day of. Okay, we've got timestamps. We've got reactions. Pop out the chat. Better Twitch TV. They have start a Q&A and start a poll. Those are the tools that YouTube has.
Weird.
It does not appear that there's a lot where... Actually, no. There might be. That is not useful. A bunch of scam websites basically try to get you to sign up for their service in order for you to use their thing. I'm probably gonna have to do this the Los Tech way, which means physical names in chat. YouTube has bots for giveaways. What is the name of the program which you're referring to, Water Montgomery? I can't read. No get enemy. Anyways, in the meantime, how was your time with your family last night?
Good.
I have
Just
no
playing D&D.
I have no idea what you were vague posting about.
In your comments?
No, not that. You sent a post that said, today has been a trip, sometimes you gotta take a chance on things and you'll get the best outcomes.
I'm not gonna go into that. That gets into some personal shit I don't want to talk about online.
Okay.
That's why if I vague post about something and I don't get specific, it's because I don't want to share exactly what that is in reference to.
Okay. No problem.
It's a good thing.
Okay. We'll check. Give me a second. Where are you right now inside of Monster Hunter?
I'm Hunter Make 38, just fucking around doing random quests.
Okay. The other day when I was trying to tell you about the investigation system, we were able to find access to a temporary farm situation that may or may not disappear on March 10th. I dropped a video on it, and in that video I explain in detail in 7 minutes how to do it and what it looks like when you're doing it correctly. It basically generates gold melding tickets and generates hard armor sphere orbs for you to directly upgrade your equipment as high as you possibly can. The armor sphere orbs are the ones that give 5,000 points towards reinforcement. And then the melding tickets can get used on multiple things. They can get used on the Artisan Relic draft. They can get used on weapon armor spheres, or weapon armor decorations, and armor decorations. So, if you were to do this farm, you could be able to generate up to and close to infinite gear and material for yourself to upgrade, because the build a weapon system that we told you about with J Funky, it functions as a replacement for if you try to get into another weapon and you have none of the base weapon tiers to upgrade for. Now, ironically and ideally, I have no idea if you've seen the video, so I'll just explain it as best as I can. You have to collect an item inside of the plains during a time of plenty, during a full moon. Now, the way that they had designed this is they want it to be a every so often activity, because there's an active moon phase system. where you have to physically check what moon phase it is in order to access it. Moon logic type shit. However, there's a simple way to do it. There are certain missions inside of the planes that already are geared into a time of plenty during the time of night where it would be accessible, which is evening. One of them deals with you hunting a tempered Balahara, which you should have access to since you are inside of the beginning of the high rank sphere. The plant in question is the ephemeral blossom that can be found in zone 10 and 4. The one in zone 10 is found in an open plain environment where you can walk up to it. The one in zone 4 requires you to jump from the top of a ledge and to draft with the sacred onto the plateau above, where you can then be able to loot it. It can easily be done within 1 minute and 30 seconds because it requires a minute in a mission in order for the blossoms to become active. Otherwise, the physical plant that they can come from will be considered closed and thus a non-interactable node. Preferably, if you were to go hunt this tempered Balahara, you could be able to start the mission, as you've already been doing with your optional missions. Start the mission, do the farm, collect all the other things in the instance where you want it, kill the monster, and then continue resetting this mission. Most people obviously are skipping and are instead alternating the quest and their live plane environment to try and speed up the speed at which they can gain these things. Because it is expected that on March 10th, one of the things that they will be patching will be patched on there. Don't remember the name of the app, but it was keyword based, and now I'm only finding random pickers. Still researching. Womp womp. But yeah, by using this method, it pretty much allows you to not so much trivialize the game. You still have to play the game well, but it gives you a method to upgrade your equipment so that you can then freely hunt monsters more often, so that you are not locked in to a piece of equipment waiting on a upgrade, at least in terms of your weapons. For your armor equipment, there is no way to craft armor without taking the parts from monsters. But this at least gives you a tool so that if you are good enough at dodging, or good enough at blocking, or can just be able to manage your health well enough to survive using all the power of your recovery, you can be able to get up faster to where all the rest of these hunters are already speeding off to. This was the system as it was designed for. However, what they didn't plan for, more than likely, was for people to use this particular flower and the instances in which we can get them quickly to basically stack infinite counts of this pollen. Because the pollen has to be traded in. So you got two problems. You have to get the item in question, then you need to get the trade for the person in question from Suja to receive it from. If you do all that, then the sky's the limit. But without that, it's just a ticket sitting in your inventory. The same as when you went to Suja for the first time and you were given a melding ticket for the lower tier jewels, and that first loot explosion of decorations was over 100 long. With this, the upper tier is 20 rarity 3 level jewels, both for armor and weapon. I didn't roll it for the relic yet because I don't think I've gotten the maximized relic tier yet for that to be applicable. Probably have to do a little bit more hunting in order to get that. But that is how that works. It was designed as a tool to supplement the already intended farming method, which was to use investigations, which is what I was trying to tell you about the other day. Because the system in question basically trivializes the investigation. Why hunt monsters when you can just simply play farming simulator and come out with all this pollen and then jump to where your friends are? My opinion as far as it goes is like, I don't care about people using it. I care more about whether or not they get that equipment and then they're still dog trash. But there are like type A chatters, type B chatters, and type C chatters. The type A chatters are going to be the ones that they were going to do this farm no matter what. Because it's a game. It's meant to be played. The Type B chatters are the ones that, because they were told about it, or because they discovered it and then learned what was possible with it, that they are going to use it for as long as it is available. This is like the Borderlands 1 ledge and Cromrax's lair in DLC 3. You're gonna look back on this time fondly and think, damn, that was really nice. And then we had to play the game. Feels bad. And then there's Type 3 chatters, which are going to look at that, and for the sake of brevity and accuracy at the sacrifice of complexity, they're going to look at this option and say, that's not Monster Hunter, that's gay. And they're going to ignore it outright on principle. In usual cases, I'm a Type C chatter. But in the sense that I am a scientist and I have multiple weapons I would like to try, I have altered my opinion in this situation to a Type B chatter. Simply because there is a point at which you will become bored of doing it. You have not a lot of objects for you to interact with inside of the Plains environment. Same with every other environment, with the exception of Suja. There are lots of things you could collect. You could collect cactuses, you could collect succulents, you could collect time-honed Wilk gems, you could collect all of the instances of artifacts. But once you've collected every single node, the shortest run you could possibly do is sub 3 minutes. You collect succulents inside of the Plains environment in Area 10, you grab the Ephemeral Blossom, you warp to Camp 4 West. The cave and west both put you in the position to be near the hill you have to jump from to get to the Area 4 Ephemeral, but the fastest method would be going from Camp West. You go on to Camp West, you jump from the hill, you collect that node, and then if you have or want to use a botanist setup with decorations, because now we have the decorations to just fit entomology, botany, and geology into the same gear tree. You jump down and collect the Mandragoria, and then you return from hunt. It saves it into your inventory. Don't even dump your inventory. Talk to Alma, start the quest again, and that's your cycle for about an hour and 50 minutes. I logged my own gains on this. This is also inside the video, in case I forgetters. But my breakdown was 50 minutes of farming was 32 night flower pollen. Then trading in everything took 40 minutes because every refresh takes 25 seconds. And the odds of getting a melding or a relic ticket trade is about 1 in 3. This then results in about 32 to 16 and 16 tickets depending on what you trade. In total time spent, that's an hour and 30 minutes of OSRS type trading and farming. With 32 melding tickets, that is 320 max level weapon decorations, 640 max level armor decorations, 480 max level weapon relics, or 96 hard armor spears. So it's not for nothing, but take the amount of time of the cash out, 130 minutes, or an hour and 30 minutes, 90 minutes, and then multiply that by the amount of equipment that you'd actually like to produce between now and March 10th, assuming that it gets nerfed on March 10th. That's the reason why it will end up being boring. That's a lot of time to be in menus doing something that isn't hunting. Because when I thought about how people were going to behave about this, your voice was the one in my head that said, nah, that's gay, I'm not going to do that. Actually, that's exactly what you said to me when I tried to tell you about it. So, yeah. It doesn't really change much. It acts like a cash injection. Although I don't know how the fuck people would have been able to interact with this blossom to begin with in the first place. Because outside of people collecting the missions, I don't actually see a lot of hunters trying to actually collect things in the environment. Most of the hunters in most missions are immediately beelining towards the monster and trying to kill them. Anyways. Let's see if I can find this goddamn tool. I'm both waiting on a chatter and I'm also trying to find a tool.
I'm quiet because I'm fighting Jin Dahad.
Okay.
So my ass is concentrating like a motherfucker.
Ain't no problem, baby. Ain't no problem. I ain't mad at you.
I want to get better armor. Because that's the best armor I can get right now, is the Jin Dahad armor.
The ice lizard annoys the piss out of me. There are lots of monsters in the game.
Oh, it's not easy.
It depends. Is it the special arena Jin Dahad, or is the common area Jin Dahad?
It's the level 6 mission. Or 6-star mission. Jin Dahad.
Okay. I think that should be the one that has his special arena. The one that you first encounter him in the quest objective.
You're asking me to think while I'm trying to not die. Get me out, get me out, get me out.
The sad part is that if I was to do all the giveaways on Twitch, it'd be so easy just by using Nightbot. But unfortunately, YouTube just does not have a fucking feature. Ugh. Assuming that I can get integrations for, the thing. Which is not the case, it appears. Seems the best is blank. Sorry for the link.
Woo. I'm scared.
What is the name of the thing? Water no get enemy. We're just gonna call you Water. Just type out the name of the site.
Give me your tail.
Watch this, it will explain. Link too long to put in chat. The name of the website. Type the name of the website. What website is it? I just need to know the name of the website. I can go do the research myself. Open my DMs. I have DMs already open on Twitter. My Twitter link is down below.
Just type out the name of the website. Good God.
Like, is it YouTube? Is it Daredrop? Is it Nightbot? Name of the website. What's in the box? What's in the first box is an avowed Steam key. Meanwhile, I'm going to see if I can try and get Nightbot linked to YouTube. Okay, it was nightbot.com. Thank you. You could have just said Nightbot. It's okay. It is completely fine. Completely fine. Let's see here, Nightbot for here.
Yip's tail.
I had a feeling it was going to be Nightbot, but I wasn't sure if the Nightbot connection would do the exact same thing on both ends. Because it does not save the giveaways here, but that's okay. The bot is whatever. Alright, chat. Here we go. Sign into the channel. Sign into my channel. Wonderful. Did not save publicly? Hello? Lord of mercy. Nightbot, please function. You were doing a bit. This is definitely not the time for a bit. I am very certain if you typed the word Nightbot with no .com behind it, the bot would not hide it. It's okay. We're past that now. It's completely fine, water. Okay, we can do this the direct way. So, funny word, funny single syllable word. Poop. I'm feeling funny, let's go with poop. We'll do a keyword giveaway. For some reason, Nightbot says that you're spamming caps, which is weird. 1 second. I have to tell the bot to stop being stupid. Don't do that. 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 Because the box strips will do it for me. Alright. Moderator should not be doing all that extra shit that he just did for some reason. Allow me to fix this for you, struggler. Because I don't know why it decided to do all of your messages. Type something for me, struggler. The second I fucking link Nightbot, it starts fucking getting angry in here.
Ah, she's angry.
Okay. This is for the YouTube chat, guys. We are going to do viewers entering the giveaway. We're going to do channel members. Ow. We're going to do one entry for viewers, and we're going to do one entry for channel members. Considering that Struggler is a member, that'd be one thing. I know that Bloodia was here at some point in time, so I'll turn it off for moderators only because I don't
Wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be fair for the moderators to get one. One entry viewers, one entry members. The keyword is poop. P-O-O-P. Anti-spam. And unique winners. And we're off to the races! I'll let that go for 5 minutes. You still fighting this lizard?
Yep. Ow, 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 ow. I'm scared. I am scared. I am scared.
There's my timer. There's my timer. Okay, when this timer hits 00, I will then start going through and selecting the winner. Also, I'm gonna get this on the screen. Make sure this is fair for everybody to see that I am in fact not manipulating this in the back end. A different whatchamacallit, a different font for that. There's all my fun ones. Can't find all my fun ones.
Oh, second time's a charm. Nice, Jen.
There we go. Mitchell with some Castle of Illusion. One of the better titles from the Mega Drive / Genesis. Yes, chat, that is in fact why it has the Sega Genesis seal of approval on all of the thumbnails that I make. You think you'd have more people that would be paying attention, but you know, that's not my fault.
That was a pain.
Every time. It feels like more of a chore to fight Jindahad than it is as an active fight. He's too big. He's too big and his roar's too loud.
He hard. He's scary.
I
don't like it.
Plus, you're using Greatsword, so a lot of your damage is going to be based on reaction, and you don't really have access to his back.
I do when I knock him down.
Yep. I've learned the hard way that Jindahad and his backplate, his upper shoulder backplate, it tells you on the hunter's notes, which I know almost 99% of people are not reading, that his backplate remains tough hard until all other plates on his body are broken. So his tail is one thing that cuts off fine without needing to be interacted with anything else, but his upper shoulder plate has to be broken after every other part of his body has been broken. His legs, both the hind legs and the front legs. His face plate, the multiple back ridge plates that normally will light up as a wound spot once he's been knocked over, and then the upper body plate can be broken. But the goddamn breaksword does too much fucking damage. Unless you have Part Breaker, you're not going to be able to break it with simple strongs and offsets.
At least I don't have to find him again because I have everything I need to make all the armor, the entire armor set. Yay!
I think there's like a couple of extra things for his weapons. I can't recall if his sword is good.
It's not. It's not better than the sword I'm using right now.
Mm-hmm. You haven't hit 0-0? Well, let's rough the numbers, Ramblers. What did you get enemy? You have one.
You want a thing. Look at you. You're special now.
I now need you to contact me directly using any of the methods possible so that you can claim your reward at the top of the hour. Which basically means in 20-ish minutes. We started this at 4:30. Also, do be aware, since you jumped into the YouTube chat to join in the YouTube side, you're going to have to miss out on the next raffle if you try to jump in for the Twitch side. Because I think you might be the only person in the Twitch chat right now. Can't double dip.
Yeah. No double dipping. Wait, better.
So your options are to join either directly by clicking that link and join into the Discord audience so that you can talk to myself and Horror. Your other option is to DM me directly on my Twitter, which is x@caramelcajun, or to send me an email to my business email, which is realsingleplayercarl@gmail.com. It's posted in my YouTube, so you can easily be able to find it there. It's been there for years. Take your chance, pick your choice, and we will be waiting.
Poison.
In which case, I'm going to set this and 15. Boom. I mean, it is what it is. If people show up on Twitch, they show up on Twitch. If they do not show up on Twitch, then you would have won the next raffle by default. There are consequences to choices, chat! But it's okay. It's completely fine. In my experience with Twitch, a lot of people... Attention spans are the problem. This is technically your first ever time inside my audience, but look at you. You're already profiting.
Mm-hmm.
Who is DMing me and why are they pinging me constantly? This is not this person.
Who's pinging you? Who's being a dickwad?
This is dev service shit. Not important.
Oh.
They've been having a war over their culture for like a month and a half.
Why?
Do you want the non-autistic version or do you want the autistic version?
Which one do you think I'm gonna understand better?
You'll understand the autistic version, but you'll appreciate the brevity of the non-autistic version.
Okay.
Which one do you want?
Whatever works for you, I guess.
Okay. So, I'll go for half and half. This acquires a little bit of context. Dev over the years has garnered an audience full of, I can only be able to describe as the meeting ground between intelligent YouTube chatters and chatters that like to brain rot, do the things for the meme, to the point where people like Megalag were, before he beat the allegations, a general sample and presentation of the people in his chat.
I don't know much about Megalag, so yeah, that doesn't really...
I would highly suggest watching the back half of the last Yap-In from last week, because Megalag was probably the showstopper, because usually I would have written him off really hard, because using his own words, he likes to be disruptive. But most of the people inside of Dev's audience, not accounting for the ones that are constantly trying to report back between each other to antagonize other people from outside because they're tribal sometimes. But they're not tribal like Uzulu's tribal. I'm talking like the tribal of they are seemingly autistic and they will direct people to go do a thing based on how funny it is in the moment. They have an audience that loves to talk about whatever the fuck they want in certain sections of their Discord, autistically, to the point where they will sit inside of a voice chat and they will look at what other people are chatting in a general chat or in a specific topic chat, and they will like to troll the people there. So they like to troll the Canada chat a lot. They like to troll the tech information chat a lot. They like to troll the general meme chat a lot. And sometimes they like to fuck with people as a form of ritualistic hazing. I'm not passing judgment on it, I'm just simply explaining. Within the last month and a half, they've been having a problem with the internal culture of the server in the sense of the not safe for work content. Rather than having a problem with the minors, what Dev has a problem with is he has a problem with people that basically want to go into the place designated for the Honey posting, and they want to be autistic and annoying, and then be puritanical about what they're posting. A supposed former member of their moderator staff was antagonizing people in the general chat, actively telling them about the legality based under Canadian law if their type of gooning would have gotten them in trouble with the tribunal. I don't know how it was prompted, but they were autistically complaining for over a week and a half straight about horse porn, because they wanted to specify if they understood the difference between lewd posting of a centaur woman, or if it counted as a form of bestiality. It was so important to these Puritans that they started polling the direct head moderator of their system, which is Butters, about whether or not he wanted to diversify and or segregate the chat rooms. He was for some of it. He was also against some of it, because most of the Puritans wanted a pure Jack Thompson puritanical standard. They did not believe that people should have the right to horny post, that they shouldn't be allowed to see it, they shouldn't be allowed to hear it. But then, some of the Puritans decided that they were going to harass a server member, to the point where that server member in question, a female, left the audience entirely because she was being harassed in the safe space that was specifically designed and created for audience members to talk to each other about not safe for work topics and content ideas. The Puritans annoyed her and others, and then started harassing others because none of the moderators were told about it by people who were seeing it. People were seeing something and they didn't say something. It metastasized to the point where the Puritans were actively calling for the head of people to ignore them and to not talk to them. Because if the Puritans were not being pushed back against actively and bullied, they were actively harassing people. So it went from a normal cut that out to I'm going to ban every single one of you in a 5-alarm fire in about 2 days. For the longest time, nobody reported it. And then, when the moderators finally heard wind of it, it was too late to be able to rectify the situation in question for that audience member. I asked Jay Funky, I asked other moderators that were present, and I also asked the opinion of Butters. Because I was witness to this, and as I am not a moderator, nor do I have any interest in telling his moderators how to do their job, the same way I don't want their mods telling you or anyone else here how to do your job, I gave my opinion about what I saw. Because the autism was autisming. For some reason, it's like, imagine there was a fire in front of you inside of a kitchen, and imagine there are people standing around saying there's a fire going on, instead of any person doing what they were trained to do, and grabbing the fucking chemical fire extinguisher. So, they started trying to basically create an arms race. And who can be more autistic and annoying? And occasionally, people will tag other people about someone being really stupid so that they can watch that stupidity. I did not have this running. There are 12 minutes remaining. Technically, there are 8. I saw to the
So it's autism gone rampant is what it is.
Yes.
Sure.
DM'd in Discord. Thank you, sir. Now, just giving my opinions on it, I've long since had my fill of the most annoying bullshit that I could possibly take and stand. If this happened inside of in my server, I would have banned the persons responsible to the point where this happened. Actually, this exact situation, but different, happened here already. So my normal response would have been to tell them to cut it the fuck out. And then the moment that somebody felt that they had to leave the inside of the server because they could not be able to control the behavior or be able to motivate the behavior of the other person in general, provoked that person to continue harassing them, everybody goes. And that's the reason why people who were here are no longer here anymore.
Well, let it get that far anyways. I don't fuck around when it comes to my job.
Yeah. I tried to be reasonable with the people in question, but they didn't want to address things.
The friendship was not important enough to stop their bad behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're being a little bitch and running around behind your back to talk to other people that are mutuals with you both.
Mm-hmm.
Which is so fucking gay. And I guarantee you, if somebody did the same shit to them, they would be pissed.
The way that I see it, Dev's audience is very, very, very autistic in the sense that they love to have fun pushing buttons, but they do not like having buttons pushed. And they are the type of people that will relitigate problems after they've been solved to give themselves something to talk about. I understand that culture. It's an entire thing. It's whatever the fuck. However, at the same time, I, for lack of better concern, have to think about what they feel is best for their culture and their server. For their culture of the server, they just want to be able to deal with whatever they got to deal with. They want to deal with their problems by being annoying to people who are annoying to them in a better form of hazing. I don't have any stock in that. However, I don't want them to ask me about that and then come to me and say, well, Carl, what's your opinion? Because my opinion is, all of you are fucking stupid and you need to just pull the goddamn trigger. Because it was bad enough that there were active moderators that were not pulling the trigger on their job. So the situation was happening, they were talking about the thing happening, instead of just putting a stop to it right then and there.
It's too entertaining.
In terms of what I had to deal with, for the people who chose to test me, they have since been basically going to every single person or discussing things with other people saying, hey, I don't know why this is going on. Like, what's going on with Carl? Like, I'm concerned about Carl, trying to ask questions about me through other people.
This is gay. Stop it.
Because if you remember, when we did what we had to do about Evan, that has actually come up within the last week. Let me see if
Why? I don't understand.
Let me read it verbatim to you. They know that there's much to it. Evan alluded as much, which means you knew what you did. But he was shocked while not caring much because Carl pressed him about the Cinnabon situation and he really didn't want to go further into it. It's understandable on Carl's part to be frustrated by this turn of events, but when Evan randomly followed and said something in his avowed chat, only for him to be blocked everywhere, that's not what happened. And I explained as such that that's not what happened. Because you and I both know that's not what happened.
No.
Kind of like me when I brought
because
up...
they're little bitches. They're little crybaby bitches.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like me when I brought up Dev's defense for off-server kid diddling via DMs. I noticed a pattern of behavior that makes me a bit concerned for his mental state. Carl is free to do whatever he likes. I've made peace with this as is. Like Evan, I'm done with any and all internet drama bullshit. I don't know what's been going on with him for a while, so my read on the situation is very surface level. Bitch, that's not even surface level. It's not even skin. You're not even in the same atmosphere. So, as I see it, if I close my eyes and imagine it's my audience, here's how this goes. I see a server member who has been a long since reporter and supporter of the channel actively come to me and tell me, I don't want you to get in trouble for something happening to me. I dig into it and I ask them, what's going on? I find out that a group of people are harassing her, her loved ones, and specifically targeting her because a person in her care who is her family member / friend is recovering from cancer, and other people who are affiliated with that individual, who are involved with that individual, who are caught physically engaging in the harassment or wishing death on that server member's friend. For my sake, they leave the server because they do not feel like they are welcome, because the person in question hasn't been punished for it yet. Upon finding out, I immediately punish all parties involved. Instantaneously. Not even a question. You helped me do that.
Yep.
Then, the person in question comes back the first time and says, well, what the fuck did I do? And is litigating that problem through a mutual. That mutual then passes the message through to me because she is also friends with him. I do not care if she remains friends with him. It's much like people attacking me because I choose to be friends with both Dev and Aiden. They ask questions, I give answers. There never seemingly is answers and responses to what I say, because how could they have answers to it? They would have to relay the question through me and them, and ultimately, I feel that that's trashy. But I have no interest in talking to them. That's how serious I am when I say permanent cross-platform deplatformation. I do not care. I do not care. I have too many things going on to play catch-up and keeping up with the Joneses with every single person. I ask direct questions, I give direct answers to the best of my ability. If you ask me a question and you're not happy with the answer, and you then tone police me, or you get upset with how I communicate, and you don't check in, you don't communicate, you don't talk, we have a problem. That's why I feel the way that I do. Because we've had no shorter than 5 different types of trolling attempts from different groups of people trying to tone police me and who I can be friends with. It's not that serious. If you treat it like that's that serious, then I'm going to treat it serious. If you get mad at me and say that it's not serious, I'm going to say, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're also welcome. I'm going to see that is you having used it, because I have to mark off that these have been used. Boom. Save all. And we will start another one in 2 minutes here. I will write you the fuck off if you behave like this. And if you tell me that, well, I was just asking a question. No, the fuck you are not. Asking a question does not involve when I ask you a direct question like, hey, are you involved in this situation? I need to know if you're involved in this situation. Can you please tell me what you're involved with? And you tell me, no, bro, don't come to me. I don't want to be involved anymore. You should go to somebody else. And the person in question has already ran for the hills. So let's say there's a bank robbery. I catch you. Your accomplice has already head for the hills. There is no, come out, bro, they got us. I got you. You're the one here I'm asking questions. If you're involved, giving me a non-answer will result in whatever happens next going to be seen in the worst faith. Because if you're innocent, you better tell me that you're innocent. Because I'm not going back and forth with niggas on the internet anymore. I'm super done with it. For what we're discussing, the first person, their first chance to deal with this was when somebody on their behalf started annoying the piss out of me on my own content for a week on end, and then jumped in as though he was trying to understand what was going on, instead of standing back, taking view of the situation, using his eyes and saying, you know what, Carl is very upset right now. I'm not gonna try to save that guy. That nigga is cooked. After that situation happened, they had no contact with me whatsoever. They didn't ask me any questions. They didn't say, hey, how are you? What's going on with you? Nothing. For context, Nick, one of my friends that have actually visited me from my audience IRL, he's been to my town and been to my state and has done shit for me personally. He works way too hard for a living. Kind of comparative to how Boster works. However, he checks in, he asks questions, and not for a lack of trying, because he deals with all the black pill problems that most people who are depressed deal with. There's no reason why you can tell me you've got all this time for all this autistic nonsense, but you don't have time for the people that you consider to be important in your life. So all I'm noticing from that, or noticed, period, was I'm not a priority, so I'm going to move as though I have not been prioritized. And I'm not going to center you in my choices. So when that shit happened, it was easy. It was like clipping toenails, not pulling teeth. Because I don't know if it's because of my age. The age is probably a factor. I don't know if it's because of my mentality. Because I, regrettably, for lack of my better concern, I still have childlike traits about me. Childish traits about me. Mostly for the rich inner life that I've consumed. But I do not have the patience anymore to deal with autistic garbage, where if I ask somebody a question and they give me an evasion answer, that I'm not going to look at them as though they are a troll. You've probably picked up on it whenever people do that, where they bring up something that is not relevant to the thing that I need to say, and I will tell them, damn, that's crazy, cool, bass, damn, poggers, fun. And then I launch into exactly the thing that I needed to hear in the first place, or the thing that I was actually asking for in the first place. I don't have the patience for this shit. In another life, it would cause me tears. But for most of the people who are doing it, especially the people that they have chosen to litigate themselves as now being involved into the audiences of, they want to feed off of emotion. So I can't afford to be emotional about it.
Yep.
Now, in the case of Evan, that was a clear, straightforward ban. I don't know how else to tell you. He actively was using the inside of my server as a way to find out about what news topics I was focused on and researching, so that he could then remove himself from involvement, so that I wouldn't find out about his gay ops. He had been here for 2 years. He was very aware of the culture of the inside of my server. He was very aware of how I behave and how I act. He was very aware of what was online. I'm almost concerned that that's half the reason he was trying to get out of it, because he was afraid that I'd find out. And then I did. He could have come clean. He could have told me what he was involved with. Then he wouldn't have been banned. Because if he came clean and said, Carl, I have something to admit. I've been involved with gay ops. I've been involved with people that I probably shouldn't have defended. I apologize. I shouldn't have done that. I knew better. I didn't think that it'd come back to you, but ultimately at the same time, I appreciate you being lenient. It would have been fine. It wouldn't have been a fucking problem. The second that he said, I don't want to be involved, you should go to other people who have more details, he acted as though he did not know as much as he did. Then I found out that his hands were stained red from the cookie jar. I slammed the fucking cookie jar down and I took his fucking hand.
Oh, even if he did say that he wasn't as involved, I'm pretty sure you would have trusted my word over his, because I'm not going to lie to you about it. If I know something, I'm telling you.
More or less, the reason why he was banned was because you came to me and told me that. Because I was unironically shocked when I found out in real time that he was involved with it. Because I thought, no, not our Evan. Certainly, he wouldn't go to bat for a person who wants to try and speak to minors. It's all done now. The blood has already been spilled. It's all over. But litigating this for context. That's my mentality. That's my mindset. That's how we're moving out here.
Yep.
It's not out of pettiness. Well, if it's League of Legends, it's out of pettiness.
Yeah.
If it's League of Legends, it's out of pettiness. But it's not out of pettiness. It's not out of spite. It's not out of an annoyance. It's out of the principle of defending this nest egg that I am building. I've always had this mentality. Most of the time, it's actually been fear of being able to communicate that I've not pulled the trigger on it. If I do this, then people will be mad at me, and then I cannot build my audience. Fuck all that shit. I'm whooping feet. Anyways. I mean, the internal server politics that I'm discussing here, Struggler, this is shit that only content creators have to deal with. You would still get this type of internal politics because you can't evade politics of audience members. And by that I mean the internal politic of community. You cannot avoid people having conflicts. Solving simple conflicts as grown adults should not be me having to ask an adult to answer a question and the person acting like a child. Okay, it's 5:21. I'm gonna start the timer. We're gonna go for, it should be 5. Yeah, let's wait 9 minutes to start at 5:30.
Yay, gold monkey. Gold crown monkey.
Oh. Looking back up. Seems to still be only one person inside of Twitch, so that is what it is. No problem. Enjoy, have fun. So, like, you can't avoid the internal politics of a server, right? And ironically, it was convenient for me to be able to discuss this with them because it gives me a better insight of how I want things to be conducted. It's like a little sibling learning from their older siblings. Like, I'm gonna learn not to do that shit because I saw how he got his ass beat. And really, a lot of the public displays of punishment are explicitly done because I want people to learn by example. If you will not follow the example that I try to set for you, I will make an example of you for others to learn from. I've learned that mercilessness is very simple. Ruthlessness is mercy upon myself. If I have to tell somebody something more than once, and it's not because I forgot something or I was bad at communication, the only answer that remains is that they did not want to communicate or they did not want to listen in the first place. And boy, the immediate flip around of that lesson being learned immediately, just beautiful, just beautiful. So that makes me look at things like, I don't put a lot of stock into Twitch. That doesn't mean I don't care about my Twitch chatters. It means that I don't put a lot of stock in the audience opinion of a person on Twitch because I expect them to have a particular mindset of a culture. They usually only look at things as something that they can exploit instead of being something that they communicate with. So when those people from that League of Legends audience were trying to harass me and thought that they were slick with something, that just makes me very certain that if somebody does something like this, where they want to have a long con to try to annoy the piss out of me, that it must be out of the concern of something lesser than, rather than greater than. So if it is all that serious that you gotta spend a covert time trying to get your lick back, yeah, I'm probably gonna ban that. If you spend time where you're gonna stream snipe me on RuneScape when I'm in a PvP zone to specifically target harass me, and then you're gonna enter into my server and start spamming slurs on my voice chat and then laugh like the shit's cute and sweet, I'm probably gonna ban for that. If you try to harass me on Once Human, and you then try to harass me and my family members, and then say, nah, he's lying, he doesn't have that, he has no wife and child, he has no kid, he has no girlfriend, he has no nothing, he's lying, he's schizophrenic. Bro, I'm going to make sure with all the speed and haste that he's given to me by the power invested into me in NetEase, that you do not get to play the game again. Ruthlessness works out in that regard. Because that's a lot of time to spend. That's a lot of annoyance to spend. Me, I come from the background of when I was in game design school, when they were telling us how to set up the methods of rule enforcement on the platform. Rather than the Riot Games method of struggle sessions and shaming you with chat messages, they always preferred the method of just straight IP bans. That's like a customer in a store, which is technically half true. Audience members are not just people who are active chatters that are in a community as they are patrons. You're also customers. If a customer comes into my business, ruins my business, and believes that they then still have the permission to do business with my store, no, you're getting a lifetime ban. Because I understand that people can, like, be drunk or whatever. I've worked too many public service jobs and public servantry jobs to know that people can have that attitude when they believe that they've been wronged and that they are demanding justice. But because I have a very strict form of how justice works, justice is not litigated based on when you want it. It is based on when it can be wrought. By that I mean not Old Testament judgment, but the type of justice where you've been wronged, the party in question needs to address how they have wronged you, and when you have been wronged in public, you will receive destitution publicly. If you've been wronged privately, you will receive restitution and conciliation privately. The way that people behave concerning shit like this, in their audience, it's like, it doesn't feel like it's serious enough for them to warrant banning people, but they then litigated the idea of banning people or restricting them. I believe they did go forward with the decision to segregate out the horny posters in their chat room. I don't think that's going to solve their problem, though, because it's also a part of people who have not been there long enough trying to have an opinion on the say of the internal culture of how the community dictates and runs itself. So, a first-day chatter trying to tell a person who's been there for 5 years and is an active participant in the community how something should be done. Not a suggestion, literally, do what I say or else. That's not gonna happen. Somebody tell me what the fuck I should do in my goddamn audience. I'm gonna show you what the fuck happened. But that doesn't mean that a first-time chatter, should they have been slighted and wronged in some way that I didn't hear about? So, in an alternate dimension where one of my moderators or a community member who becomes a community lead and has the responsibility of helping set up organization for community events tries to single a person out from being able to be a part of those events so they can then not be able to be rewarded. So let's say somebody who was a community leader tried to stop somebody else from being able to join these streams so that they could participate in a dare drop raffle. 2 minutes. If I find out that that person has been wronged in this way, I'm going to bring up that person, I'm going to bring that other person in, and they're going to sit down and they're going to talk to each other, with me as a witness, and another third-party moderator as a witness. And they're either going to talk through their problem, and they're going to come to an understanding, or I'm going to find out what's going on, and I'm going to make my decision there, with another person as witness, so that it does not get mod-shopped to another moderator to address. And I would expect the moderators to do the exact same thing. If it was you discovering it, you would tell me, and you would go either find me or another moderator, assuming it's something that's happening while I'm live. If it has to be addressed while I'm live because it's something specific that is important to address, we pull those people aside. They are either talking it out, or one or both parties are being punished, up to the inclusion of being exiled. Because I just don't have the mental capacity for it. Because if it's something that cannot be solved by two people talking, then it must be a blood feud. There are only two switches. Either it's serious or it's not serious. There is no halfway crooks. So this rule is not just because I like to vindicate people and I like to annoy people. You know personally, you know who I'm talking about. You know personally that when I do something that I've wronged someone else, I am immediate to try and respond and ameliorate and solve the situation. Not just so that it's out of my head, out of my mind, but because I don't like being a hypocrite. I follow my own rules to the letter. That's why I can be so hard on them. I speak to everybody else the same way I speak to me. The only person who has the privilege or privileges to be handled different is Direct Blood Family, Star, Zulian, her immediate blood relations to Zulian, my godfather, and that is it. I treat everybody like I treat myself. That's why I'm so hard on myself. And that's partially because failure is not an option. I either become successful or I will be poor and destitute. So the only way that I can make myself work harder is by being hard on myself. And that includes both enforcing my rules and also following my rules. Because I don't like to bend my rules just because I want to be able to favoritize one person. And if you really think about the complexity of that system of matrices of choice, that was what was making me prone to choice paralysis.
And that's why I come in and go, no, Carl, don't be a tard.
Yeah.
I am the conscience.
I mean, the reason why I want a person to litigate the ban system is because if I had to make the decision in every single case, because of how often I've seen people brag about using favoritism as a protective tool, I would just ban almost every single person. Nothing would ever get litigated. There would be no path of reconciliation. There'd be no path of recovery. One and you're done and you're out. Because I've seen what happens when I trust people and then they use and abuse my trust. I have the worst interpretation about people in general. If people in specifics, I can understand people in specifics. I can understand a person I already know. I can't understand people in an audience group. Because if a person likes my work, but they put my work at risk, I don't trust you. Inherently. There is no reason for you to be saying slurs in the middle of my content. Birdman. There's no reason for you to be saying slurs in the middle of my content and particularly risk me losing my access to money and resources and mainly creating entertainment because it's funny, huh? There is no amount of humor that makes an audience member feeling that they have to leave my audience because they don't feel safe because of somebody else's antics and then someone saying, well, bro, I didn't do that inside your server. Yeah, but you're also in the server, and you're there, and thus you give the bad air of environment as though I'm going to tolerate it. Because I think, especially on that opinion that's been going around, and I know it's been going around because of people being hypocritical to dev, it's become like a sport sometimes for them to attack people on purpose and then try to say, but he's being bad faith, he's being a hypocrite. And bad faith and hypocrisy gets thrown around a lot by people who are more than happy to engage in hypocrisy as long as they're able to be tribal. I cannot spend time having to explain to a group of people that we're not here to be tribal, we're here to have fun. We're here to have fun first off and foremost. I make my money via having fun. I am not a money-minded person, but that doesn't mean that I do not think about how these things work. So, before in the past, the accusation that I've got is you only care about views. I could give a fuck less about the views. But this is the childish part. If I let those people try to fucking McFly me into getting myself banned, no, I'm just gonna ban you.
Yeah.
So like that was the league situation. The what, bro? You're gonna punish all of us because of the actions of a couple of people? Yes. Because in the situation,
absolutely.
Yes. Because in that situation, you had a pre-motivated intention on trying to deceive me. You brought me into an environment where you could then utilize and abuse your privileges to silence my voice in the moment and to play stupid and dumb around other people as a form of vindication and justice. Instead of litigating your problem, I'm sorry, go ahead.
TLDR, because you don't gotta say it in so many words. They colluded in order to give you problems. Mm-hmm. Period. That's it. Mm-hmm. You knew, you were involved. Ergo, bye-bye. Get out of my fucking life.
Mm-hmm. Now that's why the one person who, while he was aware of what happened, he did not engage in the behavior. At best, his crime was he extended the invitation that enabled the action. But as the behavior was... I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off.
No, I said, I'm disagreeing with you. I said, yeah.
He did not... He gave and extended the invitation because it was during a Q&A session. But as the behavior was happening, and I'm not being racial about it, anybody who can go... Actually, I don't think the VOD's even there anymore. But any person who was involved there and witnessed the situation in question, from the 5 games that I played in the presence of these people, they did not tell other people what was going on. So the reactions of some of the people who were there were only able to happen because people who were responsible as moderators did not inform the other people, or those moderators were not made informed of what was happening because of the collusion by those trying to get their revenge. They were trying to lean on the knowledge and the expertise of other people, but none of those, quote, master challenger players were ever present in the lobby playing the match with us to actually discuss and then break down things. Then, when I tried, and people who are watching, you know I tried. because every single time they kept trying to do something, I reacted as though I was confused. So I obviously had no idea what they were doing, and I did not understand why they were giving me such hostility. Especially after the responses where there was clearly something going on. The people involved that were black, were Hispanic, they were witnessing what was happening. They were watching the chicanery. They were not actually participating in it. Meanwhile, the people who were actively participating in it, all of them were yucking it the fuck up privately whenever I was not in the lobby where the chat room was happening. So whenever I was on the other team, away from the people who were prognosticating the problems, they were talking shit. And I know that they were talking shit because they admitted as such. When I tried to confront them and tried to give the breakdown, because if you're going to bring people together for a 5-on-5 lobby of matches in any video game, shit talking is going to happen. But if I'm not allowed to shit talk back and all you ever do is punch me, I'm going to feel that it's targeted. And if I can find out in real time that you will actively use privileges to select and to force things to happen, I'm definitely not going to be happy about it, especially if you lie to my face. And then after they were caught, the only time in which all of it came to a fucking head and stopped was when the person who was the father of the individual, who was also the one who extended the invitation, got involved. That's when behavior stopped happening. So, not even following their own rules until the server owner is made aware of what's going on. And I still don't to this day know if that was actually the person's father or if that was somebody fucking around either. So, inherently, untrustworthy. Now we're at 8 minutes over the hour. That's okay. 52 minutes. This one is for the YouTube side. Chat, give me a second to think of a keyword. Hazel. Let's go with Hazel. We're going to do the same setting as before. Well, it hasn't started yet. Hasn't started yet. I'm going to give to click on the draw. And that is going to be a Hazel with a capital H. Alright, it has begun. 52 minutes. Pack it in, chat. I'm out. It broke. Oh, that's funny. There you go. So, even in that situation, I can't trust that the people who have power to do something are who they say they are. So since I cannot address and find out who is responsible so as to seek justice for what had been done, because on one hand, as a coach, you're clearly giving people and telling people bad advice and bad opinions. And most of the time that comes from the mindset of somebody trying to one-guy the streamer. Because, lol, this guy is bad because I saw once on a stream featuring people like Northern Lion. I once saw on a stream featuring people like Minish Cap. I once saw on a stream featuring people like Nemesis. No FryQuest, non-Eloquest, Lost Spear, no matter what the coach is. You're bad at the game because you lost that last match and like you had a bad performance, therefore you must be bad. In their mindset, they care more about getting your yucks in and then going right back to their existence. In my mind, I care more about making sure they leave with the best amount of information possible. So, like me or don't, my job is to make you a better person. In that instance, make you a better game player. You invite me into a situation to play a 5-on-5 match, and while I'm giving the normal callouts that any person on a team who has played for money could give, you're telling me, no, you can't speak. No, you can't do this. And I'm trying to then give you the time to then litigate that issue. Okay, if not now, then when? 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 And the result of every response is, no, I told you to shut up. and then you cut my microphone off, I don't know what the fuck you expect to happen. But inherently, by that level, that's where pettiness has to come into play. Because the first 3 instances, I can let go. Because you see, the harassment didn't start ratcheting up until it was chain losses, because they were basically setting me up to fail. Not only were they putting me on teams with people who were explicitly trying to be annoying, they were actively playing worse, on purpose to try and create content out of my annoyance. Then on the 4th game and the 5th game, both of which were wins, when I was no longer playing in the position of jungle, but I was instead playing in the position of top lane, and I had a person in isolation to punish and actively pull teeth from, the response that I was given was, well, are they looking to be annoyed and attacked by you? You're already cooked in my mind. Because if we're gonna brag about skill, well, let's talk about how your friend is easily exploited. You got all these master players, and you've got all these high challenger players, but none of you are giving them advice to understand how to play in these situations? On years-old characters? I can't even ask him, hey, why were you panicking and throwing out random skills that didn't make any sense? Because I have to assume every person there knows how to play League of Legends. They got mouths, they got minds, they've got attitudes, they've got opinions that they apparently want to litigate in front of me. Certainly they should be able to tell me what it is that they care so deeply about. And if they can't fucking tell me, then why are they causing problems to try and be annoying in the situation to begin with? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Then when it came around to the 5th time, and I was more than done with it, it was just more of the same. So then, I thought, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. Once. And only once. Because clearly, if it was just a den of vipers, and all of the time as things start getting manipulated, as it was in the situation that happened before that one, where I called out the situation dead to rights, I was already annoyed, and I outright challenged them to tell me, what is it you're trying to do here? And they only exposed what they were trying to do afterwards as they got the outcome that they wanted, and basically exposed themselves to be some nasty fucking rancid people who did not actually take the time to learn me the same way I took the time to learn their culture. When I went to them and I asked them, well, you can't win this one again, Water. Don't get me. You can't have. It's already been set for unique winners, so that's fine. That wouldn't happen. Welcome, Grace. Type Hazel in the chat room. By the time that I went to them and explicitly pulled them to the side to speak about this matter as an adult, somebody who was involved in that situation that night, acting as though they were not involved and a part of what was happening. They were too busy trying to talk over shit and read the air of the room to understand that something that was important was happening. So then they get added on that list as well. Because I already have zero patience. Anybody who's preventing me from seeking the justice that needs to be done, or seek the understanding that I need to find, I'm already going to have a problem with, no matter what. Then, when they admitted what they did, ironically, surprise, surprise, the person who had invited me came forward first and said, no, yes, that was what was happening. And when he was playing the matches, he was at least consistent, and he was playing to the best of his ability. He didn't play worse when he was on my team as my support. He played to efficiency and played to lethality when he was against me as the enemy support. He couldn't save them from their hands. And funnily enough, between the game 4 and game 5, they specifically tried to target pick someone to play against me. And I read his Camille to filth. To filth! To fucking filth! Unallowing no less. So, taking all that information in, I've learned that the choice of ruthlessness there is better than the choice of reconciliation and understanding. Because if I chose to be peaceful and only reconcile to understand why they were being toxic, and I did not recognize that they are cantankerous and are actually the result of what happens when League of Legends does not IP and hardware ban people from playing the video game, then it would just happen again. Because now I would have set the standard that you can be able to fuck with me however many times you want, as long as you say sorry. And I inherently cannot allow that. For all the other types of times where we've removed somebody, and we've dealt with people like that, it's been less a person explicitly trying to fuck with us, and more like we have tried desperately to keep them involved. So people like Harvey. And I think about these situations because I write down how they happened so that I can make better plans and better, a larger word for set of instructions. And that's not a manifesto. Although I probably should write a manifesto too. At least for moderator mentality. But, a stronger word for manifesto about my order of operations. I think it's a word stronger for order of operations. Procedure. For my procedure on how I litigate those issues. Because if I didn't do so at all, then I would allow for the ground of it to happen simply by people not being informed. But then also, especially if it's over video games, if I allowed for people to basically speak any type of way to me, because lol, who are you? You're just a regular streamer, and they are allowed to use whatever attack vector they want as an excuse to justify doing it. You can't talk to me like that. You're only a subscriber with this many followers or subs. You can't talk to me like that just because you're friends with X person who allows me to talk to them. That doesn't mean you have the ability to be relevant in this. And so on 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 and so on. I've learned that I have to be more ruthless, period, as part of my job. Because while I want everybody to get across the finish line, and I want everyone to benefit and profit, I have to come to understand that the people that necessarily support me, all of their support, if they behave like this, is conditional. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's really hard to think about the fact that people who could have been here for like years, that their support was always conditional. The moment I even said a polite, hey, can you not do that anymore? Now I'm an evil Nazi. Hey, I would like if you didn't do this. Now I'm controlling people. Now I'm a dictator. Rather than let that sap my creativity, I would rather be ruthless. There are two Carls. There are two sides of Carl. One of them is wielding a shotgun. The other one is holding a Pico Pico hammer. I can be your devil or I can be your angle. But
devil
like,
or your angle.
But like, the only time where it's a completely hard no flip switch is when it comes to shit IRL. And that's like kind of a little bit of a fear. Like, I don't have a problem meeting people IRL if they make plans with me to do something. But like a panel at a convention of some type or a fan meetup at some place nearby my home with other people that I know in public, I have to be a different person. Like, I wish it weren't like that. Because I'm not a different person at all times. It's just that the parts of me that I get to show on camera are not the parts of me that I get to have in private. And all content creators are like that. In my case, I had to deal with the problem of growing up as a child and becoming an adult content creator. Because my hobby became my job. Now, I don't feel like I do work when I do my job, but like, I can't, shit ain't sweet. I don't know how else to say it. Like, this shit ain't sweet. This shit is my life. For some person, it's their funny shitpost that gives them something to laugh at for a week before they try to do it again, and then they get banned. And then, oh my god, did you hear about how I got banned from Single Player Carl's chat lobby because I just had one stupid joke? But then you take...
That's how it is.
Yeah, and then you take the span, it's like, well, it's an entire week of one stupid joke from one stupid joke, and it's like, no. At some point, I gotta nip it in the bud. And then if I nip it in the bud, they're gonna be mad about something else? No, fuck them. They're gonna complain no matter what. It is what it is. Plus, dead internet theory is starting to look real fucking juicy and crispy right now.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if I keep looking at the front page of my YouTube and it does not change based on the people that are there, I'm gonna lose my fucking head. I can only keep being given the exact same rotation of people on repeat and not think that there's no way this person actually knows who I am, because then they would have consumed my content. There's no way that you are new or you're that fresh to not be aware. I don't know. It's why you never took that community building thing seriously as a content creator. You have to take it seriously as insular as you can get. Now, the way that I see it, I have culture for both sides. So, my feeling about that culture on both sides is determinate. Bloody. I was explaining this the other day on the Yap-In when Aqua asked his question about Twitch culture and about whether or not he should prioritize YouTube over Twitch. My blanket answer is going to be that he should use both. And the reason why he should use both is because he needs to learn the culture of both. There is a difference between a YouTuber who uses Twitch as an output so that they can separate their gaming content from their platform content, and there's a difference between a Twitch user who uses a YouTube channel as a VOD resource to publish their content. Now, of course, I have the VOD resource, but I've also linked it to my main account because my VOD resource is probably going to be the main save for like really, really, really important shit that I want to save copies of. Especially when it comes to like things that I do on content that are seasonal based. So, content that I do for League of Legends, content that I do for any video game that has a seasonal system. So, League during a ranked season, Once Human during a invest season, any games that we do for a month that are a focus for community group gaming, but I'll put those on the main channel for now. Anything that I do that involves rotations of content. So when we eventually finally get into Helldivers again, and then also get into any other game that's coming up that's multiplayer again, anything that I do concerning community or group gaming that's going to be horror based, so content warning, stuff that involves Jackbox party games, stuff like that's going to go on the VOD channel. Because I want people that are wanting to be a part of the culture not have to always be a part of the live stream and always be a part of the live conversation in order to be a part of the culture. So the same way that I believe that a person should not have to pay in order to enjoy culture, I do not want to make a person feel as though the only way that they can ever truly become involved is that they have to grease my hand with money. I do not believe, as a Twitch user, because I was a Twitch chatter before I became a serious YouTuber, I do not believe that as Twitch culture dictates that you need to grease my feet in order for me to care about you. I care about all of my chatters equally. I have equal level of dignity and respect for my Twitch as I do for my YouTube, as I can for my Kick, as I can for my Twitter, as I can for my Twitter mutuals and engagements that I have on Twitter, as I do for my Discord, as I do for my Discord members, as I do for my pledges, as I do for my channel members, as I do for my big ticket, long time channel suppliers and channel supporters. I do not let money dictate how I make my options. Because I know that it didn't feel good to me when I got ignored, because when I supported somebody for years on end, that my support was rewarded with insult. Because, I'm gonna tell y'all a secret, chat, I used to be a fucking supporter, and I used to be an audience member of DM Brandon. Okay? This is way, way back in the day, before we learned all we did about him in real time, and before he was crashed out upon by the other Frost. It was before any information had ever come public with how he was abusing people in his audience, how he was abusing people in his stream team, how he was abusing Moji, how he was abusing Salem Prophet, how he was abusive as a leftist, how he's just abusive as a man, how he would actively shadow ban, block, and cut people off as a part of his audience, how he basically used his audience as a hug box of confirmation bias. It was before we learned how he was blackballing people inside of Smite. For all of that, everything. A lot of the decisions that I make remind me of how he would talk to people. But the problem is that for him, he only cared about his ego. He didn't care about his audience, he didn't care about his money. Because as long as he was making money at the time, it was a whole thing. He was basically the best comparative difference we have to Elite Legends with someone like David Turley, Riot Freak. Egotistical, braggart, loudmouth, know-it-all, you can't tell him anything, you can't inform him about anything, unironically worse than Destiny. Because if you try to tell him something that is useful to his conversation, rather than hitting you with the anything else, he just outright ignores you. That doesn't feel good. And I remember, for all the times that he would run his custom lobbies, the way that he ran custom lobbies in Smite, basically, if he felt that you were too good, he would ban you. If you were too good in the lobby, you got banned. If you specifically shat down his throat, like you read him to filth, you were a player that just joined in for the first time, you did not try to target ban him, you did not try to target counter him, you were just playing the game, and you happened to win, and he thought that you won too good, he would ban you. If he felt that you slighted him, he banned you. If you tried to give information about the reasons why you were able to win against him and how that mattered, he banned you. If you contradicted him in the middle of talking, so like whenever somebody accidentally talks over me, he felt that that was personal, and then he would ban you. He did it to his friends, he did it, well, he wouldn't do it to all his business associates, not to the ones that he directly could go physically see. He usually litigated that kind of nastiness to Salem Prophet, this little twee Hawaiian brown skin of a woman. He would do it to channel members, he would do it to active audience members, he would do it to pretty much any person who was not giving him up to and above $100 a month. So when I had a chance to possibly get into a customs lobby, I will never forget it. I was sitting in the chat room and I had to consider, I know that if I'm trying to listen to the live stream and also play Smite at the same time, my system might lag, I might time out when I try to join and connect to the lobby, and I don't want to end up losing the ability to play in the future. So I said something in chat because I was sitting in a faux restaurant. I lived around the corner from a faux restaurant that's in a shopping plaza nearby the first house that I used to live in. I don't live in the same area anymore, but this was around where I used to live when I was still working for Smoothie King and a bunch of other businesses, when I was going back and forth between my Fed job and my actual physical job in town. I was sitting in the faux shop and I was eating my bowl of pho, and I said something to the idea of, I would like to, but I would be afraid that I would be a drag on content. I'm scared that I would be an obstacle. And he gave this smug response of, good. And my heart broke. It was by no means a sense of, but I thought that I would be exempt from his wrath. It was more like, really? Because it wasn't a chat response. It was something he actively said. He looked at the chat that I said, and he's like, yeah, you should be scared. Never meet your heroes, chat. Except Carl, you can meet me. Don't meet your heroes. Do not meet your fucking heroes. At least when it comes to Twitch. Do not meet your heroes. You will be disappointed. There's still technically 30 minutes on this countdown, but I'm going to stop the timer now because we're at the top of the hour.
Nope.
All right. I'm going to give people in chat that have no idea what's going on an extra 30 seconds to type Hazel. That is Hazel with a capital H. Go, 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 go. Snooze or lose.
Word.
Snooze or lose.
Chat. Engagement.
So, like, whenever I look back at these things, because I actively watch my own content, because I started making content because I was bored of all the people not making content, so I just started making shit for myself to watch, basically. So I started talking to myself a lot more than I should. And not just like call and response. So the whole, damn, Carl, that's fucked up. Well, you should have thought about that. That shit started because sitting there hours on end, playing single player games, or playing hours on end, non-stop grinding in Path of Exile, you get a little bit loopy. I've been known to get a little silly. Almost certainly a lot of it was because I was insomniatic, so just anything that came to my head, invasive thoughts. But I know from rewatching when these instances happen, because we've had people get banned for things, and then we've had where I've addressed problems in real time live on air. I think the best case example was what did you call him? Chairforce?
Yeah.
One example was Dax, the other example was Chairforce, where litigating the problem on air was very simple, very see-through, because I'm very good at one-on-one conversations. And I'm very good at just talking in general. But I know, from the perspective of an audience member, and now from the perspective of content creator, I do not want people to feel that they are stepping on eggshells with me. That's why I try to explain shit. Try to make it very straightforward what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. So that chatters do not have to feel the way that I felt in that moment. Because for the people who know, they know exactly the reason why I feel that way. But let's say for Water, like Water is new here today. For somebody like Water, if earlier in the chat room, if he felt that he was in trouble for trying to give us the name of the website, which happened to be Nightbot, for trying to make sure that we could be able to do the raffle well for the YouTube side without having to do an autistic method to make it possible, I'm pressing the button. Ugly Goomba, you have won! Congratulations, you've won. You have 15 minutes to claim. But, if Water had felt how I had felt in that moment, like he was in trouble for possibly being punished, for possibly being a slight nuisance by trying to make sure he had the information on hand, I would die inside. I would literally die. But at the same time, I wouldn't be able to really do anything about it. Because it's like if somebody were to leave my audience and then they just decide for years on end they're never going to go back, they're never going to discuss it. Like, I once went into a single player Carl stream. He got upset at me and then I left. He's a very big scary man. I wouldn't have a way to deal with that, and I would feel really bad about that, and I would also feel even worse about the fact that I could then not ameliorate the problem afterwards. So, letting that be the background upon which I try to dictate the way that I move and operate on an administration level has been some of the stuff that I deal with for a long time. Because I know that I would have to deal with that the exact day that I decided to start doing giveaways. Because, of course, then it becomes the whole, well, not only do they just jump in one time to get content once. Because, like, let me explain some of my fears about giveaways. My first fear, they would join my chat room, they would take the prize, they would fuck off, they would tell me, I never cared about your content anyways, I got my money, complete drag, complete downer. the fear that a person misses out because something really serious is happening in their home. Like the exact second that something happened, their house exploded. A family member died. They were told the news literally as that was happening. They were incapacitated by having to deal with some problem that was a non-mitigated circumstance that was happening in real time. So somebody who I don't expect to be at my house shows up at my house, and now I have to go through a whole fucking rigmarole. Whatever you can imagine in the darkest depths of your imagination that could directly affect someone's content, where a person is judged every microsecond for every single physical action, interaction, and opinion that they give in the moment. Those have been some of my fears that I've had. And just trying to find a way to deal with them and not let them be such a controlling fear. It's learning steps. I feel like stars sometimes when it's like that, because there are lots of things that I'm learning to have to deal with, as is part of being an adult. But there are some things that I cannot truly wrap my head around, which is that expectation of things to happen. He's alive! So, I have tried to learn to let go of the steering wheel and let things happen. But if we're all being upfront, serious, and equal, I'm not sure that I will ever truly get a grip on it. I'm certain that as I become large enough, I'm going to name this one the giveaway panel. As I become larger, I will have less of the growing pains that come with first-time initiations on anything. But for the time being right now, I feel so terrified doing anything. Because the first time somebody sees me might be the last time I get a chance to do something. And I would hate for my antics or the antics of somebody nearby me to cheat me. Cheat is a bad word to use in that situation. It's inherently negative because it's still a losing cost anyways. But I would not want my antics, my reputation, or the behavior of another person to potentially make myself or others lose out on something that could be done for our benefit rather than to our detriment. So, in that way, that's probably a lot of the shit that I have circling in my head a lot of the time. So the ruthlessness is the counterbalance to stop that from happening, but with giving shit to people, it still feels like a bribe. So like, get the fuck over it, Carl? But at the same time, especially for somebody who it could be the thing that makes their day. It could be the thing that makes their week. It is realsingleplayercarl@gmail.com. It is on my YouTube page, under my contacts, in my About section. You can also use Discord DMs, and you can also use DMs on Twitter. That is the email, assuming that you don't click on the page. But however it happens, I want to try and make somebody's day. So like, trying to figure out how best to do it and how best to go about the process of doing it. Once we've done it enough times, I will not have this fear as much anymore. But as this continues to go on, or as I continue to do this, I do not want the antics of the worst bunch in the batch to spoil the opportunity to make somebody feel like they are having a birthday at Chuck E. Cheese. I think that's a legible sentence. So, yeah, that's like how I feel about it. I've done a lot of soul searching about this. Because the way that I try to deal with this is that I have to treat myself like an outside entity. So I have to like view every decision I make as a third person. Which is the reason why I came up with the joke of past Carl, present Carl, and future Carl. Because like, I don't know what I'll think in the future. I have a general idea based on if I stay consistent with my rules. And based on what past Carl has done, there are definitely things that past Carl shouldn't have done, he shouldn't have said, he shouldn't have communicated, he shouldn't have been a part of, he should have learned from, he shouldn't have taken away the long lesson to learn from. There are lots of things that I regret. And so the only thing that I can do to solve that problem is to just learn from the situation and continue forward as a better content creator. But at the same time, when you work in the politics of just interacting with other people, and the way that I conduct myself can then directly affect how quickly I can grow as a platform, you see where I get my problem. Horace probably stepped away. But you, chat, you can see where I get the problem. At the end of the day, the problem comes in... My phone went off. The problem comes in when, instead of being able to just be a dude, and I just happen to have a YouTube channel, I'm treated like I'm not even a person. For lack of a better understanding. I'm treated like I cannot in any way, shape, or form ever see things as an individual. I am always a corporate entity at all times. Therefore, my only interest at all times is always to go viral and grow. And I do not have the stroll streamer mentality. Whatsoever. Welcome to the audience, struggler. I see you there. I'm not going to invite you in unless you put your hand up. Itty, 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 itty. Email has been sent, my good sir. Okay. Trust yourself more and free yourself. Well, I already do. It's not a matter of trusting myself. It's the matter of the shock of what happens when it's like, oh, I had a bad interaction with Mahler. I will never be on EFAP. That's what I'm talking about. That's not happened. I'm saying that the fear of what I'm doing. So a lot of the times when I interact with things that are cross collaboration projects, like when I do things with Jay, occasionally I might get picked up to do something that involves Mahler and Rags and Fringy. The last time that I did that was for 365 days. And then the last before that, where that actually happened, was me approaching, specifically Arthur, the designer and developer of Soul Ash 1 and 2. And after him, I guess technically I'm going to consider both of them as a single entity, just because they both acted the same way. Sid Alpha and Mick Dizzle. And then, when you're talking about, like, audience grifters, people like Smash JT, people like Mark Kern, people like Drums, people like Brutus Rambo, and so on and so on and so on. I, for the life of me, cannot bring myself to look at myself as an entity who, for content growth, I should try to behave a certain way to ensure that I can do whatever. I'm going to assume that, I'm not going to read your name, but I am going to read the Gmail. Is that Lord Slayer 900? Ugly Goomba is the... Okay, yes it is. Wonderful. The edition that I am handing you for this is, I think, a normal edition. I do not think that it is a collector's edition. The keys I got are the keys that I got. And this is the key that they gave me for this. And then when you use this key, please make sure to tell me that you used it. Wait for your response. Good luck. Ouch. I have to get used to this cord being that long. You don't usually win these, so a win is a win. A win is a win. A win is a win.
A hole is a goal. A hole is a goal.
But we'll see. On one hand, it's like you won something, but you won a game made by current year Obsidian, not New Vegas Obsidian. So like, is it really a win? But you know, you have fun with the game. That's all that really matters. The way that I see it, disconnecting myself as an entity from my behavior and antics, and basically looking at myself as an outside entity, understanding what the person inside the entity is doing, is a part of the reason why I feel this way. I do not want to conduct myself where I start looking on ways in which to climb the social ladder as a means of growing my platform, or paying lip service to ideologies, movements, and consumer revolts to trick people into supporting me by repeating narrative talking points to profit and benefit, because I already know what's going to happen, and horror will be surprised, laughing, and also concerned for my mental health. Because if you think being one guy in the chat is one thing, having that situation from that chat interrupter concerning the fucking woke, or rather anti-woke gamer content, and then that's multiplied by a billion, I might become a spree killer. I already feel bad about stupid people. I would feel even worse about stupid people affecting me directly on all of my work and all of my material, and then that person's behavior and how they conduct themselves being used against me by people who have never seen my content, and all they know is who that I know by association, or they've never heard my talking points, they've never heard my opinions, but they just assume they know my opinion because they read my thumbnails or shit like that. I can't operate that way. I would actually hurt myself. I would scream to the high heavens. I'd probably lose my voice again and get laryngitis. It's either that or I get esophageal cancer from me drinking. It's one of the two. But I've been sober for 4 months. Not a lick of alcohol. So my problem isn't alcohol. I'm lucky I don't have an obsessive personality. Addictive personality. I can be obsessive.
Yes, you are. You're autistically obsessive.
I'm anal, not autistic. I've been tested! Yeah, I mean, I'm Cajun. Grace, that's like saying, damn, when was the last time you went to the doctor? Sometimes drinking is an alleviation. But I would say, based on how I used to use it from year 3 to year 7 of creating content, I did not like the depressive funk that I would become when I would go through withdrawal symptoms of drinking. Now, because of me being an expert drinker, I don't suffer the kind of withdrawal symptoms that most people would have to the point of near alcohol poisoning. But I definitely use it as a coping mechanism. And I cannot drink and eat my emotions. I need to feel my emotions, mainly because I need to teach this small child how to feel his emotions. And
Not just feel, but handle.
Yes. He's not talking full sentences yet. He's at least giving short responses. But I do not want to tell him that he can't be allowed to cry. Instead, what I'm going to try to teach him is that if he can't describe what has upset him, that he cannot let it emotionally affect him. To a small child, that basically means don't cry. But as he gets older, I have to teach him that if he can't tell me what's wrong so that I or Star can fix it, he cannot just go to tears, or his personal favorite, throw himself to the floor and start flailing his arms saying, "No!" every time we try to take him someplace, or put him in a basket, or carry him, or do something. Oh shit, did you miss the code drop? No, we're still going. But I've already given out two of the first two codes that were free hands. So unfortunately the Avowed and the Deadfire codes are already gone. There are still other codes here too. The Shooting Insight codes, I have to hold on until I can get a response from the Dare Drop team about some of them. Okay, I got responses from her.
That was quick.
She tagged me. I just looked over. It just happened right now. He took some time off for last week. He should be back Wednesday. If you can get it done by Wednesday, it'll be fine. So, I have two codes for Macross Shooting Insight on the table. These ones need physical addresses. So you have to give me information that I'm going to have to get from you so I can fill it out here. I would prefer doing it now because I will forget if I take time off and doing it later. This does require things like a mailing address. For that, if you want to send me that via an email, rather than typing that out in a Discord DM or in a Twitter DM, I completely understand. But, Macross Shooting Insight is on the table now. Ouch, my back. But yeah, I cannot use alcohol as a crutch or any of my other pleasures as a crutch to alleviate my mental stress when dealing with problems that deal with administration or content creation, because then I will become slovenly and I will become lax on how I dictate things, and that will be a problem for me. So I have been not on the sauce. There have been times where it's been like a really big take. So like watching the entirety of season 2 of Interview with the Vampire, I felt like I needed alcohol for that. But for other shit, like drama that happens in my audience, drama that I see witnessing happening in other people's audiences. When it happens in other people's audiences and other people's discords, I can just simply go. I don't have to stay there. I can leave until the situation's done. I can come back. I ask questions. If they tell me, you don't need to know, okay, not my problem. Easy done. When it comes to my audience, I try to be responsive. Like, I know for the size that we have right now that things are the way that it is. But for a audience size of, how many members do we currently have? The server says 265 inside of Discord, whether they are active or inactive. And I don't curtail people, so I'm not removing people's roles over time. I'm looking at who's active there, based on month periods. Based on a custom range, trying to sort for this. Sort. Oldest members first, based on join. We have people who've been here for 5 years who I think they have not been speaking for like a while. We have people who have been here for newest, who have joined within the last 3 months. and they've been active frequently and constantly. So, like, for all of those individuals who are learning, also, since he is being here, let me remove your inductee status early and give you neophyte early, water. You should now have the ability to see inside the upper echelon of the server. Welcome. For all of those people before that have, like, seen the differences in who I am and how I handle myself and how I dictate myself, the whole internal culture of my server has been pretty stable for the most part. Grace can attest to this. We've had different types of times where we've had different types of, like, eras. You'll have to catch the next one. You really wanted the avowed codes? I'm sorry, J Funky. I'm really sorry. But we've had the internals of our internal culture remain more or less constant. First, it was establishing a rigorous culture. So I've been putting traditions in place. We established movie nights. I established community group gaming, although sometimes it's very hit and miss because the games that I play are not always the same games that we all play. But I've also tried to involve games that don't require people to have to be playing them at the same time, which Jackbox party games are a natch, but bro, those things are $30. I can't always buy those things, guys. I have been trying to institute a tradition so that we establish a culture, and I think I'm going to wait until April. Currently it is March. So after we have gotten a lot of Monster Hunter's Wilds out of my system, as we approach movie night, that will be when I pick up Marvel Rivals, and I'll be playing that with Amy in April. I think I'm going to look into making our first community moderators. They are not going to be the outright mobs. They're going to be like community baby mods. And for those people, it'll be on them to be responsible for rigorously inquisitioning the internal culture of the Carlists. Pick your denominations, and they will be the ones enforcing them. But the job of those community mods are basically going to be so that I can have more time to myself to worry about making sure events happen, and their job of reminding me and reminding others of those events happening. So they'll have the ability to set the polls about the movie nights. They'll be able to host the votes on what they want to watch for or what they want to play for community group gaming. They'll have the ability to go to and act as a liaison to the moderators and to me about what's going on. So basically a RN for the community, because there are definitely people who are stronger chatters that are stronger on Discord. There are stronger chatters that are stronger on YouTube. And there are obviously stronger chatters that when they do speak and they do interact on Twitch are frequent enough that they are a part of the culture of one specific type of site. Because we haven't gotten to Reddit yet. The subreddit's not happening soon. That's going to be like, I don't know, maybe the end of the year. We'll see if I can hit 5K subs by the fiscal quarter 3. If I can do it then, we'll start thinking about it then. But we have to start denoting, not denouncing. Stronger word for representate. Acknowledgement? Acknowledge her tribal chiefs. There we go. We will need to start acknowledging the veteran members of the audience and giving privileges, not rights, privileges to have a stronger active hand in setting things up. So one of the things that are very important for people to remember is that as much as I can make non-stop content, post videos, make live streams, you still have to watch them. And at the same time, you have to talk about them. You have to talk about the work to promote the access to the work. So let me talk to you guys about something that I noticed on Twitter. To that edge. Also, it is 6:31. We'll wait at the top of the hour for 7 o'clock to start the next one. On Twitter, there was a content creator who basically quit
No, he didn't.
Or I think he stopped streaming. That's what he did.
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
I went on his Twitter, and he literally, like, 2 hours as of the time that you posted that, because what you posted was a day before, he's like, oh, it's been funded for the next season. So he hasn't stopped. I have a feeling that that's bait.
Okay. Eye roll. Eye roll. Anyway, still gonna communicate about it, because it's actually something that's a deep-set fear for me. Let me bring up the tweet in general. Also doing administrative things in the background. Okay, that key's been used. Ouch, my neck. This key's been used. Save all. Alright. So, I had saw, at the time in which it had happened, a person that was communicating that they were going to potentially quit streaming because they were not making enough to cover the overhead for what they needed to afford everything. It appears, as I have been told by my moderator, that at the time of this current recording, he has made the money back for it. Which, damn, that's cool. If it was bait and it was him actually just trying to get money out of people, damn, that sucks. But, here's what I saw. Scrolling. Okay. So. Oop, wrong way. Wrong window. This window. So, there's this content creator by the name of Oliver Campbell. Oliver B. Campbell. Supposedly a content creator, Monster Hunter player, and a open shill for Capcom USA. The way this timeline read was that he said, streaming is over. It is no longer financially sustainable. I don't break even on the internet costs for doing so. So this is the end. People then interact with him asking, sorry to hear that, man, but I get it. I enjoyed watching your streams and reading when I could. Can't wait to see what you do next. I won't be doing anything next. Not even writing. What is there to write? Nobody bothers to read what I write, so why should I sit there and pour hours into it? Even if they do read and they do watch, literally nobody tells me that they're doing these things. Nobody talks to me, so I have no clue what is happening. And then, I guess an hour back, the next year of streaming has been funded. So let's go stream. If you go down his timeline of the way that he communicates, as he's posting what I can only assume is horny posting. Wonderful. AI generated horny posting even. Yeah, immediately after this he starts talking about Tempered Gore Magala. So, he talks a bit about what he deals with. And some of this is background stuff that I understand entirely, because if you actually look at this engagement, you're like, bro, you're partnered with Capcom, and yet this is the metrics you pull for just conversations on Twitter? That doesn't make sense to me. But, February 27th, he posts about him getting an early pre-launch code so that he can show Monster Hunter live. You go to his Twitch. His Twitch is 2.9k followers. But he has nothing posted on his homepage. Some of the basic boilerplate stuff in the about. I don't think anybody ever uses this schedule feature on Twitch. Videos, and then his chat. Just blanket, play well, and that's it. If you look into his videos, by default, you can see nothing. No videos presented, no highlights, no clips, No uploads, no nothing. It's just blanket. So already off the back of this, I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? This does not look like a content creator to me. So, this one touches a nerve because this was a OG blue check before Elon. See, you did post on this because I saw this because of you, Bloodia. He then says, let me tell you, they did some work with OBT and Wilds. Charge Blade feels different and good. Small but important micro tweaks. Charge Blade mains will tell the difference. And then he eventually launches on March 7th into Death Spiral. Streaming is over. It is no longer financially sustainable. I don't break even on the internet, so this is the end. I will do one last stream and then shut it all down, go back to where I started, which is Shovel Knight. It's not a case of it being unobtainable. It's that nobody wants to pay for it. Not even a fraction of the people that showed up. I had exactly 2 people who gave every single month. That came out to $20. Internet bill is $200. Barely 10% of what I need. Final stream is up. It's not like anybody can read this anyways. Stream costs $3,000 a year in a minimum, $2,400 in internet costs for sufficient internet speed, $600 for hardware and games, as a sliding scale depending on the year. If I don't get that, I can't stream. Simple as. What is there to write about doing things? Nobody reads what I write, nobody listens to my content, nobody picks this, blah 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 blah, woe is me, woe is me, woe is me, woe is me. Before you ask about collabs, no one has reached out to me in a decade. Not once. There have been 0 opportunities put to me. If there had been, I would have taken them. But no, I sat here and suffered in silence. I asked my wife for help because there are things I don't know how to do. She literally worked in finance for 14 years at a multinational banking company. I asked her for help for years. She refused to help because it isn't her problem, because my problems aren't her problems. I'd ask her to...
Divorce.
I'd ask her to at least show up and interact with streams to get people talking and interacting and help engage. She stays for 2 to 3 minutes and then leaves. You may think that I'm exaggerating. I assure you that I am not. And then the one that I retweeted, let me break it down. Streams don't exist and thrive on vibes. Imagine being a waiter, being a waitress and working a 12-hour shift 6 to 7 days a week. Now you're talking my language. You receive no salaries from the house, no benefits, and everyone is aware of this. You have a smile on your face constantly. You attend to customers as fast and as well as you can. They don't tip you. The amount here is not to make money. This is the amount just to be able to do it. Okay, let's start back here with unattainable numbers. We have told people for years that this is the worst time and the best time to get into content creation, because the thing that people want are consistent content creators. It's not start up a channel and think you're gonna blow up and go viral the next day that you started. It is be consistent. Make content frequently. We don't care if it's posts on Twitter. We don't care if it's posts to your Substack linked to your Twitter. We don't care if it is posts from your Discord linked to your YouTube and your Twitch and your Kick and your TikTok and all your other publication sources and your multimedia platform sources. Make something and do it with some regularity so that people can get into a rotation and cycle about your work. There is no way that a person who is partnered with Capcom, or maybe it is that way and that's how bad it is now, can be a part of a company as a brand ambassador and you are not able to make money doing the thing that you're doing. There is no fucking way that's the case. I do not believe that this person is a serious content creator. I don't know if he's your personal favorite, Bloodia. You'd have to come in here and tell me context. Because Lord knows I can't find out from his tweets. Whatever he's talking about, he talks in cryptics.
To me, it sounds like somebody who isn't willing to put in the effort as a full-time creator, but also is not willing to go get a job to subsidize until he is making that kind of income as a to be a full-time streamer or content creator. You don't do this. The way he's going about it is fucking dumb. I'm sorry, Bloodia. This guy's an idiot. There's a reason that people, even Nicholas DiOrio, have a full-time job, because they know for a fact that yes, you can make money off of this, but it is so volatile. You can't rely on it solely unless you have millions of subs, millions of followers that will consistently follow you and do all of the stuff to donate to you. You can't.
Oh no. Here's my answer to this. Right. I took it a little bit. It's that initial shock reaction where you have to think about it. When you're a little bit outside of that wave, it does get to you. Because I'll be honest, Oliver he's one of the OG boys from like Gamergate. Like this is like not your shield time. Way back in the day, he had a lot of pull and reach. Way back, he was one of the most positive people that we had in the circle at the time, right? So because he was kind of that guy who was like the captain of the positivity squad, he hits different. Everybody sitting around in these little discords doing gay ops. There's a big difference between him and them and Oliver. So now you fast forward a couple of years, this guy's gone through a whole bunch of stuff, and I'll be honest, he's been on my periphery for a while. He's the Monster Hunter guy as far as I can tell you, and love the guy to death. So I catch that post because his posts have been basically getting like mollywopped in the algorithm for a while. And he does a lot of streams late at night. It doesn't do him any justice, which is really hurting his ability to move. But he doesn't see it that way. He takes it from an emotional standpoint. And again, when he said everything's funded, I'm good to go again, that's what touched a nerve like, hold the fuck up. No offense to anybody, but when you tell me that everything's funded, I'm good to go again. That makes me kind of wonder. Okay, so were you just reaching deep to get like people on board to like, fund this or?
That's what I said.
This was doom posting. Yeah. To get people's attention, and I don't know how to feel about that, considering that you've been one of the most positive guys in the spectrum that I've ever dealt with. As far as the collab stuff, people have kind of backed away from a lot of the old Gamergate people. Like, you got to understand your connection to that sunk a lot of your ships. It doesn't matter how nice you are. That shit is costing. That shit will burn your whole career down.
Sounds like he's not willing to grow or transform his content so that he remains relevant. That's what it sounds like. He's not willing to.
Here's the other thing. Like, you were an OG blue checkmark, so you had a lot more range. And I know Elon has set things up to make it so that if you are not a blue checkmark, it makes it a little bit harder to get that kind of attention. But if you just dump garbage on your timeline, people aren't going to pay attention to you. You got to have something engaging. When I get engaging and I start to really just like hammer down on stuff, or if I get excited about things and I really go hard in the paint, yeah, the engagement starts to go up. And you start to get a lot of traction and movement. I feel like if you haven't noticed, like the engagement starts to kick up after the final stream here. If you follow the groundwork that he's laid, this is the last time I'm streaming. I'm quitting after this. I'm not doing anything else after this. I'm gone.
It's kind of gross. I'm not gonna lie.
And then the engagement starts to slowly but surely kick up because people like myself have been retweeting him because he doesn't get that kind of interest. And then he goes back to posting this type of stuff.
I don't know what this AI shit is. I don't care.
I don't know. I have no idea what any of that is. Like, I just saw it. I'm wondering if he's been... with shit like this, it makes me wonder if he's been hacked. I mean, just like Comic Lover Mari and a couple of other people in the spectrum, they've been hacked and shit. Yeah. But then I know it's him because, when he posts shit about, damn it, what's the name of the game? I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Is it Oakmont?
No. The one that you just had up a second ago with the Cooper Libres and shit. It's a game that he's very, very, very engrossed in. That he's known for, so that I know it's him.
Is it this one that features this redhead figure?
Go up just a little bit higher. Keep going.
Because I'm pretty sure that's Persona.
No, that one right there in the middle. That one, yeah, no, that's another Square Enix game or Atlas game. So yeah, I knew it was him the moment I saw that. I was like, okay, so why are you just dumping stuff here? Like, you have to have some type of like consistency here. You can't just dump shit. I love the guy to death, and I'm not talking shit about him, because I mean, this guy's been a ride for a long time. He actually got me into doing consistent content. But when you have an emotional breakdown like that, and then all of a sudden you just Jenny spin this all right back up, it makes me worry. That and you're just kind of venting out over here, and like, when my wife comes to my streams and only hangs out for 2 minutes, it's like, okay.
Your wife
okay.
is not obligated to do that.
Right.
Like, she's got a life too.
I get it. Like, you're expecting people to want to just like hang out and like be a part of everything, but you gotta, number one, you can't do shit super late at night. Like, Carl, you do streams during the day. Your stream numbers during the day are more consistent than your streams late at night, correct?
Yeah, but I see, I have insomnia, so I have streams that I plan out, and I also have the streams where anybody can come through that chat room and catch me at any time. So I'm an anomaly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But, you know, the ones you have planned are usually more consistent. They have more consistent numbers. If you're just doing, like, random streams at 10 o'clock at night or 2 in the morning, like, that shit's not going to pop off. Like, I've been to some of his streams, and again, great atmosphere, fun time, but... dude, it's like 3 in the morning. It's like you're streaming at like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning to 5 in the morning. Like, dude, you're not gonna get a consistent view watcher. And the people that would be consistent, no.
Like, there's an analogy that we once got in the workshop class in voice acting mastery about the triangle of content creation: hardware, availability, and talent. You cannot make money as a voice actor or as any type of talent on a project if you are never available to turn in the work. Because I'm going to go with the person who has the shitty setup, even if you have a $6,000 suite that you could deliver the crispest, sweetest yeses on, nonstop. And content creation for streaming works on a similar vector. But when you start getting to the matrices of setting up content between videos and live streams, it starts to mesh and have a little bit of some overcast. The way that I understand it for Twitch is that the problem with a Twitch audience is that when you understand the algorithm's desire to keep people on the platform and the audience tendency to only click on the streams that have the highest viewers, the biggest problem with people's desire of streaming consistently is that they need audience feedback. So I'm a very big person when it comes to audio-visual feedback, that I can see an effort and I can see an improvement in engagement. So analytics is almost everything. For my numbers, I know that my way of streaming is an anomaly because I plan content and I also just stream whenever there is nothing for me to do. If I do not have editing to do, if there is not a particular event that I have planned on a specific day, that I planned at a specific time, specifically so that the rest of my schedule can be open and flexible for all the other things I have to work off. And it was like this while I had a job, and it's been like this since I've been working from home. Everything that I do will be spun on a dime based on that open flexibility. So if I plan a live stream, like Versus Chats, on a specific time or a specific day, and it requires a person to be locked in. Like, I cannot do this job or I cannot do this particular thing unless this person is here. So when I had pledges for Subscribestar that asked to have content produced, or I had pledges from not OnlyFans, from Kofi.
Call OnlyFans? What?
No.
Oh, no.
No.
I don't know if Carl would be okay with that.
That's from the premium tier subscribers.
You gotta pay. That's the diamond tier, boys.
That's what Insomnia Carl does when he's tired of Business Carl making him edit constantly in the middle of the goddamn night. $100 for home, boys. $200 for feet.
It's just Carl with a camera on, editing videos, saying, "Watch black man get fucked."
That actually is a joke in of itself. It's like, this is what happens when I'm not live. The crazy shit that you miss when Carl's no longer on the screen. Anyways,
But I felt bad for him in the long run, because again, he's been in and out of my algorithm because again, I just cannot. He's not consistent, and when it's AI slop, dude, I'm not paying attention to that. Look, no offense, I love the guy to death, but you gotta engage me. If you're talking, and here's the other thing, that people don't seem to understand about being a streamer versus being a content creator, as far as like with the YouTube spectrum. That is playing content, you're building, you create a product, you set it down on the table, and it's to be consumed. When you're doing live streams, interaction can come and go as it pleases. There are people who are going to check in and just like see what you're doing. But if, for the most part, you can't expect, like, if your metric is money or views, you have to understand that, like, you have to give a consistent product. Like, that's the thing. You can't just pop up. I know that shit for a fact. I mean, I've got a whole VTuber brand that I just pop up whenever I feel like it, because the money was never a conversation to me. It's just something I do just for fuck arounds, and I have fun doing it for about a week or two. Then I just disappear like, you know, like a black father. You know, I went to go get milk and cigs, and I'll be back.
So, like, on those metrics, for my own creation content and for my own monetization stream, the money is not the motivation. The money is a response factor that I use to gauge whether or not there's something wrong going on. Because usually when people want to let you know, they're going to be vindictive with money, and then they're going to tell you. Or they won't tell you, and you'll have to look at your monetary source as a reflection of it. In this case, money usually was people actively talking and telling me that they were doing something. So on that, I understand, because that's why I've been pushing for engagement the way that I have, with active participation. But I'm not talking about the active participation of, I have to actively see you day to day, and if you're not always there 100% of the time, then I'll start hyperventilating because I'm scared and it's scary. I'm talking about people that I can recognize consume the work wherever and however they consume it. Because I've been watching a lot of Raffle, it has only come to my knowledge that he has actually the exact same amount of time of experience that I have in Blatro. So, with watching how he conducts himself and how he gets one guided by his own Twitch chat, the type of engagement that I'm talking about is the set idea of a culture that isn't transient. The way that people watch my content is not, they watch me when they were a kid, and then they grew up, and then they became an adult, and they watch me as an adult, but they watch me less now because they can't do it. It's not so much that you need to make me central to the idea and consumption of your brand identity, as is the way that all content creators must function, as a material requirement of our job position. This is more the entertainer side of things. We wear 4 hats, in my opinion, and I'll explain, but let me finish my sentence before I even do that. We have to have a mental identity for ourselves, which is why when I said I have to look at myself outside of myself as a cosmic entity living in the third person, this is what I was talking about. Before, I basically did not have a head to understand what I was doing and where I was. So I had to function with the understanding of my neon demon. By that I mean, I didn't think of myself as a content creator. I thought of myself as a guy with a live stream and a guy with a YouTube channel. So I didn't care about all of the minutia of content creation that started with, chatting to people offline. Because if they want to talk to me, they know where to find me. I don't see why I would need to have this, and need to have that, and need to have this, and need to have that. But the problem is that the transient culture of Twitch belies and betrays the desire of a content creator to grow a stable audience. So we then have to have something more stable to fall back on for people to become a part of. So, over time, I would start to look more and more into having archives for VOD things that I did not need to have on my main channel, and tried to treat YouTube as though it was going to be corporate. But at the same time, as people can see by just looking at how I used to use this account, my YouTube channel used to be a lot more personal with just vlog-style stuff. Because I was at a very transient point in my life, where there were multiple things that I was a part of, but I never really felt like I belonged to anything. And then as I started creating a live stream, and just streaming regularly, playing a video game obsessively for hours on end, that was the culture. Doing an 8 to 16 hour marathon of a video game and live streaming yourself doing it and just talking to people as it goes on. The idea was that you would eventually pick up an audience because someone's going to read your chat because they don't want the chat to be bored, and they don't want them to become bored not watching the same thing they were watching. So if you're in a category with a game that has less people in it, you are naturally going to be in that category. Would you rather be the guy that's in spot position ranked 10 in a category with 15 other streamers, and because the way that it listed on your page, it only has 5 bars with 5 bars each. So you've got yourself in position 15. A streamer in that category stops streaming the game. They've got multi-million people, and they look in the category to see, hey, I want them to keep playing the same thing that I was just playing for them as a watcher. Let me send them to the person who has literally nothing for them going on, or seemingly just needs to have like a spark picked in their day. Click on the person's channel before I raid, watch their content for a little bit, see if I like the vibe and the culture of what they're doing, and like a solicitator. This is why his idea there of you're a waiter at a store or in a restaurant and you're just smiling and waving and hoping somebody decides to give you the patronage of their business kind of pissed me off, having then learned about that after Horror told me about it, because that's not at all how the fuck we look at ourselves. Really, the way that we as broadcasters perform, because there's 4 hats we wear. We are platforms, we are broadcasters, we are entertainers, and we are administrators. The administrator is the same person who runs the business, so removing that out of the way, that's basically an HR rep. That's all the you need to do what I say, not because I asked you to, but because you're literally destroying my job type shit. So you own the store, you man the store, you staff the store, and you are also the physical building of the store. When we broadcast as live streamers on Twitch, since this is the platform that he streams to, the attitude and the nature of the current culture of Twitch is the most caustic it has ever been for platforming. Not even to address the people like in Damian TV who are actively constantly bragging about, why don't you be like Kai Cenat? Why don't you be like Kai Cenat? Why don't you be like Kai Cenat? So you hoes just be complaining all the time. You're not like Kai Cenat. Kai Cenat would never do that. Kai Cenat would never lose that content. And the reason I say that is because they are an entire brand separate from the rest of us normal people. They are not normal people. They will never be affected by the rules that affect other broadcasters. That has always been the rule. And the fact that most of the people constantly use Twitch as the bottom bargain bin example of what they think broadcasting is the reason why nobody sees eye to eye in that sense of the culture. However, the other sense of that culture comes in when you start hearing him with his analogy about how you need to conduct business as a waiter working a 12-hour shift. He wants to make it the most grueling thing he can imagine, and he wanted to end that off with, they don't tip you. Realistically, the way that we get tipped as creators doesn't reflect the same. So, on Twitch, not even accounting for YouTube, on Twitch, because the metric and the attitude and the culture, I wouldn't say that it's a culture, but I have to use that word because that's how they behave. They define themselves as this culture. You'll see it every time you look at a live stream fail clip. You'll see it every time you see a streamer complain about Reddit and about live stream fails in general and LSF in general in their chat rooms while they're talking, as well as in the comment section. We've seen and I've read the comments concerning them with people like that of One True King and NMP and Extra Emily and all the other people who are basically orbiters of Asmongold, or orbiters of OTK because they're orbiters of Ludwig, Huey Cinderella, and Miskiff, or Soda Poppin' even. All of them see metrics and money as the end goal. So, to really stamp it in, let's go to a different view, and let me show you what my current metrics for Twitch look like on Solely Gnome. We did this before on the This Is Why Video Games Cost $70 versus chat. We were roasting the fuck out of the black guy that was trying to defend Indiana Black. But let's look at this number again, because I know I have not been doing it as frequently as I normally can because of the fucking disconnections. I'm actually happy there hasn't been a disconnection today, and now that I said that, I've jinxed myself, and it's gonna happen now.
Yeah, you just.
It's gonna happen now. You just fucked yourself.
Yes, you did.
But
You're fucked.
Looking at the metrics right now on this platform, based on how I know they think and they behave. Hello? What the fuck is my Solely Gnome? Oh, single espresso. Whatever. That is not what I typed in game. Single player Carl. Thank you. There's my face. So, looking back at the metrics for 365 days, I have these metrics. These are not good metrics in the terms of, is this channel active? Is this channel alive? Is this channel dead? But based on the metrics that I posted at the time, those metrics made a lot more sense compared to these ones. For this one, you can clearly see that the channel is being used, but you can't say that this channel is popular. And I don't care about that. Popularity is not my particular goal. By that I mean, being popular to the type of chatters that I dislike is not my goal. Average of 1 viewer, 521 hours watched, down from 45.4%, which is a loss of 433 hours, because I've been doing more YouTube content, and I've been tying YouTube into Twitter more often than not. So, shout out to my motherfuckers on Twitter. There are currently 41 people watching us here, which is probably double the number of what I last saw when I looked at YouTube, which was 12 people here. Our peak this stream was 14 viewers. In terms of the numbers that you'd think about, you'd hear somebody say, bro, I'm having problems with this. Bro, I'm having problems with that. Bro, I'm having problems with this. Bro, I'm having problems with that. And they're gonna think, well, you're fucking schizo. What are you even talking about, bro? Get your money up, bro. Get your money up, bro. You don't even have room to talk, bro. Bro, why are you even running your lips? But this is the reason why Twitch is cooked, you see. People who don't broadcast think that they know what the culture is. They're used to being the chatter that says, I'm not the one that the streamer's talking about. I'm beloved. They were me when I was inside of the chat room of DM Brandon. They thought, as long as I'm in the chat and I'm one of the many people in the line that keeps moving quickly, that means I belong. I belong here. People who don't understand us, their opinions don't matter. But in actual view, for the most watched we had of work, that was January 23rd on Thursday. I don't remember what I was doing on Thursday, but we had 11 average viewers there. More often than not, whenever I'm streaming, no matter what type of stream it is, whether it be games or it's streams, the consistent view within the last 365 days, almost always on those channels and on those streams, from the majority of the stream stats that are saved by the API on Solinome, has been 1 average viewer. With a peak average of sometimes 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, 4 people, 145 on that stream I just called out, 4 people, 5 people, 3 people, 3 people. So the chat room is transient. There are people who come in, they stick their head in, they saw me in the bottom category because the way that it lists it goes from default, the highest to lowest, and then the people who actually are sub to me, they're looking at the view there. There are people who are watching from YouTube because they wanted to see on this, but they have since switched because really, the reason why that's fucked up as is because all of those people that are watching, they are not subbed. So they're constantly being hit by the ad blocker system. They're constantly being served ads that I'm not serving to them by Twitch because Twitch would rather protect Hassan Piker than manage the fucking website as normal. Mm-hmm. Even if I turn off the necessary need for it, they will serve you ads, and I have no say in it because they are conglomerizing the site. So based on the numbers that I know that are there and are actually representative of my actual goal, my goals for my long-term stats based on what I care about, the best relevancy for that material, that's all you know, don't do this to me. Don't make me verify something. The consistent numbers that are there, that are consistent to me, that are concerning to me, based on what it shows from the last 365 days, just going by average viewers or by stream length, the ones that have streams that are in excess of 17, 16 hours, we'll have at best peak viewers of from here to here. The time in which I actually gained the most followers was actually from playing Once Human, which was the goal of what I wanted with that game. We will return to it in the future, just not at this time. Because the actual metric to show growth is not just subs, it is followers. People have to know that you're live in order for them to watch you. Assuming that you have a consistent schedule, that doesn't even promise that they stay there. So, in his analogy, when he talks about businesses, imagine that you work a 12-hour shift, 6 to 7 days a week. You don't receive a salary from the house, no benefits, and everyone's aware that you do not receive this. That's just the nature of being a Twitch streamer. Every single streamer is like every other streamer. You're all a part of the exact same cycle. No matter how big or how relevant you think you are. And now comes the screen inception. No matter how big or how important you think you are, every single one of us is a number in this metric on this website. Because not accounting for the lurkers, I salute you, Alex, you cannot know the time or the day or the hour, because it doesn't even update live while it happens. For the categories that are the most popular, which is people just talking constantly, you are never, ever going to be noticed because of this system. And based on recommendations, it will still try to show you people. There are at least, at minimum, 1,000 viewers. Because when I click recommended by you versus high or low, it doesn't seem like it changes. So, in your view, in the philosophy of complaining about those numbers on the metrics that he is concerned with, when Oliver tries to say that it's not about making money, it's just about having the ability to do the job, you would already be working a stable job and playing it as a hobby to begin with. Because you wouldn't have fully invested until you were able to convert to begin with anyways. Then he uses the analogy of being a service worker. And Lord knows Carl loves him some marathon streams. But even when it comes down to just as a Twitch streamer, doing that is actually not conducive to you anymore. That's 2004 tactics. You can't marathon anymore. If you intend to marathon, then you have to be happy to just take what you get. If I have one chatter, I will do anything I can to play off that one chatter. Because audience reaction is not the same thing as audience engagement. And I care more about the fact that the chat's paying attention. Now, I'm me, so I talk a lot. People can get lost. So I have to audio-visually stimulate you with something other than Subway Surfers. This is why I started making sure to put Obsidian on the screen, and whenever Obsidian is not there, making sure that people are engaged with what I'm talking about. Also using things... Also using things to keep myself engaged. Now we're 8 minutes past. Well, there will be another giveaway in a few seconds. I just need to go turn on the crock pot really quick. I'll be right back, but let me finish my sentence first. And you guys can talk amongst yourself while I'm gone. And you can fill me back in when I come back. But, the name of the game on Twitch is not to be the biggest, loudest, most annoying nuisance streamer. Because I can tell you right now, if the metric is Kai Cenat, you're going to produce a generation of nuisance streamers. And none of us are ever going to get to go to visit a country ever again. They're going to turn on Twitch. They're going to see who's visiting the country. They're going to see who's the loudest mouth person. And they're going to ask questions to see if they even are being listened to. When they get ignored, they're going to check off a list in their head and they're never going back to your channel again. Now, it's already broken because of the politics of Twitch. But if the metric is, I am a service worker, I stream 12 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week, on the same schedule, I have the same regulars, and I see the same regulars and they don't support my work, I understand why you would probably want to pull a Bad Bunny. But here's the problem. Where's Kira Chats? She's gone. Why is Kira Chats gone? Well, we all know about Kira Chats. What do I mean by that? $5 a month! That's all that is. If you start bitching at your supporters, saying that they're not paying money to you, this is why I said I would rather people access the content and be able to learn about the culture of the content, rather than being forced to pay to have access to the culture. Because most people on Twitch, what was the old fucking catchba? I forget how it goes. Free internet, free entertainment, stolen Wi-Fi, something. Basically, Twitch doesn't pay for shit. They pay at most for Amazon Prime so that they can be able to have their one-day shipping and also be able to get Twitch Prime for free. They're paying for your sub with Twitch sub. They're using Twitch Prime to get platform codes for other platforms, like, what the fuck is it called? I can't remember the name of it. Prime Gaming. They've renamed it so many times. This thing has switched over hands multiple times. It used to be Curse Voice, then it became Twitch after they bought out Curse. They are watching you on multiple monitors. They're watching your chat not to be a part of the conversation, but so that when something crazy happens in your chat room, they can alt-tab, go to Reddit, and post about it on LSF if they're not Redditors in your chat room, then they're hate watchers, and they're hate watching you to keep you involved with your work with other people, not so that they can support your work, but so that they can talk shit about your work, if not literally benefit off your work for yourself. They don't even put your content on the screen. They will steal your work, they will talk shit about you, and then they will clip chimp your opinion so that they can make you look like you are retarded. Then when you confront them, they will not do any effort to correct the record unless you can press them in some way where you can leverage financial value over their heads. So they act like size queens by intention. All of these metrics basically mean you don't need to look at it as, oh, I'm a waitress and I'm a worker that's working 12-hour shift at a fucking company. Like, say, let's use Waffle House as the example, because Waffle House is what came to my head right now. You're not a service worker working in a restaurant. You are one of 50 billion different waiters and waitresses. They call them technically salespeople now. You are one of several billion different servers. And there is a server who has a section that is who is more loved, more favored, and more tried than you. The first unique time that you get a new person into your chat, you are so nervous that you're gonna put them off that those that are inherently going to fuck with you will look for an excuse to fuck with you. And if you react in a way that gives them the ick, they will go back to the section of the server that they would rather be served by. And they will permanently talk shit about you. Even if, for you, in that moment, you were having a bad day, something really bad might have happened, or you're trying to bend and grayer through it, you're not putting it on anybody, you will still be judged for actions that are not your fault. And dealing with that, while also being told by the popular server, bro, why don't you just be yourself? And they're rewarded for doing bad behavior that has led to an attitude of a bad culture of patron. That is what's happening at Twitch. For years, they have been running it into the fucking gutter. And so, with ads alone, imagine every single time that you sit someone in your section, every 15 minutes to 45 minutes, somebody walks up to your table and bangs on the table with a metal baseball bat. That is caustic to any environment where a person is even attempting to learn to be a broadcaster. That's why collaboration meta was the meta for years. And then all of those streamers that used to not cross over with each other started becoming a part of multi-channel networks. And we have never had a chance since. Because now all the servers that were already popular in a section combined all their sections. So you're off in the corner of the website, and they're off in the front of the website, and they're like, bro, what do you mean Twitch is shit? It's popping over here! But everybody else who's been banished to the you're not popular enough corner, we don't care about you corner, whenever they're monetizing a new trend, you're over there thinking, well, I'm clearly not allowed to do that. And then somebody from your side says, hey, yo, I want to go try and do that. And you're like, better not do that. You better not do that. And then they get banned. They try to do what they do, they get punished for it. I've seen girls that wanted to be an e-girl, try to be an e-girl, not want to be an e-girl, and wash out because they were dictated by the audience they were trying to sell them to, that they were not hot enough. I've watched e-girls simply crash out entirely because attention cycle. They can't get the feedback loop of the validation of the attention to prove that they're growing. I've watched e-girls, a lot of these examples are women because god damn it, I've watched this and I've watched the industry chew up and spit out a lot of people that started out starry-eyed and happy and not just end up like Celeste Vega, but probably the worst that you could do, which would be considered irrelevant or crazy or weird. I've watched women be slandered because they weren't meeting the standard of some random chatter and get one guy into oblivion because that one person then brought his friends to then remind them that they're not, they don't belong here. And so on, and so on, and so on. And his content cycle, for how he behaves, he would never grow doing this. And it's probably the first wake-up sign for a lot of streamers to realize that this doesn't work for live streams. Like, 2008, 2014 was the maximum that this strategy could work. But even then, it was still by favoritism. Now, where you have Elon Musk controlling your relevancy, when he decides that the way that you behave dictates your relevancy and whether or not you get views, he's controlling the algorithm to make it so that you are at fault for your people engaging in your content. If they don't interact with your work, it's targeted as not worthy and it's shadow banned. You don't pay for Twitter, so you already don't get reply boost to begin with anyways. You have content, what was that new fucking system he implemented? Your content does not spark joy. It doesn't bring people to revisit your work. It's thus considered a nuisance and then it's removed. The exact same method that people go about on Twitter, selecting for the news and biases that they listen to, is the same way that they select for the Twitch streamers that they watch. They just literally, they watch 1 to 5 people, and all of those 1 to 5 people are like on a same connective content source. They don't go anywhere for anything else. And when they are tabbed out in the second monitor, looking at other potential new things, it's only in relevance to the things that they want to talk about. And I know that that is annoying. So, as I go to turn on this crockpot, y'all deliberate on that and let me know what you come up with.
Okay. So, I guess the question is, based on, you know, some of the stuff that you've seen of Oliver post, Hellfire, what were your thoughts, just out of curiosity? Because
he was bitching and complaining because he wasn't getting the attention that he wanted. He made dumb decisions and backed something that's not working and didn't decide to actually put any effort into anything. And so he doom scrolled to try to get the people that did have some sort of fondness for him to respond.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Most of this shit I didn't even see because I took a break off of Twitter because I'm like, bro, what is this? Like, at some point, I'm gonna say this as a statement of fact. I've been a streamer since Justin TV. It's been a very long time. I know Oliver has been a streamer for probably just about as long. The live stream game has changed over the last 20 years.
Sure.
It's never stayed the same. Even like with like some of the content ranges, it always change. Like what people are willing to engage with, what the new meta is, all that shit. Like we see it with e-girls. They go through phases, right? Mm-hmm. You know, we went through like squeezing your tits together and playing a video game, vastly small in the corner, to like you're basically lubed up like a pig, sitting over like glass chairs and shit, right?
Yep.
That shit constantly evolves. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm saying, I agree with you.
So, here's the thing. You're a Monster Hunter streamer, right? Here's the problem with Monster Hunter. It's become mainstream. Like, that shit is major mainstream. Like, you've got, like, large content creators picking that up as part of the content cycle. So, who am I going to watch as a virgin viewer?
Yeah.
You know, someone who has 1,600 viewers and the chat's moving? Or am I going to watch somebody who is, let's just be honest here, got 10 viewers and the chat is like stalled?
Yep.
You're not offering anything, but yet you're complaining about the fact that like, the statement about like what it costs, that seemed like some, I'm going to be fair here and just be real. That's some DSP level shit.
It is.
This internet, it costs like this? And it's like, bro, but you use the internet for everything.
Why don't you have another job? Why aren't you subsidizing your income somehow? Why are you relying on your wife?
My thing is that here's the other conversation, right? So he was an author at one point. Again, I don't know what he's working on because again, I've only kept up because again, I just came back from La La Land hanging out with the weird VTuber communities, and I've been over there hiding out, reading through their crazy. So I haven't been back on my own. So this is like me prime going back and being like, what the hell's going on over here?
Yep.
But yes, I mean, Alex Dragoon does make a very interesting point. Yeah, a lot of people go to smaller streamers because they're willing to engage with the audience a lot more, which is why a lot of people go there. But if you're sitting here having a collective meltdown on Twitter about how much your internet costs, how much games cost, bro, you were gonna play those games anyway, right? You were gonna use that internet anyway, right? You were going to do all these things that you were going to automatically already do to begin with. So that already took that out of the equation for me. I buy games every month. So you mean to tell me you were only like buying this shit for stream? That means that you don't have any interest in this stuff.
Nope.
So why would I worry about how you're feeling about this when you're not really like, again, I don't know if this is your real personality underneath it all. This is just you having a meltdown. What? And if you're struggling or feeling some type of way about the outcomes of things, you haven't really changed the content cycle. Dude, Hellfire, you stream, and I watch your streams. I sub to your channel to watch your streams. You talk about shit that I have never heard of that's purely fucking insane.
It is. I love it. That's why I like it, because it's so different from everything else that I'm usually around. It's like a breath of fresh air.
Now, some of it, I will be honest with you, it aligns with me because I'm a big purveyor of like weird internet lore. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, the blockhead people making the dude eat soup. You know,
yeah.
That one touches a nerve for me because I love that shit. That's the kind of stuff I get into, right?
Yeah.
Whereas you're a mainstream gaming streamer that does like gaming content as this kind. Don't get me wrong. When you do mainstream content and you're playing the same thing that everybody else is playing and it's mega popular, don't expect a massive bump. You got a week's head start.
Yep.
Like, you didn't pay for any of that. And my thing is like you're upset because you're not seeing yourself grow.
Yeah.
Rather than reach out, because this man had homies. He used to do streams with other content creators way back in the day.
Yeah.
I know guys that I know are still making content. They're still homies with him. He has not reached out to them that I'm aware of.
That's not surprising.
Those guys are barely, I mean, I'm not going to try to be mean because some of those guys are friends of mine. But they also are scraping by. They're not real. They've got other things going on in their lives. They've got full-time jobs. They're working. They're doing a whole bunch of other shit. So do I expect them to stream every day? No. My job, again, I'm the same way. I have a full-time job. I stream when I'm comfortable to stream. I tell people that very, very quickly. Hey, I'm in the middle of like big project shit, so I can't just like bust out a fucking 7-hour stream. When I was unemployed, I could do that shit. When I didn't have anything else going on, I could do that shit.
Yep.
I had time to run 2 brands and had pretty much a big pop-up. Went from 14 followers to like 100 in like less than a month.
Yeah.
But if you're sitting here hoping that if you build it, people will come, that's not going to happen. So the initial reaction was when he said he was going to quit was, damn, that's fucked up. And I wanted to put that out there. Yeah. And then seeing I didn't look at any of those subsequent tweets afterwards, but just seeing what he's posted afterwards, that kind of makes me feel like, so this was all an attempt to get people to align with what you wanted.
Yeah, I only found out that he was doing that because I saw that the day that it was posted was like the day before. And I was like, okay, well, what's happening now? And I went, oh, okay. And I left at that and I was like, you're a piece of shit. I'm not going to support you. I don't even know who you are to begin with, so...
I mean, the crazy thing is that he's had 14 years ahead of everybody else. Like, let's be honest.
Yep.
Gamergate was almost over 10 years ago? It's 11 now? Mm-hmm. So he gained a lot of popularity off of, what he was already doing. He was an OG checkmark back in the old days when you couldn't get a checkmark.
Yeah.
And he had a lot of popularity being a voice. But now that anybody can be a checkmark, you've lost a lot of that. Plus, you don't have a checkmark, so it's going to be hard for you to get the algorithmic reach that you would want to get these off the ground. Twitch is not going to help you. In fact, Twitch just changed. Isn't Twitch changing their algorithm, like the way, like the qualifications to get paid for streaming?
I think so.
that's the direction they're going into. Again, like Carl said, to subsidize Hassan Piker's fuck ups.
Yeah.
And to get who is it? Asmongold's second channel, to get that in the algorithm, so that way they can get paid off of it. Because Asmongold has a second channel that he does not monetize.
Yep.
And they want to get paid when he streams on that other monetized stream channel. So there's more fight now to become a streamer than there was like 6 months ago.
Yep.
The V2 boom of like 2020, everybody was trying to get partnered or at least get affiliate within the first 6 months of them going live. And then like I've gone back and seen people that I've seen stream like way back. They are still like the same numbers they were after the content push to get them up to like get them to affiliate or partner. Like I've seen partners with 16 viewers. Because that shit died off. That and the fact that some of their actions outside of the streams killed their shit.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, to Carl's point, you're not playing along with the algorithm here. You're doing everything in your own power because everything has changed around you to just not get on people's radar. Whether it's your streaming hours, whether it's your content of choice, whether it's your ability to entertain these people. You can't, again, just to take his entire thing, and hit me if I'm wrong here. Imagine being a waitress working 12-hour shift 6 to 7 days a week. Okay, well, let's do that. There are more attractive waitresses in that place. There are more engaging waitresses in that place. The seating has changed since you started working there. The way that the sections lay out have changed since you've been going there. The fun tables are the ones that everyone wants to sit next to. The ones that you're in your section, they're kind of stale. It seems a little more personable. People like that you're more personable. You'll come and sit down and hang out and talk to them a little more. But what do you offer that other people don't already?
Yep.
And time is passing you by, and you're not doing anything to flag down customers. You're not doing anything, but you're expecting a tip. You're expecting a paycheck.
It's entitlement. It's super entitlement, and it's a lack of care. You expect to not do your job and get paid for it.
Well, better answer. You expect to not do your job well. Why would you want to be a Shoney's waitress at 3 in the morning?
No.
If you're out during the daylight hours, I understand. People have shit to do. And there's a lot of live streamers that stream at night, and that's cool. I used to late night stream. I'd stream from 10 o'clock in the evening to about 2 o'clock in the morning. And that's a nice little ride for me, and I tell people right off the bat, hey, I never like to overstep my welcome. I appreciate everybody that came out. Look, I don't ask for donos. If you dono to me, that's cool. I appreciate it. But, you know, my content comes and goes with the weather, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They know that. I make sure to let them know that in advance. I put myself at a disadvantage. I didn't build a community other than just like Twitter shit. And if you're not willing to pay for Twitter Blue, if that's your only outreach and you don't have like a Discord or a place that people can commingle and meet up, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like Hellfire, you have a Discord. Carl has a Discord. People are in the Discord. They're engaged in the Discord. They talk in the Discord. They move around in the Discord. You know, it may not be the fastest Discord. It may not be the craziest Discord.
No.
But people are engaging. They know where to find you.
Yeah.
If your whole platform is Twitter Blue to Twitch conversion, which you can look at your you can actually look at your metrics and see where your viewers are coming from.
Yeah.
If you're seeing that most of your viewers are coming from Twitter, why would you not invest the $8 Renos?
Yeah.
Why would you not engage to put the $8 Renos? Why are you not co-streaming on like Kick or putting it on Twitter or whatever? Why? If you have that many if you have that many people following you, it's insane that you wouldn't monetize that.
One word: laziness.
I'll get. You know what? Just because you brought that up, it reminds me of that fucking YouTube. It's the DSP analogy all over again. And Carl, you're back, so stop me when I'm wrong. This is the DSP analogy where PewDiePie and everybody else just circumnavigated right past his level. He was the first man out of the gate, but everybody passed him by. Why? Because DSP refused to go anywhere further into the capture card world. He's still pointing the camera at shit. The quality is bad. And I'm not saying that Oliver's quality is bad, because he's invested money into it. He's got a pretty amazing setup. It's not a bad setup, but it doesn't matter. If you don't have the people, you're not going to get the tips. And if you don't have the tips, if that's the only thing that's the barrier to being interested in doing this, then you're doing it all wrong. Either you're doing it to be an entertainer first, or don't do it at all.
There are two things. My mouth is full of...
Oh no, I saw you. I was giving. That's why I kept filibustering for a second. You're good.
Okay. So, damn, that's a lot of money, Jack. I'm happy for you. That's not the first thing. But Jessica Girl's quitting her job as a manager. She's not going to be working 7-day shifts anymore.
That's good shit.
She has a job lined up that's going to be starting her at $19.46 an hour.
Nice.
Oh, that's real good.
Friday to Monday, 36-hour shifts, or 36-hour work schedule.
That's not bad.
Super bueno. But
Extremely.
technically it's three things. So three things. Number one, when Alex Dragoon says he hates Kick, I don't like how the platform is run, I need you to understand with all seriousness, Twitch and Kick are the exact same place. Kick is where the streamers that have been banned off of Twitch go. And because that is how it has been since Kick became relevant after the death of Mixer, where they demonstrated that there is a desire for an alternative platform to watch content creators, but the people who went to the alternative platform first were people like Ice Poseidon. That is why that place has the representation it does. The only reason I have not been... Yeah. The only reason...
Oh, no, I was going to say, it's OF to Fansly, basically. They're the same thing.
It's more like Kick is willing to be more lenient to actually allowing the culture that used to be in Twitch to now be here, because Twitch's culture has become a culture. It has become a corporate culture.
True.
However, I can dig down on that. So, the problem with Kick, as it has been since its infancy to its current maturity, is that Kick allows for certain types of behavior that on Twitch would be an automatic ban from the very clearly politically diatribe support team. They do not like people who are not left-leaning. They do not want to support people who are not left-leaning. So a lot of your opportunities that Oliver would want to look for, the analogy was used as a restaurant, but opportunities for training, opportunities for promotion, opportunities for collaboration, opportunities to be the lead server, these are all transitory based on whether or not you have the right politics on Twitch. So when someone in 2014 Twitch said, bro, why are you complaining? Why are you bitching? Why are you whining? Get your money up. Get your bread up. That was the Sigma hustle grind set. You ain't got time to complain. You got time to fucking stream. If you got time to whine, you got time to shine. So wake up, bitch, and it's time to grind. However, when Twitch became more culture, they became more corporate, and then over time became more political, the desire for Kick to grow came out of the necessity that streamers like Trainwreck saw the writing on the wall. Because even though his...
Going for some reason, by the way. Somebody's got you echoing.
I don't know who it is. That's been happening for a bit. I think it might be... Well, actually, I don't know who it is. Maybe. Ever...
Yeah, it is Bloodia.
Yeah, it is you, Bloodia. It's fine. Ever since that changeover of the culture, when his very famous rant about the style of the website being as it is became more of a transitory value. The attitude and the culture of Twitch became transitory because all of the people that were the most frequent users of Twitch themselves stopped supporting Twitch. Because I'm going to tell you all another secret. The modern audience, hashtag #TradeScore_, that they keep saying that they're trying to make things for in the main modern game industry, it's Twitch. They're trying to make video games for Twitch. They're trying to make video games to tie in to the drop system, to keep people watching on Twitch. They're making video games that can be discussed by big streamers that will put multiple eyes in front of the game, playing the gameplay in the way that they want to try and monetize people like Maximilian Dude, or people like Oni Plays, even though I'm pretty sure Oni only ever uses YouTube ever, on Twitch. They want the big stream people, who are also the big figure people, who are also the big industry people, that go to every TwitchCon, that are in part of every workshop meeting, that are with a liaison agent that happens to work on the inside culture of the website, who they are on the do not ban list of streamers. You must contact us before we litigate anything. They want to make things for that platform. That's why all the games are gray slop, because then they can be played faster. For the same reason that a game journalist wants games to have the materials and the levers of power or depowering so that they can be able to spam out an article and dominate SEO, they want them to dominate SEO on Twitch. They have always been doing this. It has always been the intention. And the reason why was way before Twitch Prime became linked to an Amazon account. Because it's supposed to be the hub for gamers. So when people went to Kick, they wanted to see if they could bring the original Twitch culture back with them. And the original Twitch culture is not, I run and go tell shit that I saw on stream to Reddit. It was, I saw what I just saw, and I'm gonna go run and tell my friends. Bro, get online, get on single player Carl's like dicking on a nigga right now. Nick, you gotta wake up, wake up, wake up! He is making fun of a hoodweeb right now! There is no urgency, and there is no immediate zeitgeist air about Twitch anymore. You either turn on the stream, or rather you click the tab to see if one of your favorite streamers are watching, and if they are not live, and if they are not that type of bitch that hides their content behind the paywall so that you have to be subbed to them to watch their content, you watch their VOD. The first group that was responsible for this was League of Legends. It's what we call trapped streamers, because they're hostages. They can't play any other game. Because the biggest problem of why there's a transitory nature on Twitch is that sometimes if I'm watching a Twitch content creator, I'm not watching them for their old school RuneScape gameplay. So one of my favorite streamers of League of Legends is MinishCap1. He has become a player of old school RuneScape. So whenever he's in between matches, he's playing OSRS. While I have love for over OSRS, the fact that I have to pay to play that game means that I have to use it as a transitory user. I have a bond sitting in my inventory right now for if I ever want to play the game, if I have nothing else to play, that I can open up and play it. But as I gain more games to play, people who would have looked for me to play OSRS actively all the time, that's not going to be exciting unless I make it an event. So instead of, here I am, I'm playing the game, I'm trying to understand it, I'm trying to figure out everything, instead it becomes, guys, it's the day. You found it. It's here. Carl will be in the fight caves. Will he get the cape? Will he run out of resources? Will he be forced to go back to Slayer? Find out today! And you take all this time to think of ways to keep yourself engaged. What you begin noticing, the same way you should when you're working a job, is that you're trying to engage yourself to care about your job. The Twitch audience doesn't care what you put in front of them until they actually do. Which is part of the reason why it's so hard to pop. Because if all they want to do is make fun of the lolcow streamer because I want to make fun of the lolcow streamer, there's not a single thing that you can do that will make them pop unless you do something that makes them interested in what they want to see. Now, assuming that they don't want to hostage you and basically make you the victim of a captive audience that wants to bully you forever. So, I don't know. If I said anti-Hellfire, would that actually make sense to you, Hellfire?
Yes.
Okay, so let's say Hellfire had a twin sister named Anti-Hellfire, and she specifically watched my content to annoy the piss out of me. Hellfire wants to have Carl watch content that, while it entertains her, is productive. it ensures the restaurant makes money. Does it involve possibly torturing Carl? Maybe. Yes. Yes. But
Always.
will it bring business to the store to try the soup of the day? You bet your bottom dollar it will. And at the very...
I will say that it has been.
And at the same time, as the proprietor of said store, because remember, 4 hats. I'm the restaurant owner, and I'm also the person responsible for what's on my menu. Anything that I consume on camera is going to be consumed by the audience by proxy, which is the 3rd hat. Because not only am I making the content, I'm serving food to you like I would make it myself. So, in doing so, if Antifire wants to spend... let's call her Antifreeze, actually. More thematic. If Antifreeze just wants to hostage the content, they're going to do anything possible to make that an impossibility. Because if I'm producing content to entertain me outside of myself as a listener, looking back at my own work, so I can test the quality of whether or not I'm giving people the best content I can provide, and it's being consumed by the audience. If I, as the person who owns that restaurant, who owns that stream, does not take account of what's happening, then anything that happens, hello Porky, anything that happens as a result of that conversation cycle is going to mean I am ruining the material work and effort that I am doing for everyone else that is consuming that content, based off of one person. That's obviously the one guy. But imagine an entire stream full of people like that are pulling against the internal culture of that live stream, and they do not respect that live stream no matter what the fuck they do at any time that they do it. Even right now, for those that are watching, they could be listening simply because I want to get my chance to get in on that drop. But at the same time, they're not really listening to the material what I'm talking about. Not to say that they are this, but this is an example of this, specifically for Twitch. They show up for the live stream because you have giveaway in your title. They type in the command to bring up the giveaway rules. They are clamoring to get in the door. They're scrambling inside of a place like they're about to riot a fucking Target or a Walmart while there's a fucking crisis or epidemic going on. They have no care about anything else other than what they personally get out of it. Which then means, that 4th factor, how you represent yourself as an actual sponsor of your business, is now going to be reflected on the material that you give to a sponsor. They're going to look at you, they're going to look at your metrics, they're going to look at your audience, and they're going to look at your content. And they're going to decide off these 4 values whether or not you're a valuable person to work with. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah.
If your audience is full of assholes, your content is dog water and derivative, if there is not a single interesting thing about you personally, and even the conversation and the environment...
There we go.
F's in the chat, boys. See, I jinxed it and it finally happened. Remember, kids, do not...
I saw it happen and I was like, oh.
Do not manifest your dreams into memes. Otherwise, they become nightmares. Anyways. No one will want to monetize the business of someone who can demonstrate that they are all of the factors that they do not want to engage with. And just in terms of how individual content creators can dictate for themselves how they wish to interact, especially based on collaboration, if somebody views your content and thinks that you are lesser than them, you're inherently going to shoot yourself in the foot time and time again. You have to be able to actually show that you are a good target vector for that communication. Also, we're going to start the next raffle. Hands on buzzers.
Just to throw this out here, Carl.
Yeah.
Here's a thought too, as well. There are a number of streamers that have this dinosaur mentality. That the stream game has stayed the same, and we can do the same thing. We can upgrade our cameras, and yes, you might be monetarily keeping up, but the culture and the way that you produce content and the way that you reach people by that content and the way that you are always utilizing your a certain specific platform to get people on board for your content. If you're not diversifying in any way, shape, form, or fashion, you're shooting yourself in the other foot. Because, I mean, like I said, he utilized Twitter as a vector of producing content. Because, in so many words or less, he was an old school checkmark. just to make the conversation just kind of specific for a second, if that's your only vector of like reaching people, you're only going to get engagement from your Twitter, which that should not be the case in this current climate, because if that's the only way that you're bringing people in, that's crazy. Like, that's absolutely nuts. You have at least 3. You reach people by the Discord because you have an audience that actually engages with the Discord, so they're always seeing, hey, Carl's streaming. You stream on Twitter, so therefore, guess what? People can see that you're on right now. How can you not utilize every tool available to you to get into the game? How? Houseway.
For the people who are wondering, the keyword is bazinga. Yes, and that's my point about you will start figuring out that you are learning how to do your job. The problem with Twitch is you're right. There are definitely people who are dinosaurs and refuse to update themselves to the current zeitgeist. This tends to be more the collaborative, already large platform industry insider people, like Pokimane and Hassan Piker, because they don't actually have to change. They have never actually had to do anything to grow, because by nature of being one of those potential targets of lolcowdom, they can just simply be looked at as a lolcow, and they will never truly consider their numbers or their status or their position, because they don't have to. They don't have to work hard at all. They will always be rewarded, and they will never be punished. People like me and you will be rewarded and punished for not using the best of our abilities, while people like them, they will be rewarded simply for having been in the room when something interesting happened to them. It is probably the most annoying factor in perpetuity, because you are not in control of your own destiny. A random chatter that lets your content go viral is responsible for you being involved with that material. Every time, without fail. There are 2 Twitch chatters now. So we will probably do the raffle for the second one on the Twitch side. Fortunately, Twitch side is much easier. 3 chatters even. So it'd be easier to do that second one on the Twitch side, since I have 2 of them. Think you're muted again, going out. Let me back in again.
While you're doing that, here's another thought. I think people overlook something that is super crazy to overlook, and I think it's the most dumbed down idea possible, and it's the passion to pay out pipeline. Okay, so you love something, right? And you love this thing so much, but not everybody loves that thing. Maybe just you. You go hard in the paint to push and push and push and push, and then it gets a major acceptance. And then all of a sudden you keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, and then that same passion that you're putting in, you're just expecting, well, I'm grandfathered in, it should all hit me. I don't know why it's not hitting me. Come on, guys, what's going on? I'm doing something wrong. Why are we falling off over here? Because other people have come into your niche and they've taken it over. You're not producing anything that is going to push the boundaries of the niche. You haven't upgraded anything beyond that. Again, the streaming dinosaurs are the worst at that. I mean, I brought up Phil as one of the biggest problems. Like, Phil was bigger than like everybody in the streaming sector.
Okay, yes.
He was the guy for Retsupre, right?
I mean, okay, yes, but I'm going to stop you there. When you say they are dinosaurs, there's a difference between they are running behind on old technology that is just good enough, and they have an entirely wrong way to consider their approach to doing the job. These two things are very different.
Correct. Dinosaur mentality and then just running behind. I would say it's more the mentality. Like, if you're keeping up with the technology, but your approach is just bad, you're doing yourself a massive disservice. Is more in character for this. It's the idea that you had the jump on everybody. You were ahead of the curve. You are somebody who's been around for long enough to know to keep an eye on changes. You're keeping up with the technology, but you're not keeping up with putting yourself out there, presenting the content in a way that should be presentable. Doing anything that you can as far as, like, I would say smarter, not harder ways of like producing things. You don't have to do everything via TikTok. You don't have to go for everything. If you're not shooting for virality, then that's fine. But the bigger issue is how are you approaching people? How do people even know what you do? At a certain point, you have to remember there's a cutoff point where people have to know exactly what you do, how to find you, where to go. You built a link tree. They know how to find you at every point. Here's Discord, here's this, here's that, here's these places.
I would say that is less about the system of levers to pull for making sure that you have reach, and that's more a personality problem. So in his analogy about servers, that's just a bad server who doesn't get tips because she's shit at her job. Or shit at his job.
True.
That's a bad line cook that when you have to staff your shift in your restaurant, when you're choosing through your content and who's going to be a part of it and who you're going to collaborate with, when you're building that stream team of the people that you think would work best. I'm not seeing a lot of bazingas in chat here. When you work with that stream team that you trust to be someone that you can go to, and I'm talking about pure business. I'm not talking about I stream with my friend is quiet and doesn't like to use a microphone. My friend is quiet, she is really nervous and she is not sure if she wants to be in the room with a bunch of guys. I'm talking about we are doing shit for the purpose of business. We are trying to make money. Realistically, fun should be the goal, because the moment that fun is not a part of the interior goal of your job, everything's going to fail anyways, and you're going to fall down a slow decline. Because if it doesn't make you money, you won't be fucking engaged, period. Why are you saying bazinga? Because you can win a... I'm sorry, did I not make that clear? I had to push back because the conversation was moving quickly, but we are now doing the raffles for the physical copy of Macross Shooter's Insight. Exclamation point, Yap-In, and did I type in giveaway?
I got you.
Yeah, giveaway. I'm out. But
you actually hear me now?
yes.
Thank God.
You're typing it away because the white screen there shows if you're in the raffle for this thing. You have 56 minutes. You'll be fine. Anyways, attention is a very important thing to pay. It's like your money. Give her attention or she'll leave you. Anyways, when I have to sort through content and I'm deciding what I'm going to put in that work, and I have to decide the same way on my content that I'm going to feature on my channel or I'm going to talk about on a camera or that I won't talk about on a camera, it's like picking a staff for the schedule that week. If I pick a line cook over another line cook, it's either because it was his talent, it was his availability, or it was what he was working with. Now, this is a restaurant we're talking about, so all the things that are brought in with the restaurant are a factor of doing everything possible with your ability to serve them food. Exclamation point giveaway is the one you probably wanted to tell them, but that's just for them claiming it. Anyways, between two line cooks, they're using my equipment, they're using my materials, they're using my spatula. Because I hired them for my store. I already created the foundation. I already created the business. I already created the infrastructure. All they need to do is operate the damn thing and create money for both themselves and myself. Because me, I believe in a person being able to make money for this. Somebody got punched in the mouth. I believe in someone being able to make money for themselves in business by demonstrating their talent as a good worker. So when I worked for any business that ever dealt with money, I specifically always gave interest and compliments to my fucking chefs. Because I didn't cook the food, I served it to them, unless I am the one that cooked the food. But if I get a tip, I didn't get a tip, we got a tip! Because how the fuck am I going to take money for something that I just served to someone? Because my job is to entertain them. Our job collectively together isn't just to entertain them. You should be in. Please tell me this is checking. There it is. Okay. I'm looking at the wrong VOD. Anyways, I should be able to make money, and he should be able to make money. So, in terms of collaboration, the way that most of us view it, we already are in a situation where an antagonistic system is at our detriment, taking away from us our opportunities by only giving to those that are corporate approved. So the us and them mentality should be those that are non-corpo versus those that are corpo. In this business, I want all of my employees to grow and thrive. So if I hire a group of 5 people and those line cooks have to choose between each other on who's going to be the star premier, it's going to be a competition between the two of them on a personal level, but also on a friendly business level. Because I want both of them to succeed. But if one shows more work ethic than the other, then I'm going to lean on them to be my staple. They're going to be my first string. And that doesn't mean that I care less about the second string, but it does mean that they're second string. So whether or not they work through it or not, they're going to show the work ethic to show that they're in it to win it. And when working with other people who are also linked on that same mentality of content creation and content cycling, if I ask Amy, because I already did, it's already locked in, confirmed, it's just a matter of me going to her and making time on her schedule now. If I go to Amy and I say, Amy, I want you in my core team of 5 when I want to learn Marvel Rivals. If I then start going to other people alongside myself and Amy as the Brick 2 basis that we're going off of, and she suggests some of her personal friends, so I end up meeting up with Enders again, or any of the other people who have been watching and playing with her actively as she's been teaching them on her several accounts to try and float them up to gold. As I learn that game, there's going to be people that I'm going to have to rely on, because I have to now not only operate as a single player in my own environment, but also as the staple and a backbone of a team. So in this idea of his restaurant concept, it is my job to staff the people who I think they're gonna fill out that team roster and get shit to the green. So just like with a business for yourself as a live streamer, you're creating shit and you want people to be able to not only benefit but also be able to streamline together. Synchronicity is the golden key. I want everybody on the same page and I want everybody going in the same direction, because I do not play favorites in that way. But unfortunately, the streamer environment means on Twitch, you do play favorites. But now, you have to take in the factor that you're not just dealing with Twitch. You're also dealing with outside platform behavior. You're talking about navigating the world of sponsorship deals, the world of affiliate marketing, brand deals, paid promotional work, the fucking 3/4 inch of a promotion in the corner of your screen for you to feature your products in your own personal merch, crossovers and shoutouts and panels with other people. Now we're talking about I'm trying to franchise multiple businesses around the state to expand from my one location, because if business is booming, I want to expand. Shit, everybody should get a taste of Carl and Carl related appliances and foods and services, even though it tastes suspiciously like Cajun seasoning mixed with lube. But
I mean that's what he means when he says made with love.
I mean, it's pretty on brand.
Don't mean to get in the middle of things, but I'm gonna step out. Y'all have a good one.
Take it easy, Hellfire.
Bye.
Later, sis.
But without even introducing the idea of a nuisance in a chat room or a nuisance streamer that brings down the representation of an entire platform, you have multiple moving parts that have to be accounted for. And then when you add in the idea of a competing brand, now you're talking about delivery marketing, delivery systems. Welcome, Blood Wolf. Type Bazinga. You start dealing with a delivery system and a delivery network that is now responsible for controlling who accesses you. So the way that things like dare drop function is counterposed to the way that Twitch and YouTube currently cooperate itself. They are competing for the equivalent of a food delivery service to give you the best content creator that you have on demand. They do not care what you do, they simply want you to consume. What the mom and pop shop does, once they lock into that, they enter into an environment where they now have to be one more choice that a person has. And in this time period, when it comes to content creators, that current zeitgeist is definitely dictated. Hold on.
Oh, take your time.
Take your time.
I was trying to double check why Tusky was eliminated, and apparently they were eliminated for keyword spam. That's unfair.
Yeah.
1 second.
Gotta love Nightbot.
I'm resetting all entries. Try again. Type Bazinga once, chat.
Bazinga.
But
It would be Bazinga.
look, I am thinking of the funniest word that I can decide on at a single moment. How else can I make sure that people are paying attention when I'm talking? You have that streamer and that multi-channel network as one more option in their comparative system akin to Uber Eats and Waiter and DoorDash. And with all of these different matrices in effect, the name of the game is not, I need people to engage in my live stream. It's, I need to become a better creator, period. So now you have to wear all the hats of the job. Because when you are a broadcaster of any type on any website, you are wearing all 4 hats at once. You are both the business, you are the administrator and the HR director, you are the employee, and you are also the audience member. Because if you're not making shit for yourself, then you have already failed that early audience. No, it wasn't the elimination for asking. You had repeated Bazinga too many times before. You asked why we were saying Bazinga, and then you said Bazinga again, and it eliminates people who are doing double entries. When you have to do the job from ground zero, and you start from ground zero, working upwards, grassroots, you want to take every shortcut possible. Because every shortcut that stops you from getting to the big times, you will consider as not worth your time. This is the trap that they trick you into. YouTube does the exact same thing. The only difference is that YouTube also has a better content strategy and a better content delivery system and better discoverability than any platform out there because it is a mainstream platform. But it comes with the caveat that you now have rules being imposed against you because of the current zeitgeist of the common culture. Clearly, there has been an enshittification of the culture of the internet. The internet's becoming sanitized, which means the culture that we are a part of is being debased and perverted and bastardized by different groups of people. It is antagonistically being fucked with by those groups of people because they do not respect you and they do not respect your work. They are pissing you off, they are ignoring you, they are making you a victim of their effort and their values. They are treating you as though you are not worthy of their new, redefined zeitgeist and culture. And they are ultimately putting you at the mercy of a bunch of shit that's happening. And you have to either change, adapt, or die. In that strategy, based on the attitude of the current timeline of Twitch's behavior, they care a lot more about you being an active chatter, and you being an active chatter that pays Twitch subs, and being an active chatter that pays Twitch subs and also pays Twitch Turbo, and you engage in the platform, and you talk in your favorite streamer's chat room all the time, and you also rate other streamers, and you yourself consume the content of other streamers on the platform as you being a representation of a power user. So, the frequent users that come into my chat room are my biggest, hardiest, and fattest patrons. I feed them like I feed my child. And you don't want them to take another store. You don't want them to go to a different restaurant. Or at the very minimum, if you're just a server on that shift, you don't want them to pick another shift other than yours. But you cannot control what the industry does. You are just a person who is a part of it. You have no lasting effect on the desire of your job outside of doing your job to the best of your ability. So if you're just a server, clocking in 9 to 5 and then treating it like a job and then having no passion for your work will result in you being a dispassionate and shitty content creator. You have to care, not just about the ongoing and the day-to-day, but about the culture that happens when no one's seeing you, when no one's watching you. Because if you're only broadcasting on a live stream, and this is where YouTube and Twitch and Kick all come into play, you don't exist. A dead channel is an offline channel, and an offline channel is a dead channel because nothing's happening on your channel. Now, they've recently allowed you to use features on Twitch like the rerun tool because, hey, people want to have live engagement. If they don't know that the content that they're watching is actually a rebroadcast of your work, that will make people think, this guy's just trying to milk us for content engagement, and they will intentionally run away. It's why people have the opinion they do about machines and AI. They want to have a face to associate with. They want to connect to a human being. But much like having a kiosk where I punch in my meal, and then you have a person behind the counter, what they're actually looking for is the active engagement of the entertainment of the interplay between interaction, engagement, and discussion. So, back up in the chat room. Also, thank you, Alex, for this assertion. You are a perfect case example of exactly what I was talking about. I watch and lurk in streams most of the time. During the weekday, I am listening to YouTube videos because my work is in a factory, so I can't watch videos normally unless I'm on break or either there's downtimes or I go home. I have Twitch Turbo, and I have Prime to give my monthly pre-Prime subs to a streamer that I consistently watch during the month on Twitch. I hate content being interrupted by ads. I watch smaller streamers because I can directly talk to the streamer easier. I hate going to popular streamer streams because it's super fucking monetized and hyperactive. I like them being chill, just to vibe and react to people. But I also enjoy YouTuber streams. I hate Kick. I just don't like how that platform is run, but I understand how people would go over to Kick other than Twitch. That entire background is the nature of someone going into a fucking Taco Bell at close to the close time of the lobby, but right before they manage only the ATM. And you being able to have an interaction and go into the store to say, hi, welcome to Taco Bell, what can I get you? And someone decides to lean on the counter like only I can and says, I don't know what you got.
By the way, Carl, I have an update for you.
Yes?
So, okay. So I'm going to now kind of lean into this a little bit with a more skewed look here. So, take this with a grain of salt. Carl, you know I like to tie all these little loose ends together, right? So, tell me why. So I didn't really look at this, right? You saw my retweet about the whole thing, and that's what popped it on your radar, right? Yeah. So, I happened to notice, right? And I want you to, I'm going to put a pin in this exact statement before I do it. So I want you to look back at those tweets that you have pulled up. Do you remember the part, you know, my wife and all that, right? You remember the part where he's like, you know, I can't subsidize this because this is just so much money and this is expensive. Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I'm quitting. Fuck this shit. I'm out. And then all of a sudden, hey, the next year streaming has been funded. Let's go stream. You know what you didn't see?
Oh boy.
So somebody in my replies, which again I've been off Twitter off and on throughout the day, came in and said, hey, there may be a way to save this. And guess what I found? A GoFundMe. Guess who made the GoFundMe?
Was it his wife?
You're damn right.
Wow.
That one, okay, so this is all starting to touch a nerve for me. You sat there and you said, nobody believes in me, not even my wife. And then your wife went out of her way to make a GoFundMe for you. You raised $3,000 in the last couple of days. I don't know how to feel about this, considering I looked at the donators and I know some of those names. So some of those names are old friends. These are buddies of yours, right? So you basically doom posted for 3 days, for 3 whole fucking days, to get people to notice you. And then all of a sudden dropped a GoFundMe. That your wife started up for you. Got the money to cap out for what you need. And then didn't say anything. I didn't see not one bit of information about that GoFundMe. I'm gonna go back and go verify that.
I didn't see anything about it.
Nope, not a damn thing. And then just said, hey, we back.
That's
to which I am sitting here. Oh, I'm sitting here just dumbfounded and upset because, like, not one time. You went through his current stream of tweets, didn't you, Carl?
Yeah.
Did you see a pinned tweet about a GoFundMe?
Nope.
Did you see anything about a GoFundMe?
Didn't see a retweet, didn't see a pin tweet.
Now you're understanding my mood here.
I mean, I already understood your mood as soon as she told me that he was funded. And he didn't say shit about it while he was doing it, because that didn't just happen overnight. But I digress. So, because trust me, I'm going to bring it back around. It's my job to solve these bookends.
I'm just Scooby-Doo in the background. Go on, Fred. Tell me how it works.
Okay.
Well, I just lost all respect for the guy. I'm just saying that right now.
That's completely fine. So, okay, gang.
That's fine.
Here's how this works. You want somebody, or rather, here's how it actually functions. Somebody comes into your chat and basically says, "Hey, Carl, what you playing?" And for some of us, our natural reaction is going to be like, the same thing. It's all cool, bro. And if we're equating this to the ethic of a person at a job, you're expecting them to be ready like they are a fucking service worker that is inside of a Chick-fil-A. And unfortunately, that's not the mentality of content creators and broadcasters, who they are streaming not only as an escape, but also as a conduit. I stream both as an escape and as a conduit, because usually I use my broadcasts as a way to streamline what I'm going to be doing with videos. Because hey, if somebody wants to know the context behind what I'm doing, guess where they can go? To Carl at Home, the morning menu. And if they want to know about a particular topic that I'm deep diving on, they can try our dinner selection on Versus Chat. If they don't like the particular material that shows up on that particular service, they can wait a week and it's going to be different. We have different soups of the week. If nobody suggests material for the soup, then the streamer is going to break out the old classic, which is Carl at Play, where he is going to play video games and he's going to talk to the chat and engage with them, whether there is a current focus to do so, such as Carl is currently vegging out over Wilds because now it's insect glaive time, or the content creator is currently researching a topic that may or may not produce fruit, and the process of researching it is being done on air because I have nothing else to do and I'm not editing a video. Therefore, I do not want to work on editing a video, so rather than doing nothing, I am doing something. So even if you had nothing else going on with you, you can at least sit here in my bosom, right next here, on this breast, on this nipple. And including, I'm gonna wait to see if any of you notice what I'm doing. And while you are there in the moment with that content creator, as they are creating the interaction and an engagement with you, that is the consistency of me going into a Taco Bell and saying, "Hey, this is my first time in the store. What do you suggest?" This is the jump off point where you find out if the person has what it takes to be a salesperson. Because realistically, there are ways in which people have been taught by HR departments, especially as salespeople, to do the sales pitch. They even have scripts that you should follow to do it. You're gonna pretend that you didn't notice? I was talking about them.
Oh, I noticed. I just let it ride.
But the way that we actually want people to create for content creation is that the word itself is as meaningless as synergy. The word is as meaningless as chud or Nazi. Content doesn't mean anything. It's like ice cream. You eat it, it tastes good, and it's gone. You need substance when you're talking about a person who makes content. Because content is the ephemeral area and atmosphere of the environment. Because when Alex said, "I hate bigger streamers because they're all corporatized and heavily monetized," a chat room that's moving constantly at the speed of 50 billion miles a minute, where people are basically making fun of the content creator. I saw some of that gameplay that Kai Cenat was doing on his Batman gameplay. You know what the chat was telling him constantly? He was fucking around with his Batarang setting, and he couldn't understand how to use it, because of course he didn't look at the fucking tutorials, he mastered them. And the chat is yelling at him like a retard. Press up on the control pad. Press up on the control pad. As well as 50 other different conversations happening at the same time. And that's not really content. That's actually anti-content. Unfortunately, the content creation cycle of Kai Cenat, if we go back to my example about Antifreeze and Hellfire, Horror's fictional twin sister wants to do whatever is against the intention of the content creator. She wants to destroy the cohesion of the live stream and the direction in which it goes in. So she'll be in the chat room being antagonistic to every desire, because why would she be not antagonistic? But Hellfire wants the content to go in a positive direction. So, doing her part, she then becomes the suggestion box upon which makes that live stream possible. And from the suggestions and the ideas, as well as the innovative idea of the content creator themselves and how they choose to implement them, the content is created. So, if somebody comes to me and says, "Hi, welcome to my store, what would you like to have?" I'm gonna naturally hit them with the, "What you got?" with a smile. Because the good salespeople are also the good content creators and streamers and broadcasters. They will either take the opportunity to dip in and really grasp it, really take the bull by the horns, and just teach them what it really feels like to be on Rule 34. You know what I'm saying? And just as I've been demonstrating it multiple times here, what they want is a rail reaction. So when I bitched and moaned last time alongside with people explaining the concept of why I don't like the kind of content people produce, I want to see real engagement. I want to see real content. I want people that are sincere about the things that they make. The biggest problem with all of these people currently still doing the job or trying to come into the job is that they all have strong, small streamer mentality. They have never been used to having an opportunity where they have access to a captive audience because they don't know how to build an audience. So they try to do anything that makes them seem fire on somebody else's platform to try and get clicks onto the stream to hope that they can make their pop off. But you see, much like the running jokes that you can have in your own audience, trying to do the shit that you normally do in a place that you're not welcome in, or that rather you're completely an alien to, you have to get a feel for the environment to be able to read the room. And if you've never had your finger on the goddamn pulse of the room to begin with, you have no idea what these people want. So a lot of them get stuck like deer in headlights with choice paralysis. And then they don't have a way to really be able to build themselves up anymore. Because they're so cooked after having followed the algorithm, the zeitgeist, SEO engagement, trends. They don't know how to make real shit anymore. Because when they were supposed to be taking the workshop classes, as a smaller streamer, watching bigger streamers and seeing how they use their style, and then streaming enough on their own that they develop their own style, they've never learned how to integrate those ideas into each other. And then they are permanently at the mercy of that to demonstrate that they do not know what is really best for them. And then they have nothing to go off of there. And they're completely fucked once it comes to really deciding what's going to be good and what's going to be next. No matter how hard they work, they never see results. And because they're not result-oriented, they're money and they're viewer-oriented. They feel that they're only alive when the number in their viewer chat room goes up and climbs, because concurrent viewers is the only metric that matters. In terms of Dare Drop, concurrent viewers is what dictates our ability to get into those Twitch drops for us to then unlock access to other games that we would have had, like Sancticide. So when we went over it the first time that we started using Dare Drop for the channel, not only to build for content, which is me being smart and learning how to diversify my work, so that if people do not want to see the thing that I normally produce, or they claim that I'm not making enough work of effort for them to consume, or I'm not putting enough videos out, that while it might be the live streaming question, they would rather see a broken down version of the stream in a segment format, or something entirely different that's a talkie video that they can then tune on into the background, and instead of having to be engaged in the audience, they can just be able to listen, or that I have something that specifically is them learning over time, or is them learning or reading or hearing by reaction. 25 minutes remaining, 25 minutes. Here's what I'm going to do. Hold on. I'm going to put an extra 15 minutes on the clock because I think 15 minutes is not enough time for what is about to remain, and I see only 4 people on this list. Yeah, 4 people on this list. I'm going to add another 15 minutes to this clock, and I'm going to turn off the feature that is limiting you from anti-spam, so that we can make sure that there are at least unique winners. Yes, you're on the... Well, no, actually, you are not on the list because I had to reset it. Say Bazinga. You should now not be disqualified if you say Bazinga again accidentally. I want to make sure as many people get on this as possible, because this one is for the one that is for the physical copies, not just the key copies.
Ooh.
So that would put us at 45. No, I can't count. That's 50. 25 plus... Yeah, that's 50.
Don't forget in the chat, people, put in Bazinga to get in.
Bazinga.
But, when we first started up, what platform is the physical copy? Nintendo Switch. It is for a Nintendo Switch Collector's Edition of Macross. Let me see what a Collector's Edition comes with. It is for Europe and North America only. Macross Collector's Edition. Collector's box, collector's box, collector's box, collector's box, collector's box, collector's box. In a collector's edition box, you receive... Let me see if this is on the screen. No, it is not. Let me put this on the screen real quick. So, for the collector's edition... I'll bring this down. So, for the Collector's Edition, it is a full game in the Collector's Box, a double-sided poster that is folded, a steel case, the physical OST, and 5 commemorative Macross coins for all of the franchises that the game involves.
Yo, that's awesome. As a semi-Macross fan, I kind of want that.
At
Sir,
least...
there is no such thing as a semi-Macross fan. Either you're a Macross fan or you are not.
But
I'm a Dapper Dan man.
I'm gonna double check.
No other brands are acceptable.
I'm gonna double check this because I think it was
I
for.
appreciate the old brother one. I appreciate the old brother one reference.
I'm going to double check the collector's edition because I'm pretty sure the code that I got was for Nintendo Switch, but you can have it also on PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5 as well.
Nice.
Oh, perfect. That works for me.
Yeah, it works for me too.
Here. I have to open the thing and look at the thing on the background for the thing to double check it because for this.
Oh, I think I pissed it off.
You think you pissed what off?
Did you?
The final boss of Wilds, I think.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Yeah. So the physical copy is for PS4, PS5, and Switch. So when you.
Okay.
So I have to fill out information on a form. They say that we have until Wednesday when the person responsible for the dare drop gets back with the information for sending all these out. Because technically, these were supposed to have been filled out by March 7th. And they did not communicate to us that there was a deadline for sending out the physical copies. But, as was confirmed by another dare drop member, we will be good if we cover this by Wednesday. So there will be a copy given away for Twitch, and there will be a copy given away for YouTube. So if you do not win on here, you might win on YouTube. Or Twitch, backwards, one or the other. Anyways, when we originally set up, and we went through the entire process of me discovering it, because this was after an argument between myself and my family member. My sister, who is a VTuber, not telling her name because I don't even know what her name is. She knows the name of my content, but I don't know the name of hers. He's always watching me. Always.
Well, Carl,
Yeah.
I would love to support, so you know, right? That's in my neck of the woods.
Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is.
A blind VTuber? I know that's right.
Make yourself known. Tell us who you are. But continue, Carl.
But anyways. while my sister is always watching me in my work to see if I'm doing things I shouldn't be doing. Love you, sis.
Meanwhile, she's over there doing ooh-woos and shit.
I don't know what she does, but I do know that she does not tolerate the fucking ooh-woo sexuality shit. If it wasn't for the fact that I was there as a child and saw my sister have a boyfriend, I would have assumed she was an ace in the hole. Anyways, not important. My sister made me aware of Dare Drop in that discussion. And when I investigated it, and then I talked about it, and us starting to use it so that we could generate keys, I talked about my desire to ethically source those keys, because I did not want to just do shit with no ability to streamline together everyone being able to benefit. Because, yes, I, by giving you something, am giving you a benefit, and you, by giving me your time and attention, are giving me a benefit. But I do not want to profiteer off of you without you feeling like you are getting something in return that is worth your value. And also, me still making something on the overhead at the same time. Because that's really how a lot of these content creators actually built their channels on Twitch. They did constant giveaway streams, and they put people in the Pavlovian response that, if you follow me, you get this all the time. And I'm sorry, I ain't got money like that. I'm broke, nigga! But me play the... Yeah, go ahead.
I have that button for you if you'd like it.
What's the button?
I'm broke.
Yeah, I spam that one a lot. But no.
Yeah, it doesn't feel it.
Yeah, but a lot of people do that, where they're just like, oh, guys, giveaway time, and then their channel just soars through the roof, and then you come back and see that they're like at 20 viewers. And you're just like, what the hell? Damn, homie. In 2012, was it 2025, you were the man, homie. What happened to you? And you're just like, oh, well, you just stopped the giveaways. Okay.
Yeah. Like, it's fucked up as hell. And it's not fair to the audience members. And it's also not fair to the content creator. Because a lot of these affiliate choices, they are choices explicitly done to try and get you to be on the same page as the content creator. But at the same time, the content creator is not actually focused on the creation of content. They're more worried about whether or not they're going to be liked by the audience of people that they're making this work for, which then leads to them being unhappy with the work that they do, because that audience that they're engaged with really do not like them or the work that they're producing. They only really like the relevance of what you do for them when you are doing what you're doing for them, and no time else. So, when we went through and talked about how Dare Drop would function, I explained that I want Dare Drop to be something that you are engaged and involved with it because you are already going to be involved with the live stream. Because realistically, that's really good B-roll for whenever I make a channel trailer. I haven't done one in forever. But if I think about doing a channel trailer again, if you end up being a part of the content, and you are frequently showing up on work, there will be times in that material, especially for things that we've done, like filter blade shit, where you will be able to actually point at something that you had a hand in and say, there I am, there I am, there I am. Oh my god, they do like me. I really am a Carl Chatter. Because nobody wants anything more than the consumer feeling of feeling noticed, understood, seen, and appreciated. Nobody likes feeling like they are ignored and that they don't matter. That you could just simply do without them. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes that feeling. And that's not what I'm here to provide. So if I can ethically source the codes, that's different than having somebody putting the finger down on the top of my channel, deciding that I am big enough, I'm relevant enough, I finally reached the size where it's within their monetary interest to give you shit. Because that's not fair neither. So, for me, the entire content cycle of Dare Drop, and this being the first giveaway that we've done since I started doing them, while I want people to click into those live streams, that's okay if they can't make it. Because, like what they do with Dare Drop, which is really a challenge system, if anything, Truly, we now are in the phase where challenge laughing is a real thing. We now have a tool that gives the audience the ability to engage with me directly and say, Carl, if you can pop 30 people's heads in this video game, in this multiplayer match, I will give you $100. And me be able to say, well, there's a cereal bowl on my table. Let me move this out the way and... Carl, if you pop up 30 people's heads in this match of League of Legends, I will pay you $100. Natch! The webcam fell. I love that I can pound my table and my mic does not desync anymore. But anyways.
I was missing Squirrel Carl. What's up with this?
We got new shit. That's what happened. That's an entirely separate conversation. I'll get into that one in a second. But, now, when I create challenges and I create content, I can actually create content based on how the audience chooses to engage with it. If the audience wants to challenge my skills in a video game, we can literally sit down and decide who's better, who's smarter than the Cajun. And I can sit down and I can explain the rules of a game to you, and it will be 5 people who can decide whether or not they can collectively work together to win a video game challenge against me. If I fail, I have to do something that the audience does. If I win, the audience agrees to do something I do. Because it's now content engagement. It's a give and it's a take. Nobody likes a taker. Nobody likes an Indian giver either. Because I shouldn't give you something, then take it back because you've taken something from me, within reason. So earlier when I was talking about a content creator trying to decide that if I don't do something that they want, they're gonna control how I behave, and my natural reaction is saying, nigga, fuck you. The same way to a person who wants to belabor upon me and tell me that I'm not allowed to do what I want to do, bazinga. Then you are responsible for that reaction. That's basically putting off a potential customer. But nobody likes a customer to come in and have them throw money at you and say, nigga, do something to me. I gave you $100. I can get something strange for some change. Pull them boxes to the sides. I want to see what it looks like.
I got some cheeseburgers, man.
Oh, Jesus. I bought these cheeseburgers. What are you doing? What's going on, baby? Show me something. I need to see the mushroom outprint or something. But no, I mean, I get what you're saying in that regard, that you're providing a service to the viewers in your chat saying, hey, I'm here. You're here. Why not make the best of it as far as like being together on the stream?
Yeah.
Which again, a lot of content creators are just like, they think of their viewers as disposable chattel, where they're just like, why aren't you giving, bro? I make content, bro. What the fuck is up?
Right.
It's like, okay, did that content influence anything? Did it change anything? Did it make them happy? Are you happy? Are you really happy right now? Because some people, I've noticed that like on stream, your persona is happy as a motherfucker, but behind the scenes, you are saltier than a fucking clam at the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
It's not salt, it's just disinterest. I've seen it all. I've seen it all, and in some capacity, with someone else's content on my own, I've done it all. So my natural state of existence exists as I'm not going to be really engaged, or I'm not going to sound like I'm engaged. I have resting bitch voice. That's my problem. I have resting bitch voice. Because the octave that I speak in is not my normal speaking octave. My voice is much deeper than this. And at the same time, social battery, I'm so tired of fucking Pokemon and her goddamn excuses and bullshit. I'm so tired of the sun and the fucking bullshit, man. The social battery is real, but these lazy ass niggas do not know what a social battery fucking is. They don't.
He's not wrong. He's
Not wrong? No, yeah, he's not wrong about that.
Because look, there have been times that I turn off my live stream even though I know that the reason I'm tired is because of exhaustion. But the second that the button end broadcast is depressed, suddenly I have energy again. And a lot of that is just the social battery of just cantankerous, dumb shit that happens every single broadcast, or could happen every single broadcast, and isn't even the fault of the chat. Chat's perfect. Chat's popping. Donos ringing in. But all of a sudden, my internet. It's like getting a new video game that may or may not be a hentai, and that shit hits you with a fucking de novo screen. Just throw the whole damn fucking thing away, man. Any amount of barriers between
Zero.
any amount of fucking restrictions and limitations between me and my entertainment, or me providing someone their entertainment, is gonna make me fucking upset. Bazinga. It is so important to understand that it is probably the most important part to our job. Because yes, you should look happy and you should have a smile, but toxic positivity is so fucking annoying. I want someone to be real, not fake happy with me. I want the fucking slashed out e-girl to hit me with her real Dr. Girlfriend voice, okay? I know you have a dick. You know I have a dick. Stop this mess.
Carl.
Stop this chicanery. I have no interest to have sex with you. I want you to tell me what you actually know about this video game. I want to actually have a real connection with an individual. And all these corporate rules and shit is restraining the real corrective decision and creativity of people. I am not concerned about the ones that are doing it specifically to just use the horniness as a replacement for putting their actual bodies on camera, because I disrespect and I hate those VTubers more than anything else. They are more annoying to me than a VTweeter. Because at least the real girl has to put her real titties out on the margin. Also, I'm just going to do that again because that's funny. I guess everyone move them up and down. I guess everyone move them up and down. But I hate them more than I hate flesh tubers. Because, you see, if you're a VTuber and you're a woman, but your outfit and your personality is nowhere reflective of the horny shit you do on camera, you're basically a private person and you're just being an actress. If I wanted Project Melody, I'd watch Project Melody. I do not want to be e-girl, who is a part of a multi-million-dollar streaming project. Also, for those that are not aware, most of these people are individuals that are actors hired by a company to be a part of a multi-streaming platform. I'm not saying this in the interest of goading. I'm telling you that more than likely, you're not supporting people to give them your money to support a content creator. You're giving it to a business that is micromanaging her the same way that Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate were operating that war room and controlling those content creators and women as bottom bitches.
That's controversial, Carl.
Yeah, that's spicy.
I would rather a cracked out, coked out of her mind, has no idea what's going on e-girl try to fucking mangle her way through a hand of Balatro than listen to certain types of VTubers. Certain types of VTubers. Pippa is great in my case. Smugglana is great in my case. Doki is great in my case. There are a couple other ones that I'm forgetting. The one that everybody tried to talk about that styles herself after 1950 Flusher cartoons, Pumpkin Potion, is actually okay. She's okay in my case. But you see, just like the last time people saw clips of hers and she went viral and people were like, damn, that's really cool, it's interesting. There are so many people like her that exist in this zeitgeist that they are similar to scrolling on stuff like on Tumblr and Steam looking for games in the roguelike deck builder genre. They're all over the place. And people don't support them. Because unfortunately the VTubers, for all of their funny clips, the way that they carry themselves on a regular day basis in their chat rooms, those are candid moments that they captured and then broadcast a version about their work that they do not actually represent at any point in time. Whereas I am always this way, both for work and for pleasure. The problem is that you don't usually see me being deeply engaged because the light didn't go off behind my eyes. It's that I can't get excited anymore because the last time I got excited, I got disappointed. So I go into everything with a form of bland disappointment until something I can interact with and sink my teeth into engages me on the material. Then you see a type of Carl that comes out when he is fully invested in his work. And you can usually tell how invested he is in his work, whether or not he is or is not actively playing hands of the Lacho on screen while I'm playing the game. Because if I'm doing something else while I'm engaged with something, that doesn't mean that I'm disinterested or that I'm trying to farm the content in the Destiny slash VTuber slash Twitter style. It usually means that I'm engaged by listening to something and listening for something that nobody else can recognize. Because game recognizes game and talent recognizes talent. I can see when somebody's put in a lot of effort on something, and I will try to give it my best faith effort to listen to. But that doesn't mean that I need to stop all compunction of everything I can do at once, because I can do 2 things at once. I can technically do 3 things at once. It's just the limitation of the technology that I have available to me to do so. Because I only can do 2 right now because I have 1 monitor. If I had a second monitor, or if I had the ability to tie my television that sits next to my TV into my monitor, I could then have the ability to do multiple things. But I cannot do that. And that's what most streamers have, which is technology. Which, let's now talk about technology. I've talked a lot about the mechanics of how you have to be a broadcaster and the talents of a broadcaster. But the thing that holds back people so fucking much is the fact that there is no tool that allows me to inject my chat room directly into my video game gameplay or into my browser while I'm doing things on camera. There is no button inside of OBS that allows me to do that. There are things inside of OBS on Streamlabs that does, but you should never be using those programs. You should never be using slobs. You should never be using those X videos or primer things. Anything that is a proprietary project that comes from a company that does not have a plugin that can be plugged into OBS for free as a part of OBS Studio, that is a platform scam that, just like the affiliate marketing, wants you to be locked in and pay them money to use premium. Because everything has been grandfathered into you pay money. Even for the 2 sites that I used beforehand, which was Stream Elements to inject a timer into my thing, which I no longer use. I now use a free program to create this fucking timer, or a closed caption system for something like the StreamerBot, which requires knowledge of Boolean, C++, and Python, which is not going to be easy for the regular starter user if they have no knowledge of CVS or CSS or HTML formatting. Is going to be hard. Or for slobs, where they want to give you an entire setup where you can make your shit look super nice and customized, but it's gonna cost you $8.99. You don't need any of that garbage. You don't also need to have a super high-powered rig. Would it be nice if all of us had $60,000 fucking battle stations? Yes, it would. But I don't need it. All I need is a microphone, a camera, a webcam, and a stable computer that plays stable frames. That is it. That is all we have ever fucking needed. That is all we have ever fucking wanted. But we keep thinking we need to have extra shit to make it possible. And this is why, for all of the content that all these big content creators have on their platforms, that they are never able to beat out the fucking VTubers. Now granted, there's a lot of technology that goes into the VTubing. But if the VTubers were literally just themselves, literally just a girl, literally just a guy, and even at best, they didn't even use the rig. They just had PNGs. And they were not being charged absorbent, abusive prices by artists that are on demand because everyone's going to them, because they all like that style of them being able to have life expressions that follow and track their eyes like Code Miko. With all the technology that allows them to change up their outfits on the fly and basically become Honor de Armas in Blade Runner 2049. When that technology becomes possible and becomes real, but then is taken away from us. So we're all flesh troopers again. And everybody gets to see that the e-boy or the e-girl that you've been dramatizing in your head is actually just like you. A mid 4 to 6 out of 10 that comes at 8.725 when they dress up. We would be cooking the entire industry at large. And we're not. Because everyone's really scared to be themselves. Because if you be yourself and you be yourself in the wrong place, you end up losing your audience. It's more lethal for the women than it is for the men. Legitimately, which is a separate discussion entirely, but we're talking about technology. If they were to drop those fucking webcams today and just go back to streaming as themselves, or started out by presenting themselves as streaming as themselves, but they were still working as a character. It was just that they basically permanent cosplayers. They permanently cosplay as their characters, and when they are not in their fucking uniform, they are a regular content creator. So, if Pippa, let's say her name was actually Samantha. If Samantha goes into job as Pippa, and she is on the clock as Pippa, she cannot respond to anything that Samantha needs to care about. She would then be the exact same as a cast member at a park, like Disney, or Orlando Studios. And if we were all just able to function like that, where when I'm on the clock, I'm single player Carl, and when I am not on the clock, I and Madison John, we would never have a problem, and we would all be cooking the content of these content creators. Because unfortunately, for some of us, the person that is us outside of ourselves, which is me, let's just say Jean, because honestly, I fucking hate the fact that I have 2 first names, but you know what? I'ma rock with it, because French rocks with me. If I, AJ, was not outside of myself, as single-player Carl, observing single-player Carl act as an entity, both him and I would be killing the shit, and all of us would be killing the shit out of those content creators. And the only reason why we do not is because the way that Twitch currently works. This is not a woe is me discussion. This is a, you literally have all the tools in front of you to make shit. So just make shit. You don't need a green screen. You do not need a $10,000 microphone. You do not need a $2,000 computer. Although, that one might change, because these niggas don't know how to optimize their games. So you might actually have to buy that 1 terabyte hard drive just so you can store 5 games in it.
Fuck.
Come on, bro. Don't you need like the solid state with like the special rev up so that way you can play our game? Why?
Why?
Oh, but by the way, you're paying a premium. But I digress. Continue, Carl.
All of this, all the costs. So for the pig roaches, like, I don't want to have to call fucking lower tier god a pig roach, but he feels like it.
He's the black pig roach, yes.
For pig roaches like fucking DSP and LTG and fucking Hashinshin and any goddamn person that used to be somebody that has now become irrelevant because it was outed that, oh, they're a shit person behind the scenes and in front of the camera. That's not a persona. They're actually just an evil fucking person, and they blackball people and make sure that the industry is full of only people like them who are in agreement at 100% of the time. Hello, Nick. You would see the industry explode with new talent. But the problem is that everybody wants it quick, fast, and easy. Nobody wants to put in the effort. Nobody wants to do the work. Bazinga. Every single time you have somebody wanting to do what they need to do to make a stream popular, to make it successful, to make a YouTube channel popular, and to make it successful, they're not willing to commit to, because that means operating with people. And once you mention people, it all falls away, because people are fickle. I mentioned that those audiences are transitory, and the reason why they're transitory is because they're trying to look for the newest popping thing on the internet. Because the name of the game now is move whenever it's happening. So on Twitch, you've got people that are upset that Reddit is breaking down. On Reddit, they are losing subs back and forth because now that they live in a cycle where they are under President Trump. Not saying that I like Trump, not saying that I don't like Trump, but under an administration of Trump. They are now actually enforcing that if you try to support things that call for the deaths of people, your account will get banned. An entire subreddit has just disappeared and is gone. I think it's the fucking off topic or the video subreddit completely fucking shuttered.
Off topic, yes.
Yeah, it's completely fucking shuttered because one of their moderators, I think the one who actually owns the damn thing, got his account suspended because he liked a post in agreement with calling for the death of someone. And then they thought it was too hard to manage it. It's too much work. Because back then, just like before subreddit consumed and subsumed the audience of Dig, people want to learn about shit on the internet. Most of the time, most of the content that we consume is us watching somebody else talk about somebody else and learn things from their perspective from somebody completely uninitiated jumping into a wormhole. So, on our Versus chat where we dug through the content of Pod Awful to learn and see and witness the exact same masterclass trolling that it takes to make fucking Pig Roach Vito DeSwalty crash the fuck out, that's what most people are doing on the internet. That's what Versus chat aims to do. Because we are trying to entertain ourselves, namely I'm trying to entertain myself, while giving my audience the ability to have a hand in creation of the content. Because I am at best a presenter. My job is to entertain you, like a comedian with a microphone. And when somebody jumps onto the stage to try and take control of my microphone and try to do my job better than I can, it depends on how it's being done. It could be really funny, or I could be really upset and annoyed. But what if, instead of somebody trying to become funnier than the content creator, what if the content creator had the equivalent of an open mic night? But rather than an open mic night where they find it really funny to say slurs that will then destroy my ability to continue holding that open mic night, I instead make it so that I can allow for more people to be engaged with that content cycle. Thus, I might drive the bus, but they can give me directions to the places that they want to go. But I get to say no. If I am being told to drive through a neighborhood at 4 o'clock at night towards what looks like a drug drop, I don't think I'm going to go get shot up over things that are not worth my life. But at the same time, I can't always deny really good ideas about content because the particular topic in question is something that is completely alien to me, or something that I would not normally have interest in, but I gotta find interest in it. And that has been successful. The same thing with Yap-In with Carl. There are people who love to talk about topics, maybe even the same topic, frequently, week after week, and week after week, and week after week, and week after week. This is not a call-out post, I'm making a joke. About the amount of people that they get involved with. And they want to have the ability to actually bring shit to my attention, but more in a live manner. Because the second thing that happened, after I changed up the server and renovated it at the beginning of the year, is that we introduced places for people to post about their topics, about the things that they want to write passionately about. So we created the Printing Press Express. You don't need to worry about posting about your particular obsession that you want to talk about inside of a general chat. You now have an entire thread system. Write a thread about it. Tell me about the topic. Write me a video essay in word form. Discuss to me what annoys you about a topic, and we'll get into it. And that's been successful, because all that feeds back to the content that we were using between the three things I had. The first one was just my regular live streams, which is what Carl at Home falls under. Then, between that and Carl at Play, which is just Carl at Home, but it's video games. I haven't made a logo for that one yet. I've been very lazy about doing it because I figured there's no reason to. Probably get like a fucking sign. Somebody draw a nappy-headed version of me on a fucking sign where it's like children at play. But between Carl at Home and Versus Chat, there was also the Far Right Chicanery podcast. But the problem is right now, that does not produce enough money for me to be able to sustain the interest of the other people that would need to be involved with the project. Because I have always known that I want to run the Fried Chicanery as at least a two-man podcast. I have been on multiple podcasts, both as a frequent guest and as a mainstay. So, the reason it requires money is because Season 2 was a favor called in by me for horror. That's why she's had a hand in so many other things. I asked her if she'd be interested in doing it, but that took away from her personal time with her family member. The same way that it takes time for me and mine, and the same way that for Baku, it took away for his. And for all the backgrounds of topics that we could bring up that could happen, especially as a way to talk about topical case shit that could be seen on mainstream platforms, because this type of content usually is not permissive on Twitch, because that's outside the culture that they're prepared for. They don't watch things that are on other platforms, and if they do, they're only watching large coat figures. And if they are watching large coat figures on that platform, they're only watching shit irrelevant to their game. So there are 2 Destiny players in this chat room right now with me. If they were watching content and it came up on a broadcast at some point in time that I was interested in playing Destiny 2, these niggas would be on my ass like white on rice. White on sticky rice even.
Yes. Yes.
Why aren't you playing this, Carl? What's going on with this, Carl?
Because I got too many games to play. Shut up. But at the same time, if somebody in somebody else's chat room were to come up to me and say, single player Carl, I've been interested in playing like Path of Exile. Can you show me how to play? Before they even got finished with the syllable exile, I would have already grabbed their hand and showed them, finally, I've been finding a way to summarize all my theorems! Because,
oh, Jesus. I remember the Path of Exile conversations that we'd have at night.
Yeah, because
I'd be like, Carl, what about this build? Come on, Carl, what about that build?
Yeah, because it's all dense and it's thick, but it's all belabored off of a sense of passion. And the sheer fact of the matter is that, unfortunately, Twitch does not like passion. Because being involved, that's cringe. You need to be distant and aloof at all times. Know 125% of the details of every drama going on, but be less than 10% involved directly, so that when somebody says something that would insult you because of how much you actually care about it, you can pretend and say that you don't care and say, Damn, nigga, that's crazy. You're so wild. You're so wild. Meanwhile, in your head, it's like, oh my god, I am way too involved in this to be able to have this correct opinion. Oh my god.
Well, it also creates a parasocial situation where you're just constantly online.
Yeah, you're constantly online, bouncing between content creator and content creator. You're going from one stream to another. You know so much about so many things, but you don't have any ability to apply them. And that's most viewers. Because most viewers are not streamers. They're not content creators. They don't actually make content. They don't do the shit that we do. A drug dealer has more fucking common sense when it comes to the product delivery of how to make material for a broadcast platform, not joking, than a fucking chatter does. Because there's multiple things that you gotta do in order to set up the fucking real estate before you can even begin to see dollar value recuperate. You cannot look at Twitch and say, I don't get why I'm not making money. Don't I have the views? Don't I have the subs? Don't I have the numbers? Because at the end of the day, that shit's still on net 15. The only way you're seeing a frequent paycheck is that you have multiple sources of money. And that's how most of these people are making their money. Not only do they have the product values, not only do they have the sponsor deals, not only do they have direct donations from people, not only do they also have a job, or at least a regular paycheck of an outside resource that does not require much upkeep, so passive income. They're also making money from multiple platforms at the same time. So, Chud Logic, good example. He streams on YouTube, he streams on Twitch, he streams on Kick. He's getting a paycheck from YouTube, he's getting a paycheck from Kick, he's getting a paycheck from Twitch. That's where most of his money's gonna come from. When you're talking about multi-million-dollar streamers, they're getting a check from YouTube, they're getting a check from Twitch, they're getting a check from Kick, they're getting a check from sponsors, they're getting an ad revenue sale, they're getting bounties, they're getting rewards. So a similar system accumulative to that as to Daredrop. But they're getting deals from Chase MasterCard. They're getting deals from Barclay. They're getting deals from fucking other content creators about their fucking, their brands. So what, say, the Quartering, isn't he Black Rival Coffee? Or no, he's no brand coffee.
Coffee brand coffee.
Yeah.
Coffee brand coffee.
So
I make that joke every stream.
So
Come get my coffee brand coffee, please.
So when you're dealing with people like how Aiden deals with Magic Spoon, or anybody deals with the Quartering and thus gets access to not only all of his content creators that he's also associated and affiliated and doing business with, but also his particular brands, you have people who do not understand the multiple overlayers that are working at the same time, keeping people involved. Bazinga. You can't at all be able to sit there and tell a working professional the same way you could tell a working salesperson, I know how to do your job better than you. Can I get some customer service? Because you, walking into my restaurant, don't know that I'm covering 5 tables at once, and that I've memorized several different things at once, and that the reason I ask you to do certain things in a certain way, like, I need you to sit here at this table for a second because the table I want to sit you at is not ready yet. Can you please just wait here? You want to know a lot about the background, but you don't really need to know a lot about the background. So there's only so much that I can actually tell you at any moment in time. The same way that any person's supposed to know. So a service agent might want to tell you about what's actually holding up your food. Might be, hey, my line cook is high on drugs right now, and he is vomiting in the back room because the weed finally hit, and now he can't handle his high anymore. But actually, what I will say is, you just wait 1 second and I'm gonna be right with you. I'm gonna be right with you. And you see me walking to the back and grab an apron and jump onto the grill myself and say, tell me what you like. Didn't ask you what you wanted to buy, I said tell me what you like. And engage you thusly. We...
Customer service, basically.
Yes, because we, as people, have become really good at compartmentalizing our talents and skills, but not learning how to pull on them when it is necessary to make some shit actually happen. We are now 15 minutes remaining on the clock. Add a few seconds. If you have not yet and wish to receive a physical copy of a game for Xbox, or excuse me, not Xbox, for PlayStation 4, 5, or Nintendo Switch, please type Bazinga into the chat room. We are not good enough at how to be able to do multiple things at once anymore because we're so locked into our single world perspective of how we manage our content that we don't have the ability to do shit whatsoever. Like, you can only have people like Devin Nash making so much goddamn content to tell you, here's how you cook the bacon, here's how you price the beef, for you to not get what the fuck you need to get. Because they are always against you, the corporations. there's no reason why I would have to belabor these points so much, because how the fuck has this platform been running for this long? Platform including YouTube and Twitch and Kick in its entirety. How have we been on the internet for so goddamn long that people still haven't figured out that you need to have the attitude of being the generation 90s yuppies? All this counter-class shit, all this distracting behavior about shit that you should do, the misdirection of look over here, not over there, buy this, not that. You can do multiple things at once. Not only can you consume 2 streams worth of content, you can also watch more than one channel. You are not stuck into having one opinion. You can diversify. You can change. You can do more. Now, whether or not you are motivated to do more, that's on you. You, chat, if you're listening to me and you're a content creator. That's on you to become smarter than the average bear. Smarter than the average Hassan Piker.
Well, I mean, the same. It's about the same.
I don't know. It's like he's shit out.
I mean, listen. I follow the Panda Man. He's defined it. He is a bear. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. Like, for all these different content creators that exist on platforms that are not necessarily designed for this kind of, I have a place to find me, someone transient like Panda, who he wants to get back into streaming, but he hasn't started yet, because I'm pretty sure he's bouncing between health concerns and whatever he does for a job. Because we're never going to, we have seen his face, but we're never going to see his face without the Panda mask at the same time as all the other shit he's doing.
Well, I mean, it's due to change after the Ozempic arc. So,
yeah. But, like, despite us having seen what Panda's face looks like, and despite us having seen him broadcast, people like Loping are always going to be transient. But whenever they come back with the milk, people will pop up just because they've built that much of a following around themselves. Meanwhile, people like myself, it's not so much that I'm transient, it's that you know that I'm always there. I'm always reliable. I am like, indeed, a Waffle House that has not changed the prices because of Biden inflation. Egg still costs $1.50 and it's still 50 cents to add an extra egg. And if you pay me another $50, I'll crack it with my legs.
Just crack it between his thighs. There's your egg. You're welcome. You know what I noticed also, and you do make an interesting point, that you constantly engage. I don't know if most people know this, but like, I've noticed the engagement for you where you're constantly engaging with either crazy people, fun people, or just kind of bringing light to certain things. Because certain things, I go on the patrol, like when I do the streams with my co-host Spiracy, I go to the Carl folder and go, what the fuck is Carl talking about today? What's Carl on? What's bro yapping about, right? The reason I do that is because I know that you keep your ear to the ground and you hear certain things that I don't always hear. So under no circumstances do I ever want to be out of that loop.
And also I can also tell that he's very real, because every time I interrupt it, I can feel that frustration. It's real.
Like,
oh, I know.
See, we have to give people more credit, because, you see, there's the, I don't know what's going on, I'm going to ask the broadcaster what's going on. So, yesterday, when I was getting into part 2 of Leadhead, somebody had came in the middle, because I know that the most often time that people come through, from the top of my funnel to the bottom of my funnel, that's a fun concept that I'm going to have to draw on camera for you all, so let's do this while I'm standing. Boy, do I need to get a standing desk. Where's Mobius? Here it is. Okay, so top of the funnel, bottom of the funnel. Where's the windows? Give me this major window. Give me this major window.
I'd love that we have to explain this via tops and bottoms, but continue.
I mean, I'm not the one that invented the idea, but I have to.
I know. You have to play ball where it is. I get it.
Yeah. So top of the funnel and bottom of the funnel sounds exactly like what it sounds like. YouTube is top of the funnel, while Twitch is bottom of the funnel. This is the other reason why it's really hard for people to understand the positions they find themselves in. Hello, camera? There we go. It is very hard for people to find themselves in positions they find themselves in. The simplistic understanding of top and bottom of the funnel is as follows. So, before, we addressed the pink lines and the pink line crossing the green line. Otherwise known as one guy chatters type A chatters and type B chatters and type C chatters, as well as how people engage in good faith from wherever you find them and wherever you meet them at when it comes to content IPs. This is actually real shit you're gonna learn in the syndication business classroom. I'm saving you $2,000. You're fucking welcome. In order to engage with people in good faith about content and have them pay attention to things, you need to understand how the sausage is made, which means you need to understand the cycle of how media becomes art and discourse, so that you can then be able to properly criticize media. When you skip the steps to understand media, you are instead clout sharking, which means you are chasing the trends to try and gain relevancy off of recency bias. And when you have people who are not locked in to the conversation that you're having, it's going to look like a constant back and forth between the person who is providing the content and the person who's consuming the content. This is the circle. For those that have never seen the circle, people are getting you to give them attention. Whenever you are having a conversation with someone about said attention, whenever you have a topic that you want to talk about, and you are focused on the several different versions of that topic that exists, as the explanation on the side shows here, what happens is that streamers see the content field and they do this. Now, it's not just the same reason why Antifreeze would want to stop Horror's ability to make Carl a better content creator by challenging himself and really digging down and beating to Christy Winter's allegations. Because applying yourself, that's going to be a hard cut for those people who are back from the Gamergate days. To really dig down, to really dig down deep, and not bearing Sargon Trump yourself. By that I mean, for those that are watching, because I know everybody on Twitch is confused, to find yourself not repeating topics and not doing the same turd twice, so that you have actual diversification of content and you're not just repeating yourself like a grifter, saying whatever is the loudest beat of the drum to keep people engaged with manifested purposes that are not for the intention of what actually makes a better content strategy for both yourself to grow from and for you to enjoy the thing that you're doing, so that you do not get burnt out and thus quit because you no longer find passion in what you love. There you go. Content creators want to keep you artificially involved with the constant confusion of a discourse. While the general idea of what it does in mechanics is that it makes it annoying to have a conversation, the problem is that much like with the concept of a forever video game, or any discussion where a person can have a different opinion, you instead now have a funnel. If I make content, my goal is to push you to the bottom of the funnel, because this line could be Twitch. This line could be you watching a rerun on Twitch. This line is me making an appearance on somebody else's show on a panel during COVID. This could be a highlight or a clip from my live streams making it into your YouTube feed. And this up here could be my communication on Twitter. The goal of the funnel, like a rain catcher, is for you to find the most broadest part of my material, or the broadest part of anyone's material, and cycle you down to the bottom of the funnel. The deeper in the funnel that you are, the deeper involved you are in the content. So, right now, this channel and this material of work that you currently see me engaged with, 6 minutes remaining, bazinga, is content that specifically is getting you involved with the most insular part of my community. So you would be right here. You are on Yap-In with Carl. You are talking to me about shit live, and you are getting the most expressive version of myself than you will get on Carl at Home, which is up here, which is me looking at the news of the week as it's happening in the week, whether or not I do so on the hard-coded Monday and Wednesday that I cover it, so that anything that happened in between Wednesday can be covered on Monday, and anything that happens between Monday and Tuesday can be covered on Wednesday, and if it is exciting enough to be material and work to hyper-focus on, can be focused in on versus chat here, between Thursday to Sunday. The idea is, the more impressions, the important word there is impressions. The more impressions of my material that you see, the more you ask yourself, you know, I've been seeing this weird nigga in my fucking feed for so many goddamn sides. Who the fuck is Single Player Carl? I've never heard about him. Who is this chocolate-covered man? And when you look into the material of my work, 5 minutes remaining. Please type Bazinga in the chat room. When you look into the material that I actually produce, you're then going to end up hitting my channel. And if you end up hitting my channel, you're going to end up going to my channel. And if you end up going to my channel, then you watch my content. And if you end up watching my content, suddenly all of the jokes that I've been making and all the references that I've been making now exist as an actual physical manifestation that you can understand and attach yourself to. It relates to you. You understand the work. You understand the material. The most popular and the most common of my work that I've ever produced, one of which was a shitpost about fucking Sun from fucking security breach getting anally penetrated, to me and Jay making fun of She-Hulk, to before that, the work that got Jay onto my radar about us equally hating FD Signifier, and all the work I've done before then or since then. You will start looking through all that content and you'll realize, wait, this nigga's got a mouth on him. And he's intelligent. And he pays attention. He actually knows a lot about a lot of shit. And he pays attention and sees a lot of shit. You'll start to understand the material and work. You'll start to not only understand the material and work, you'll start to get an idea of who I am as a person. You'll begin to become associated with my concepts. You'll start noticing key characters that are a part of the program, like Redis 101, my alternative interdimensional brother from another mother, who looks way too much like me.
Not Redis.
Yes, Redis. Wait, you think?
But I see your point though. You leave the out group and become part of the in group.
Yes. So
that's the plan.
Yes. So as you spiral the funnel, and you start to pick up on things like, Mr. You don't know what they do in the company. It's literally not predicted. You start to realize, as you watch my material, you know, I might have came in because when I first came across Single Player Carl, he was outside of his house singing and dancing to himself. For this, I gotta turn off the camera. Or my music.
I remember those. The portrait mode camera.
Remember, girls, if it ain't got a flare, it don't go up in there. We ain't had snow in a while. I can tell there's not enough snow on the ground for me to make an engine. Put my ass back inside the school. But it was big, wasn't it?
Well, that might be what got you into Carl. Well, actually, I ended up going to Carl's content, and then when I learned about what Carl actually does, I realized, actually, this person is really intelligent, but people probably don't get the work because it didn't interest them. But then, when you look into it, it's like, wait, he makes stuff, he's creative, he understands shit, he likes video games, he actually likes video games, he puts in the work for his effort. There's a lot of shit going on here. Let me learn a little bit more at him. And then all of a sudden, boom! You're a black Nazi. You're a black Nazi, and you actually appreciate things. You're a black Nazi, and you're now one of the many people who are hated. You end up going from up here to going down here. And the idea is that you want to be right here at the tip. The best part to be at. 1 minute remaining. Please, if you have not entered into the raffle and you want to be able to receive a physical copy of a video game, please type Bazinga. You want to be able to keep people in this loop, but you don't want to punish them for being outside of this loop. And the reason you don't want to punish them for being outside of the loop is that if you start deciding that the correct way to be an audience member, I need a red color. Let me get a red. I ain't got no reds on my palette. I need a hex code for a red. I need a red! 45 seconds remaining.
Bazinga.
Really? No available shades for this color? What the fuck? Fine. We'll use brown. You do not want to punish people for being a part of this. And you'll notice that I drew this the exact same way that I drew this, because actually, if you take this and you actually overlay this, you see how it makes a funnel? Or rather, I should do it like this. Or actually, I should draw it from the V's here. You see how this makes a funnel?
Mm-hmm.
This is the idea of what content creators are trying to get you to do. If we use the restaurant verbiage, I want you to come to my restaurant. I don't want you to go to Pokemon's restaurant. How do I get you to come to my restaurant? Well, you see, they're a big $2,000 sit-down reservation restaurant. And over here, we're just hawking shit on a plate, and we're calling it food. But damn, that shit ain't interesting, and damn it, you ain't having fun while we're making it. You want people to feel rewarded, not punished. Because if my ability to engage with my content at this level is not the same as this level, if there are versions of me that I give to people, so on Yapping with Carl, you get the best version of me. On Carl at Home, you get a more reserved but not the same version of me. They don't both have the same passion and desire for content creation. One of them is clearly phoning it in. This is what a lot of those content creators are getting stuck on. They aren't making anything whatsoever to give themselves a better, bigger chance to be able to beat and meet. No, it's for both platforms. If you're on Twitch right now, Ronald, there will be another one done for the exact same price that's going to be done in 15 minutes. First, I got to deal with the payout for this one. Don't you worry, buddy. I got you in mind. I never forgot about you guys. But, keyword. Who's going to be quickest? Who's going to be luckiest? Drum roll, please. Blood Wolf! Congratulations, you won. This one is a bit more involved. I'm going to need you to send me a specific amount of information. I believe you're inside the Discord, so please DM me as quickly as you can. If you are not in a place in which you can be able to chat to me, please make sure to get that information to me as quickly as you possibly can, because I have to sit out and fill out a form with you. I also need to make a note inside the server. But anyways, this content strategy is designed to literally be how you get to understand us. So one of the people who is really good at using the funnel is Pirate Software. Clips upon clips upon clips upon clips upon clips of his own material, even re-uploaded by people who are not him, popularizing his work. If you don't talk about your content creator, or rather put this another way, if you don't talk about this cool hole in a wall that you came across, then you can be able to segregate and also manage the culture of the people who come to your hole in the wall. But if you want your hole in the wall to become viral and famous and beloved and popular, which technically you don't actually want to do that for anything. You want things to remain as small scale as possible so that they don't ruin themselves, but that's an entirely separate conversation. If you want that hole in the wall to grow, you have to give it word of mouth. You have to talk about the content. You have to talk about the work. You have to talk about the people. You have to talk about the material. Because how else is it going to get popular? How else will you be able to create if you are not able to make your work known? It's not possible. Now let me double check on Blood Wolf real quick. I believe he should already be in the server. Or at least my brain tells me that he should be. I swear that he is. Uh-oh. It's looking like it's not. I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock. If he does not respond in 5 minutes, I will have to pick another winner. Fortunately, I only have to press a button. But it is very, very important and very time sensitive. Although technically I did say 15 minutes, so 15 minutes on the clock.
Restart the clock.
So, when creating for that content and trying to get people involved with that work, when Alex talks about wanting to be inside of the audience of a smaller streamer so that he can actually have the ability to talk to them and connect with them, it's the difference between a loud section being managed with a giant party of like 35 people sitting at several tables because, hey, they had to go to fucking Taco Bell for their birthday. They really love the Gordita Burrito Crunch. You got one person managing a lobby full of people that aren't just having a lunch break during their time off from fucking Staples or Walmart, like my woman. They can't just go into a place that's cheap and easy and running clear. Because if they could sit down and go to that $1,000 restaurant all the time because it was actually cheap all the time, then that'd be one thing. But you want to have a place that is affordable? Affordable is relative. Because if you have $2 billion, $1,000 is affordable to you. So, you want to go to something that's affordable, but you also want to go to a content creator that appreciates you. So that when you do patronize them with money, you do actually receive some type of response from them. That isn't like a, hey, thanks BoneSwagger67 for the $6 billion resub. Thank you for your $6 billion resub. Thank you, Big Dick Swagger 497 for your 3-month sub. You want to sound like, holy shit, $4,000! Oh, I will suck your dick! I'm gonna get money right now. You
were going to become the Gok Gok 9000.
You want to feel like it's the very first time. Feel like the first time. You wanna feel like the very first time. And unfortunately, when most people fail at this, what all big content creators fail at this, is that they have made into an industrial engine for so long that they have forgotten how to be a person. For them,
it's a pipeline.
Yes, everything is a pipeline. It's always about, how do I convert my viewers and my chatters into subs? How do I convert those subs into money? How do I get you to buy my Mina cookies? How do I poor shame you for being a basic bitch who's just broken? You should just say that. How do I shame you about how your elective choices? It's all about how you get in front of their attention. They're only focused on the impressions because they're big enough. The money will come automatically. It's just a question of reminding you that they existed. Because I can tell you for certain, these fucking content creators on Twitch, half of them I don't even recognize. One half of them I know, but I don't care about them. The other half, I don't recognize them. They came up and came out through an entire engagement cycle that involved them being with another content creator. And then the other ones, we know who they are. They're just not relevant. So you got your DSPs, you've got your Pokemains, you've got your VTuber slop that is 2 steps removed from being a Twitch booby streamer. You've got your failed Twitch booby streamers.
K-Strong.
Whole platform's a fucking mess, bro.
Jeez, that's a fucking poll.
I mean, really, I'm not gonna lie to you. That's really the truth in that matter, is the fact that you have so many people that are just like, how do I make money off of you? How do I make money off of your ass? How do I scheme you into giving me monies? Come on, bro. Don't be a brokey. Just give me the money. It's a heist.
Right in the bag, bro.
Yeah. It is their again. Have you not noticed? Like, and I hate saying Pokemain's name, but Pokemain has a controversial opinion now that she is kind of outside the algorithm. People aren't as interested in Pokemain's conversations anymore, and that happens, right? You lose your relevance, and relevance kind of drops. But you gotta stay relevant, so you gotta say something crazy.
Like going after black YouTubers for no fucking reason.
Well, yes. Or, you know, Kendrick Lamar is like a topic, isn't he? I'm like, okay, that's cool, but whatever.
Yeah. What do you have to do with that?
Again, it's making content without a soul. There's no passion here, it's just talking. They just be yapping, and that's a big problem sometimes.
Yes, it is.
I can tell you no secret. I hate the fucking word yapping because people use the word yapping on me.
Oh, I use it ironically.
I know, but that's it. That was the secret. I hate people using the word yapping on me.
What's bro yapping about? Maybe if you listen, we would have. Yeah, do you not know how to do this thing called paying attention?
Sometimes
You're staying in school, they didn't make you, but you know you kind of need that here.
Sometimes I want to throw a bottle at somebody's face when they do it. Because most of the time when people do it, they do it because they want to dismiss what you're talking about. And half the people who choose to do so usually are exactly very aware that I am 100% correct, but they cannot outwardly show that they recognize my intelligence. So, as a part of that misconception and that misdirection game, they will make you seem like I am unserious and that I'm not a serious person to discuss, so that they can bury what I'm talking about. Because by having given you all the information that I just gave you, I have now empowered you to be able to demand more of your favorite content creator. I have made you better by having told you about what I just did, by addressing the circles again. Also, we went back to the circles again!
I'm just saying, it's the idea that, you know,
I'm tired of this goddamn shit!
Content moves in cycles, and grown-ass folks don't realize that. They're hoping for, again, Kai Cenat is a special case. Like, he's just one of those guys that, like, he makes content. It looks great. The promo is, like, killer on it, but what you get in the box is like an Angel Reese meal from, like, McDonald's.
It's one of those feastables.
It's like a feast.
Why is this shit moldy? Why is all the meat in here look awful? This is a bad cut of meat.
See, it's funny you bring that up. Do you remember when they were having that Travis Scott Cactus Jack meal at McDonald's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I was standing in queue to get 4 quarter pounders with cheeses. Don't judge me. And I
Respect.
was there behind a black man, and he came up and he's like, "I thought I was supposed to get that Cactus Jack meal." He slid that shit on the counter like he was a fucking drug lord. I don't think Travis Scott would be very proud of that. Click!
I was more thinking, like, what does mankind have to do with this? What are we doing?
Well, I mean, it makes sense, though. They put it on the bag so that way they can put the fries in the bag and give this man a cut. And you are over here going, I'm going to support my favorite person in the world. And really, they just got you.
Yeah.
They got your money. They got your bread, buddy.
Yeah. And when I was standing in the queue, this nigga pulled out his camera phone and took a picture of it and tweeted it on goddamn Twitter. First off, I was impressed that he did it in a single flick. It was like, and it was done.
He was prepared. He was prepared. Is this Black Review, bro? He's prepared for disappointment.
He thought of this bit before he did it, and I and the server behind the server at the register both popped out on his ass. I'm like, nigga, did you just take a picture of the fucking sandwich? My nigga, did you just take a picture of the fucking... That's what I'm saying! You paid for it! So me and a white girl who speaks black are shopping at a 45-year-old black man in a McDonald's queue because this nigga had the audacity to act like they were responsible for what he was doing. Like, nigga, you can't just take a picture of it. I know, right? Like, you know that that's what's supposed to be on the meal. I'm tapping my head because she had a new weave and it was very clear she had just gotten braids and was not comfortable with the shit. I know, like, being responsible with the shit. Like, hey, Malik, come see this shit. Hey, what's going on? There was a nigga in the back named Malik. He was big and tall like this. Nigga walked into the room like a cat on hind legs. Like, hey, yo, what's going on? And now the three of us...
He ain't happy with his Cactus Jack meal.
The three of us were digging in this nigga's ass. Pause. making fun of him for 10 straight minutes. And then afterwards, when he left embarrassed, we all three looked at ourselves and it's like, so you know I'm getting that food free, right? And he's like, right. Because the sheer audacity is what pissed me off in the first place. Because, oh my God, the amount of misdirection is annoying enough, right? But content creators, their entire existence is to provide a service. If nothing else, what I sell you is this. The thing's in the way. This is me. This is what I sell you. I sell you the secrets. I'm tired of people not understanding. It is time for you to become understanders. You will become Carl understanders. You will become Carlists. You will do Inquisition in the name of the one true Carl. You will understand, and you will make other people understand. Or they're just not gonna be able to say that they don't know about the deep-seated issues. Because fuck not knowing what's going on. I want you to not only know what's going on, but I want you to be able to have an opinion about it. Because weaponizing incompetence is the bread and butter of a yapper. Most of them do make money from talking about nothing. But if there is one thing that Twitch culture has done, it is destroy the very concept of the word discourse and discussion. It's all yapping now. What is bro yapping about? Bro just be yapping. Bro just be talking about nothing. Because nobody's hearing anything anymore. No one's listening. And in this whole thing, because remember, we've been talking about this shit for a while, but I have not stopped roasting. I'm on the wrong screen again. I changed the screen too many times. I need more windows. I have never stopped roasting Campbell. We've been on this same subject before. We've just been talking about different mechanics of the subject matter. There is no world where Oliver can come out here in God's given internet, come to me on Jay-Z's timeline, on Beyonce's Twitter, through Kevin Samuel's Twitch, and tell me with your full chest, I just can't, I'm not making enough money, guys. You have to give me more money. If you give me more money, then I'll be able to produce more. Because you know what? There is a place where I can understand that. Where, hey, I've been trying to do everything I can. I've been pushing myself to my boundaries. I've been working out of my mind. I have been driving myself insane. People have been blowing me up a wall. I've been blowing me up a wall. Pause. They've been blowing me into a wall. Pause. And I just can't find out how to succeed. I have been trying and trying and trying. Trying shit, don't work. Trying shit, don't work. Switch up. Trying shit, don't work. Trying shit, and it don't work. That's not what he was complaining about. He had the audacity to be lazy as fuck, not input in the effort, not put in the work, not assess what he was doing, not look at the analytics, not assess and understand those analytics. Go to somebody if you didn't understand them, go to somebody who did understand them. Hire a job, hire a business, whatever little amount of penalty money, or even beg, please, sir, please, can I get a piece of that PR structure? And understand what was going on in his business. And then say, nobody trusts me, nobody supports me. Lonely. I am so lonely, I have nobody, my wife calls me bro, I'm so lonely. Only for this girl to pop out and make a stream for you, to get a source of income, to make your job possible, and then say, yep, I'm back up right as rain, everything's fine here, been my business, it's time to revel with those fires, sir, I'm hungry for a piece of my leg! Because I'm gonna break your leg in with a switchboard. When you do shit like that, and all of them do that, they will always say everybody else is wrong. There's nothing right about their opinion. This person is just coping and seething and upset. 1 minute remaining. Let us pray that Bloodwolf responds in time, chat. There is so many people, so many people who are responsible for the inability to figure out how to improve their fucking job. Because they are so locked in to their own egos that they think their shit does not smell. I see your comment. I'm gonna get you in a second, Ronald. They think their shit does not smell. It's so fucking tiring. It's so tiring. Because when you are one of those people who are hungry for the position, and I mean the natural kind of hungry, not the kind of normal hungry. Here's a rise with 25 seconds on the clock, chat. Red Wolf, if you are not already in the server, I need you to go into the server or to send me a message either on Twitter or to my business email, because we have to fill out a form together to send a copy of Hunter's Insight to your house. They are so locked in to being single-minded that they have never learned how to be a better content creator. It's not even a question of, well, I'm perfect, there's nothing I can learn. There's a little crack of something you can do, you know? Maybe there's something you can fix. But no, I'm literally perfect. I will change nothing. They're like trying to commit to the first starter hand you get in Balatro. You get 5 lock-in choices out of the Eternal Joker. And they're all like, yep, all these things here, I will lose none of these things. I will never switch up my behavior. I will never switch my standard. I will never switch my stance. I will never communicate differently. This act is the same shit. For some people, it's in the form of they never grew up as people. They never became a true mature content creator. They're still acting like they're trolls on the internet. But now they're trying to monetize the trolling. And the internet has decided that we can't do that anymore. Granted, the internet can fuck off, but you cannot dox someone and say, hey guys, you see that doxing I just did to that guy that we all decided was an easy target? I will definitely never do that to you unless you cross me. Pay me $25 to get the next doxing target. And that's like all of the content creators on TikTok. They all like exposing people. Especially white girl Savannah. But then, you've also got people like Pokemon. You never struggle because all the people who are hungrier and smaller than you don't have access to LSF. They will never be looked at as LSF as an intelligent person that knows what the fuck they're talking about. They legitimately do not care. So then when somebody like me comes up, they'll hear and see what I'm saying here, and it will personally resound to them, but they will act as though it's like an Invader V crash out. We all remember the Invader V crash out, right?
I know where your family lives, and I have all the information on where your money comes from.
Well,
Great.
that one was the poor shaming. I'm talking more about the stream where she was wearing the tights and the stockings and acting like a manic pixie dream girl. That one.
Oh, yeah, that one. Oh.
Like, they will look at what I just said, and everything in how I said it, and the depth in what I just said it, and they will treat everything I said as though it is a lie. Show that to Devin Nash, he will go through the exact same rigmarole that I just explained, and say, well, there are things that you can do to try and change up your content, to try and hit on the algorithm, this, and this, but really, all that machine learning shit is a tool that has been used to protect companies, not to enrich content creators. Mark my fucking words. It's all about protecting them from the potential harm that we can cause them instead of the harm they cause us with being creative. The Digital Millennium Copyright Act, while necessary, and Safe Harbor, while necessary, and Fair Use Doctrine, while necessary, is responsible for holding back a lot of people. Because, bro, at the end of the day, I should be able to have the ability to create and feature your music because everybody wins at the end of the day. But instead, probably one of my most popular videos on my channel is permanently blocked by all sources because it's a retread of some city pop that was responsible for like year 4 Carl's theme music that I don't even use anymore because I can't use that track or any of those tracks without it automatically being claimed permanently and my content being permanently blocked, which is fucked up. No, the girl that was crazy about the crash out for $5, that was Kira Chats, aka Bad Bunny. She has since quit content creation entirely. The girl that I'm talking about is Invader V, Mrs. Destiny Said My Ass Was Fat Once, that does nothing but cosplay in lewd format, that when COVID was happening, she said to her chat room, well, if it's too much to ask you to pay for the content you support, maybe you should get a job. And then when she had to do the apology, sitting in a fucking cubby full of her stuffies, when she had to give an apology, the stuffies went all the fuck away. Like, appear in the chair, sitting properly, legs crossed, skirt pleated over her legs, not even to show you her fucking ankles. Titties locked away. The code switching that streamers use, like that, that's what holds a lot of us back. And also stops them from changing themselves for the better. Now, to answer his question, do you think that your working with Jay Longbone and giving your commentary in her videos has helped you grow your channel at all? Yes, obviously. Working with Jay and being Jay's friend has come with benefits. There are also other benefits that they have come with, which I will not say on this broadcast. Prognosticate all you want, I will never tell you. You can't sink my battleship. You're not a white woman. Lock in, Carl. There are benefits that have come from me collaborating with Jay. There are opportunities that have been provided by me, for her, and for myself through working with her. Because just like with horror in the background, Jay was also a woman in my life. A woman in my life. Beating the fuck out of my ass in the back room like my name is fucking Roddy Stanfield. Because there were things that I was locked into doing that because I didn't take it seriously enough yet, I wasn't hearing them. I couldn't understand the advice they were giving me. But then, as I started to deal with the pains of growth, it was like my chakras aligned. The back shots, no pause, no lube, full force, from the kitchen window to the bedroom floor, started to fuck my ass up all across the bedroom. And I got depressed because realistically, to learn that I was really bad at my content cycle and my content production, and because I was really bad at my content cycle and my content production, hey, how do you know that I'm not a white woman? Because I know, Ronald. I can smell it.
He has a
There's a running joke that people are not going to get until they see Star on stream again. Because Jay gave me advice, and I started applying that advice, and I started looking at myself with a critical eye, it started to make me depressed, because I realized how much I could have been doing. How much more. That's right, you're Master Wolf, not Blood Wolf. For my sensibility, Master Wolf, can you please be able to like put an addendum on your name or like synchronize it to your chat room name? Because I can't keep track of everybody on my fucking Discord if they have different names to their titles. Anyways, let's start filling out this form. The amount of effort, the sheer effort of where I had to grow as a content creator before with collaborations, both on her channel and my channel, has led to me becoming a better content creator, 100%, without a fucking doubt. There is a world where if my life had been different at the time in which she and I had met, and that's the most I'm going to say there, there would have been a bunch of other shit that could have taken place at the time. But unfortunately, shit happened, and unfortunately, my brother happened, so that did not work out that way. I was not able to do those things. But had it worked out, and it had been the kind of miracle success story that we've seen all the time on platforms like Twitch and YouTube, she and I would have collaborated a lot. She would have been showing up in my work, I show up in her work. We then go and do IRL things, and then she and I and other people then constantly become frequent members and frequent guests on things like EFAP and whatnot. And then I blow up from there, and blase, blase, blase. Still in the picture, could still happen. Just didn't happen at the speed at which I had wanted it to, or I could have planned for it to. And that is something that actually is a very big cause for a lot of these content creators to actually find themselves incapable of creating the growth for themselves that they'd like to provide. You have a lot of people that effectively hold them at the mercy of their ability to get reference for the work that they have to give space and time for. So, for every attempt that we could give about understanding the material, understanding the work, knowing the people, you have to spend a lot of time being able to fill out your life and the requirements of you I'm typing something, Master Wolf.
Oh, sorry, you stopped abruptly, so I was like, I thought you dropped again.
No. I'm keeping an eye on that. No, I honestly, I think I get what you're saying. I mean, here's the thing: if you made this, there's sacrifices and things that you want to do, and you have to go out and you have to ascertain what am I going to do to get this thing that I want. Well, damn, this strategy didn't work. Okay, well, what do you do now? I don't know. Big. I'm like, no, that's not an answer. That is not an answer, my guy. You have to have better answers for the situations you find yourself in. If you're passionate about the things you make, then go be passionate about it. Don't be a bitch about it. Be about it.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to make content and I want my content to be like God tier, right? I can't sit around and be like, damn, why can't y'all help me? Like, last time I checked, this ain't a charity. Niggas help those who help themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I really get bothered by the idea that, look, I respect you because of what you've done and who you are. But if you think that I'm supposed to give you a couple bucks because, like, we hung out a couple times and we don't, like, last I checked, you know, you ain't pop out of my mama. So, you know, that is a conversation all to itself, right?
Mm-hmm. Like this, that. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No. I was just kind of filling in the space.
Yeah. Ow. Itchy. Let me double check, because it's probably the Twitch link, which that one would be outdated. Because very rarely do they ever actually properly go through my Twitch. Unless it's just bugged for some reason. Let's check it. The bot, the link that the Biscott bot sent to me is just invalid. Might want to fix that. No, that link that Botrix just dropped in the chat is accurate. I'm now gonna check the one that is on the panels of Twitch directly to make sure that one's correct. That one's also correct. I don't know why that's not working for you. If the bot is showing you one that is inaccurate, can you please direct me to where that is so that I can be able to fix that for you? That would be helpful.
But
Mr.
Mr. Carl, I will be in the chat. I have to stop out for work.
Okay, no problem.
Talk to you boys later. Bye.
Good luck.
Later.
The amount of effort that a content creator could go through to try and learn from the failures of their past to be able to solve for their future in creativity. It is really important for those content creators to really assess and ask themselves really badly, what do they need to change in order to improve themselves and become better for other people to engage in their content cycle. Because in the rough and tumble environment of Twitch, you can have a bunch of people become successful doing the same thing, and the metric is not you, but your audiences. It may be something on your end, Ronald. If it is, we will try to work it out together, because we will get you in this Discord by golly by God. Itchy. Oh, my head is just itchy because I need to take a shower and wash my hair. I haven't done my hair care treatment for a day, which means my shit is immediately fucked up. The sheer dearth of fear and thus choice paralysis that you can get stuck into when you learn that, hey, I gotta become a better content creator, I gotta become a better employee, I have to become a better worker, I have to do all this extra shit that I gotta do in order for me to be able to make a name for myself, to be able to put my stake and my claim on my work, to become an individual who has a defined number next to their name that defines whether or not they're allowed to have an opinion or if they're valuable as an opinion. That kind of culture shock and shell shock doesn't really go away, because there are levels to this shit. The kind of smaller streamer variants, and I remember from some of the content that people used and sampled of my work to make their own work, like that's like on SPCar Live, where I look back at that number and it's like, damn, nigga, I was 900 viewers? I was 900 fucking subs? It feels so long ago. And it's just whatever. But then I look back now, and that number, maybe one day it's 7+ subs. Maybe another day it's another few subs. Another here, and I pick up another 5 here, another 15 here, and all of a sudden, 125 people subbed within a level of a limit. I'm like, what the fuck just happened here? Then when I hit 10K, that number is gonna grow exponentially, because now number go up simulator. Now it goes from 2 3 something? Actually, I'm 2.53 right now. So 2,500. When I hit 5K, it's gonna feel like, damn, where did the time go? I hit 10K, damn, where did the time go? 100K, and I actually get my first play button, damn, where did the time go? Increasing and increasing this number, it feels like a slot machine, much like a gambling game, and that you're chasing them to try and understand them. But you really can't get how, like, paralyzing that realization is, that the reason you're not successful is because of you. Specifically you, or I should say me. All the cringely roots in me, all the horrible talking points in me. But sometimes it's not because what you said was cringy. It's because you said it to somebody who now has a vested interest in stopping you from growing. With Twitch, on my end, it was stopping me from going. Ah, it's the Discord email verification. I get you. But for me, when I first started talking to and working with Jay on content, the feeling that, like, damn, when is that going to be my turn? That never goes away. That never goes away, chat. Like, whenever people are throwing subs and throwing money at her, that feeling never goes away. Because one of the biggest things I can definitely say is responsible for why a lot of this shit happens and never stops being a discussion target: jealousy. These hoes are mad. They're mad that it's not them. So they become Pharaoh Atem during the Orichalcos arc, where it's like, it should have been me! Because they want the success too. They want the money, they want the subs, they want to be popular, because with money, and it's not just the money, it's the appearance of money. There is something very alluring to new people, that when everybody's throwing money at a content creator, when everyone's subbing to a content creator, it informs the bias that this is the place to be. Because if you build it, they should come. But if you don't have people paying money in it, they'll assume that nobody's buying, and they'll move on somewhere else. That shouldn't be the metric that you should judge for, mind you. I'm telling you this as the reality of having watched this shit happen in real time. If the chat ain't moving, they'll assume that the chat is dead. If no one's subbing to you actively within a certain time period, they'll say, haha, you're a loser, you have no money, get your money up. Bazinga. Welcome, Jen. We're about to start the Twitch side VOD for this, but first we're filling out some paperwork right now. So, hold on just a hot second, and I'm gonna be right with you. Giving you that good hard pin out structure you kinda recognize, know, and love. Assuming that Ronald didn't just switch over to YouTube, because then there's only one person. Anyways, that might take a while. So we might just proceed forward with this, and then I have to work with you all to get this done by Wednesday. Which is what I fear will happen, because if I can't get a hold of you all to get this out, then it's going to be really hard to complete this. But anyways, finishing my thought, then we'll go from there. By working with Jay, I have gone onto an alternate timeline. Because there is you before you get any advice from anyone else, and then there is you switching up your content after you have received necessary and important feedback. When a content creator first starts out and they're fresh and they're new, you can tell because they do all the things that normal content creators and normal streamers will do when they first start out in the first place. They're going to be green behind the ears, they're going to be unsure with their content, they're going to look for other people to give them guidance and assistance on how they should make things and how they should do things. They might not make things by themselves. They might do them in a collaborative effort with other people. Okay. They might end up doing things in collaboration with people. They will make it hard, if not impossible, for you to really understand where they are and what they feel until they feel confident in what they say. So, for people who are aware, the Brianna Womanican video, or rather, the Brianna Womanican stream that we did, which is the video that I'm still working on, the amount of effort that she did for that material that she was working on, the amount of time that she spent trying to figure out how they wanted to do what they wanted to do, that they were asking themselves, how can I be able to benefit from what I'm doing? What can I be able to answer and fill in? How can I be able to understand what I'm, like, how I'm communicating on that effort? Blase, 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 and all of that rigmarole. Email. Okay. Peon. There you go. Still filling out. Any of the shit that they could work on, you can just tell, like a new person playing a video game, that they are new, and that they are free and ripe and ready for being exploited. And most people will only work with other people that they started with, like freshmen in college. And then as they grow up and they mature in their content and their work, they become more confident and they start taking more risks. Because they learn first where it's safe to draw within the lines. Then they start pushing the edge of content, as all collaborative, creative, and useful content requires and designs. Because of that need, ugh. 1 second. Okay. Asking questions, 1 second. As they continue filling out their content and their work, and the stuff that they say, and the shit that they do, and the things that they apply, what you will eventually get to is that there will be a point where they are going to hit a wall of understanding, and they won't be able to understand what it is that's holding them back, because it's either something that they're doing, or something that other people are communicating that they claim is there, that they don't recognize is there, or isn't happening, that is basically holding back their ability to be able to collaborate with other people and work with other people to get something done, or however they want to go about it. And once you then work with that person, or somebody works with them, and they then understand that thing that's holding them back, they are now then capable. My theme music is starting to get on my nerves. 1 second. Almost 6 hours of listening to what I've been told sounds like a clown puppet jalopy. And it's finally getting on my nerves. For this one, I have to take out all the Radio Carl ads because I do not want to have my Radio Carl ads in there. Ah, yes, some Symbolatrous Array. Anyways, when you finally work with them and they're able to finally bridge that gap and they explode and they mature into a better designed content creator and they feel so much more refined and they have more depth to their words, they have better understanding, they have bigger intrigue and stronger roots to what they're involved in, it just hits. it hits in a way that you can't really truly appreciate if you yourself are not a content creator. But you can also appreciate it through a certain light if you're just a viewer. Because now they make all these new transformative takes, they make all these new transformative pieces of material and content. They might have a theme song, they might have an opening sequence, they might do some original early internet angry video game nerd like channel opener, like they're living a fucking episode of live broadcast. However they go about it, they start developing. And watching someone develop is not as fun as being the person watching your own development. And that's really the key that you need to have to make better content creators. And the only way that you can really do that is by challenging yourself, by applying yourself. You have to really want it. And you have to try to figure out everything you could possibly do to create something. But this is, of course, the problem that ends up coming up, where a lot of those people that, like Pokemon, would not take that appreciative to course, they will look at that and they will say to themselves, oh, this will be great for a moment. Because for them, it's just a vehicle. It's just a gimmick to spice up what they're doing. Because, hey, I need to get my buzz up. Whereas for you, that's your entire brand. And for me, having changed because I have grown because of Jay helping me as she did, all it necessarily did was started a snowball that has now allowed me to improve everything that I do. Because not only am I making things, I'm also creating things. I'm also giving other people chances to create things with me. That all starts, ironically, you'd think it not be important, but that all starts with having something like a shilling section and a suggest content here section. So inside the server under the Afro Parlor, we have a section called the Afro Pick. Yes, it is literally designed because the Afro Pick. I love puns. Leave me alone. We have the Afro Pick and we have Shilling. Shilling is literally the same self-promo channel that any server should have. Because any server environment that does not have a self-promotion channel is not interested in the growth of the audience. They're only interested in the growth of the content creator. Because any true growth happens through collaboration and effort, because you are not yourself alone an island. You can be able to monetize things for yourself, but you have to be very open and very upfront of the fact that all of your environment only exists to benefit you and no one else. You can't trick people into believing that they will ever have their needs serviced and that it's only about greasing your feet and not theirs. But true effort and growth like this starts with something like a self-promo channel and a video suggestion channel of other people's work. Because you can get ideas from other people as much as you can get ideas from things that you witness. Because all material that you consume is a modicum of that zeitgeist. If you don't have that, then you're fucked. Period. Period. You're just fucked. Period. Because if you can't grow and you can't change, you're dead. Because the ending of learning is the beginning of death. And when you start the death spiral as a content creator, because you have no idea how to make shit, you're the same thing as a person standing on a fucking stage doing stand-up that's like, damn, nigga, what's funny? Because I can tell you right now, I don't know about you, but that Chris Rock skit lives in my mind. The correct answer every time is, not you, nigga! Because, like, the creative channels of old, like College Humor and Cracked, but more specifically, Funny or Die, that's the brand statement, that's the goal. Be funny or be dead. Creator, shut up. Creator, get out of the way. Change, move, or be moved. Because you cannot have a person who is incapable of changing, who is responsible for never learning about how to get shit done. It's embarrassing how fucked up that people are when it comes to that addressal. Like, you can't tell me that shit's okay. Okay, to answer that question. I'm stupid. Typing response to chat. United States, Carl, not United Status. But anyways, cycling the answer. For it, yes. By giving me the help that I needed, she was able to help me grow exponentially outside of what I was already at, and help me jumpstart onto lesson plans that I needed to start engaging myself in and how I do my content so that I could be better capable of doing work. Really, the biggest thing that Jay has been on my ass about is thumbnails. You might have noticed my thumbnail work has gotten a lot better since I did Fried Catering Season 2, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah! She's digging in my ass all that shit!
Well, then again, she's a fucking master at it herself. Jesus.
Yes!
I love her thumbnail.
She was so disappointed in my fucking thumbnails that she was like, nigga, how is this shit ass? You need to not be garbage. Fuck?
Take some time, learn some graphic design, my friend. That's basically.
Okay, let's try it. Get this right. Including country code, plus 45 for sure.
I do like how the gaming thumbnails now have the N64 logo. Looks like an N64 box. I do like that.
Mm-hmm.
I would talk more, but I'm trying not to die from this wrath yet.
Mm.
Ow.
I have to look up the international code of how to ship things. Oh my god. Okay.
Seems like they added a lot more things from Gold Rathian. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm gonna die from poison.
Hmm.
I would rather use Switch X, but it's fire. And Rathian's are... Yeah.
I really do not like the fucking international country code system. Holy shit. You think the hard part was being the content creator. No, the hard part is filling out the goddamn forms that send people their rewards. Game review.
Yeah, the hard part's being genuine, apparently.
Oh no, bro. Things be weird and shit.
Yeah, I just don't like the idea of like, oh, you always have to be this aloof asshole, but also caring about everything all the time. It's like some sociopathic shit.
Indeed, indeed. But anyways, when creating shit in this way and in this format, to be able to provide the necessary backboard and springboard for people to be able to grow, Whether it be them learning about the rule of threes and learning how to make more interesting, eye-catching, and defined thumbnails that can pop out from the sidebar, since we no longer live in the time period of the old YouTube where the kind of thumbnail design of clickbait no longer works. People basically want to have a general story of what they're going to see on the cover of what they're covering as like the kind of thumbnails that beggar the question that it asks in the titles. So the kind of thumbnail that, rather than some of the ones that I used to make in the past, the kind that I made for Leadhead, where it's got my branding on it, and then you can very clearly see the letters on it when you look at the For You page. I couldn't fix her depression, so I cheated on her. You know, that quick explanation of, oh, wow, it's one of those. Or my H3H3 Hassan VOD, where you've got me whispering into Hassan's ear as Twitch is exploding behind him. Like, part of this image is AI. Me and Jay both helped to make that thumbnail possible. She added a little bit of her creative design to be able to insert the Twitch logo, because I do not have access to the Adobe Suite. And I will not be able to learn Adobe Suite in the amount of time that I need to. But I am responsible for the art that I commissioned to be able to insert myself into the frame to be able to make that as good as I possibly can make it. It's cinchy, it's cool, it pops instantaneously, it's wonderful. All of things like that, you have to get advice from other people about. You can't go off of vibes alone. You have to eventually get professional advice. And that's, of course, the job of people like, whatchamacallit. You have to go to people like Devin Nash to get that kind of advice. And if you don't get it, well, then that's just impossible. Click the share URL and paste it here. This was the bug that I was getting before. My profile completed, and click on the share URL and link it here. Certainly I'm doing this correctly and I'm not making a mistake. This? Okay. I think this is the correct answer. Alright. Correct. Right. Okay. Okay. Master Wolf was all fleshed out and accordingly. Let us begin. Let's look over back at Twitch. 2 chatters. Can the 2 chatters that exist inside of Twitch please raise their hand? I have to make sure that it's not just one person and then another person lurking, because the lurker wouldn't be able to win.
Had you?
He is in the Discord. It was his PC, apparently. He clicked on the same the Twitch on your phone and it worked. You might want to get that looked into. Hey, baby. My woman has appeared. Okay.
Hello, Mrs. Carl.
Let's see here. I think he said that he was another person. Let me physically look who's there. I see Ronald, I see Jen, I see Cheryl Mercury. Those are the 3 people who are there. Jen said that he was there, and Ronald said he was there. I don't think I've seen Cheryl Mercury say a single thing during this live stream. But fair is 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 fair, as the number randomly jumps from 2 to 4. Let me log back into the Twitch side, and we will do the roll there. Make sure this is the actual one. Yeah, this is all my chat commands there. Alright, boys. Keyword giveaway. We're going to do subscribers, viewers, and VIPs. VIPs are just basically the regulars that I have in my that I had inside of my Twitch chat, which would be the same thing as a regular. So let's see what happens. Also, not doing it for moderators because we do not need to do it for moderators. We're going to do the exact same name as before, rather. Excuse me. We're doing the exact same word as before. Bazinga. But this is for the Twitch chat.
Bazinga.
Let's hear. What time is it? It is 10:19. Let's start putting 30 minutes on the clock. 30 minutes on the clock means from 10:19 to about 10:50. Starting the countdown. Unless, hey, give me luck, chat. But yeah, all of those things that can be used to better understand and to get that chat. Am I eligible? I've been a fan of yours for a couple of years, but I only started watching you on Twitch. Yes, you're here. You're here in the chat room. You're here present. All you need to do is say Bazinga, and then wait for 29 minutes. Like, you might think that I don't remember, Ronald, but I have a very, very good sense of time. Ow, my hip. And ow, my hip. And ow, my hip. Carl, stop sitting on your leg. I have a very good sense of time and memory. I have eidetic memory if it weren't for the fact that me liking alcohol means that sometimes I could slightly be forgetful because I then lose my sense of time. But I remember things by emotional input, so I usually don't forget shit. Because if something pissed me off, I remember it. That's my secret. That's how it works. Yeah, I do, actually. Oh, God.
Rathian captured.
There are gonna be times where I'm gonna forget why I have injuries all over my body, and I won't be able to remember what was a battle wound, what was a scar, and what was her fault. I'll have to section off parts of my body so that I can actually remember. 2-4 now. It is entirely possible that you might just win it by being the only person in there in the chat room. We'll see what happens. But anyways, the content cycle, boys. The content cycle. The content cycle. Yes, there are several wounds on my back that are your fault, Star. There are several wounds on my back that are your fault. Carl said with a smile. Oh yeah, she says. Uh-huh. I see how it is. I'm gonna get you back later. Anyways. I've lost my train of thought. The last thing that I was asked is, did Jay have an impact on my career?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I've talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be able to talk more about it unless she was here in the room with me to talk to me about it. And I think she's busy. Because certainly, there are opinions that I could give about that. But for all the other opinions that we could really get about that, we would literally have to talk to her. Why are my ears sweaty? Oh my god! Where did this moisture come from? It's like a swamp! Holy shit! Anyways, I'm sure Jay has an opinion that she could give about me and how she watched me and still watches me grow my content and do my thing. But honestly, I am a unique case example because I don't think there's other people like me on the internet, in the sense that there's somebody who's willing to just outright tell you shit, like telling you about what I used to do in my jobs, or telling you about parts of my life. There are obviously some things that I keep secret, and there are some things that I just don't tell. But we don't really have a lot of content creators like me on the internet. The only person who is technically comparable to how I behave is Zeno, and Poe's problem is that he is incapable of doing sincerity. He can't do it. No matter how Zeno tries, he can't do it. He's just...
He's that irony poisoned?
Yeah, he cannot for the life of him lock in and be sincere, because he is so done with people that his ability to be involved is like zero. He has no deeps, he has no involvement, he has no care for the deeper thought and mind of the people that he's around and he wants to be a part of. He does not care. He does not care. And him not caring is part of why everything kind of is as bad as it can be for a lot of people. Because since he is irony poisoned to fuck, his ability to actually read to filth what's going on is completely challenged by his ability to be sincere as he's talking about it. So like, so for example, I'm going to roll down his timeline right now, because I'm pretty sure we're done with our boy Oliver. Final consensus on Oliver's. Yep. Oliver's not doing everything he should be doing, chat. He definitely could be working harder, and he is not working harder. He's certainly not working smarter, and he's not working harder.
Yeah, it definitely makes him look bad, and kind of makes you lose huge amounts of respect for him.
So, when we look over at his timeline, of this timer over here, when we look into his timeline compared to Oliver's timeline, the sheer obvious difference between the two of them is that Oliver has 21k and Poe has 94.5k. Those are not botted followers. That is just Poe posting shit to annoy people. And he tweets way too fucking much. Whatever is coming... Yeah?
I think I started following him around 5k when I started noticing.
Yeah. Poe's been on Twitter for longer than I have. So there's one reason why he's bigger than I am. Because even though he has a YouTube channel for his podcast, he hasn't been doing digital blackface for a very long time. To the point where all of us have just gone off to do our own thing. Because like we did a little bit of a time, because we have and was conducting our association with the podcast through Amy's personal chat log for Aim to Cringe. But the problem is that nobody's been posting in there for a while, if ever at all, because we've just been focused on our own lives. Because we had a lot more time during COVID to talk to each other and work with each other about shit. That kind of went kablooey up once we were all able to get out of lockdown. But then, for Poe, he's been always there in the background. He was me, but me while being probably the most evil version that you could possibly be. Wherever and whenever and however he can engage with something that he wants to be a part of, he is talking about it. He is involved with it. He is interested in it. And Lord, behold, and remind you if you hear anything different about him. But, despite having more followers, the problem with his following is that people are not watching him for what he says. They are watching him to see what he's tweeting about to go viral. They care less about using him as a news resource and care more about him as a news aggregator. He's a reply guy at heart. Technically both of us are, but the difference is that he only replies whether or not he finds it funny to do so. The second that he loses interest, you cannot be able to get him to tweet. But whether or not he blows up or not is based on whether or not you see the vision. So much like Panda or myself or other people or whoever could go viral for like whooping feet on the timeline, that is completely dependent on whether or not it would or would not blow up as a post. Because he's just spamming tweets. Whatever sticks on the wall, sticks on the wall. This is not me hating on him. This is me explaining to you the difference between us. I get involved in the shit that I like. He gets involved in the shit that will piss you off because he can't gore post on Twitter anymore for engagement to sanitize his followers. So you've got things like his On the Spectrum posts. You've got him talking about people like a man who pulls this expression has nothing good behind those eyes. You've got him retweeting other post aggregators like this that will take content from whoever the fuck they find it from and repost it onto Twitter, just stolen content that doesn't belong to them. That's almost all of what he does. And then occasionally retweeting himself. And maybe, based on how good it is, you get to see something different. And that is all of it. That's like everything. Someone's tearing house on the highway. And because that's almost all of the shit that you deal with, sometimes for him, with comic books, he's solid. With The Boys, with Invincible, he's solid. With talking points about other shit, he's solid. But most of the time, you're going to see him retweeting a lot of throwaway posts that may be funny or might be relevant to something. So, for example, this post about Goodwill Hunting, or this post about Starship Troopers, or this retweet of Tantrum, or this retweet of this parody account, talking about the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, or whatever the fuck was retweeted on here from Rapitzel, because this is International Women's Day month. Or this viral post that he took from Instagram, probably. I can't describe to you that it's anything other than what it is. And what it is the same shit that we have all come to understand. It is viral posts that you see going down your timeline that have blown up. The same way that I could roll down my timeline, I kind of shouldn't because I have a lot of porn on my timeline. But the kind of shit that comes from our mutuals like Ma or Lambhammer, who is necrotic erotic on the timeline, we are getting the stuff that we follow that is for us on our page. And whether or not it is actually important, it's pretty much the straight up amount of the shit that you are gonna get on an aggregate. Because you're gonna get things from the people that you follow, you're gonna get things posted that are pinned by people that I follow, you're gonna get it from people that you are followed or subscribed to, you're gonna hear it from what the algorithm wants to push to show you. All of this. All of it. Like, it's everything. And because this is how Twitter works, it is probably the most important part that is responsible for all the shit that you have to fucking deal with when you're talking about getting a person involved in content. For somebody like Poe, if he were just to change two things he did. Go back to making content, consistently do the podcast, and maybe stream 3 out of 5 days of the week, because he basically works as an HR assistant to his mom. He would be more than fine, but he doesn't. He would rather shitpost on Twitter. And while respectable, this is the thing that is the breaking point with him, right? Because just like with Oliver, the thing that Panda could do is the same shit that Poe can do. But Poe does not do what Panda does. And Panda and I both do the same thing that Poe does, but both of them have on me size, metric, and the ability to have more people aware of what we're talking about than to actually realize what we're talking about half the time, right? Because how long did it take Poe to realize that my first account was hacked and stolen? How long had I been tweeting on Hero Occasion for? About 5 months. So he's just locked the fuck in. Anything that's outside the blinders of how can I piss people off on Twitter and make them mad and thus make this funny for me doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. It does not exist. And because that's how he moves and operates, any person who operates the same, they don't care about actually informing you. They care more about making you upset and mad. They don't care about understanding you. They treat you like this and 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 this. It's a whole problem. It's a whole problem. So like, I don't know why he doesn't do it other than just he's not interested, but you know, it is what it is. Shit like that is really important for a lot of shit because people trust our opinions, the shit posters, more than they do the official sources. And honestly, I don't know what else to say than it is responsible for like all that distrust that the game journalists have sown. We don't trust brand names that are a part of the work that we are into anymore because we don't care at all. I don't care who it is. I don't care what it comes from. I don't care where they've been. I don't care about any of that garbage. The thing that matters most is... I dropped it. The thing that matters most is the passion of the people involved. And corpos do not have passion because they are literally paid chills. They are the first line of content creator that inherently is to be distrusted on reaction. The second you hear them breathe. Because when content creators had the ability to solve for the attention problem, it was the game journalist who was responsible for our inability to have a conjoined voice. Because it was literally their job and their part in that zeitgeist of Gamergate to confound and confuse the voices of the gamer. We could have been able to be a unified people who were all on page with the same thing. And much like a lot of people who chose to do so, some people chose to weaponize that to get involved in certain ways. And others chose to use it as a way to keep an eye on the conversation. Not your shield thing, etc., etc., etc. And instead of staying on target and on brand and trying to bring in as many people as possible, be on the same page, that we could all be able to get good fucking video games, instead they chose to hate us and try to cut us out of content creation altogether. Cut us out of being involved altogether. So, no matter how we try to define it, there's like little to nothing we can actually do to really get that trust for them back, because they don't want to do it either. They don't want to look into it at all.
Yeah, to up their own asses in order to do so.
Yeah.
Caring more about their colleagues' opinions than the actual consumer.
Here's my back. My back. I've been sitting in this chair for almost 7 hours now. However you spin it, a lot of that media engagement and that reality content creator that puts in deep media effort, much like how even expressing exhaustion, you cannot be able to pay for content creation like this. You can't pay to find people like this. You actually have to have a really deep set lock-in. So right now in the background, I asked the Xbot to you ma'am, you get a hold on yourself. There are children here. Oh, you're talking about I'm gonna make your back feel better. No, you won't. No, you will not.
Make that
stop.
shit worse.
No, she gonna fuck it up and give me another wound. Anyways, switching gears. Let me answer your question in a second, Ronald. But in the background here, I just asked Grok using my Google X browser, because for some reason my Brave won't do this anymore. You can see here on the summarization that I asked it to do from some of my recent posts on my X profile that you can disseminate a lot from the bot summarization about my content that helps you understand some of these content loops, right? So it's got content, it's got a link, it's got an image link. It says the analysis that, hey, it suggests the user return from a break of an accident and eager to re-engage with their audience or community. The phrase back in the building implies a return to activity, possibly streaming or posting, and catch up around the timeline, indicating a desire to reconnect with ongoing conversations or trends on X. The code is casual and enthusiastic, and the inclusion of a link suggests they are directing followers to some sort of content, likely a live stream, video, or an update. And then there's another one, which was for the live stream version of them going to watch on Twitter, similar to the earlier post, reinforces the user's return and active engagement. The phrase "or farm so investigation" is intriguing. Or it could be slang for gaining influence, reputation, or energy, while investigations might refer to a specific activity, mystery game, content theme, possibly related to a gaming or mystery solving content. The watch now call to action and link indicates this is likely a promotion for a live stream or a video. The tone remains upbeat and purposeful, aiming to draw viewers in. And live in the morning with nothing else to do between now and Carl Yap-In, let's shave off this wish list chat. Posted earlier today indicates the user is planning a morning live session. The mention of a Yap-In with Carl suggests a scheduled event or a collaboration with somebody named Carl, possibly a regular feature or stream. Shave off this wish list could mean tackling goals, tasks, or a literal wish list, e.g. gaming items or content ideas, while chat emphasizes the interaction with the audience. The tone is relaxed and inviting, encouraging followers to join for a casual, community-driven experience. The overall analysis, the content themes. The post focuses on the user's return to activity, likely centered around live streaming or content creation. The mix of solo activities, or farms of investigations, and community engagement, chat, Yap-In with Carl, suggests a blend of personal activities and audience engagement. The tone is consistently casual, energetic, and welcoming. The user seems eager to reconnect and maintain a friendly rapport with their followers. The purpose for this serves as promotional updates, alerting followers to new content or streams while fostering engagement. The repeated use of links and calls to actions featuring watch now, let's chat, involves an intent to drive traffic to external platforms, likely Twitch, YouTube, or a similar site. With audience engagement, the language catch up to everyone, let's shave off the wish list chat, implying an established audience familiar with user style and terminology, e.g. things as or, farm, and Yap-In. With content and speculation, without clicking the links, which the bot can't do, I would hypothesize that Caramel Cajun is a content creator, possibly a streamer or a gamer, given the jargon and the focus on live events. The consistent posting over a few days after a possible hiatus suggests a deliberate effort to re-establish their presence. The mention of Carl's hints referring to a recurring collaboration which may be a draw for their attention. If you'd like a deeper dive into the profile or post beyond post what you provided, let me know what specific aspects you're curious about. If I click on Yap-In with Carl, it's going to analyze my posts based on the web pages that it can find, and it's going to tell you something about that event. And it's probably going to give you a breakdown of what those things are. And it does so. All of this information that it's literally spewing out of its feature. All of this, and all the things like this, that's what we're expected to do as consumers. It is our job as consumers and as content creators. The same song has been on loop. That's because I have it on one song loop. Haha. That's supposed to be looping on 3 different songs. Here we go. I was wondering why I had never heard the Crystal version. Anyways, all of those game loops and all of those content cycle loops are supposed to refine you, hone you, train you, in order to be able to recognize what is good content, what is bad content. Because if you... Girl, you know what you mean by hitting pad. You gonna make me cross my legs. You gonna make me cross my legs, like a woman even. I'm turning to the side. I'm demure. The whole idea is to get you to refine both your taste as well as the content you engage in. And a lot of the conversations that could go towards that are as dependent on you and how you take things in. And most of the time people don't do that. So, that's the whole problem. Anyways, Ronald. So, when you stream Monster Hunter Wilds, are those playing with viewers type streams? Yes. So far right now, in the server that Horror made for us to play together, if a person wants in that server, they are playing always on Monster Hunter. There's nothing but Monster Hunter. You have to get permission from her because it is her and her band that are the owners and operators of that side server, which could be expressed as like a collaborative effort of all the people who want to be involved. Literally anybody can jump in with that. When we're in there talking and chatting, if we're in the section that's for live recording content, that's with the understanding that you know that you're on a broadcast. For all the other voice channels, while we're playing or talking while doing it, we're always probably either playing parallel on our own hunts or we're all in the same hunt together.
Right now I'm playing catch-up.
Yeah, so he's playing catch-up to the rest of us who are in different versions of high rank. I have finished the unlock for the live? I don't know. The story got really weird. The Guardian had an egg because he was absorbing other people's life force, and then I killed its baby. So shouldn't I have just basically extincted the Arkveld generation again? Because who are these creatures fucking? Are they just born out of eggs now?
Life finds a way, Carl. Life finds a way.
Weird. Anyway, weird. Anyways, yes, I do play with viewers. I do play with viewers and chatters. Most of my audience engagement, Ronald, as you know, is based on my live engagement with other people. I always interact with people in my audience when I play the games I play. It just so happens to be that most of the time I do not have the money to afford mainstream titles. But I have been working really hard within the last 9 months to make my channel not only grow more, but also be more up to speed so that more people could be involved with it. And I did so with the intention to get more people on the same page. Otherwise, like, what's the fucking point? Itchy, 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 itchy. Because for me, to have fun with my audience is the highest peak. Right? Because everybody wants to be involved. Everybody wants to jump in. But it's also important that I give time for those people to be involved with that material so that they themselves can then be able to be a part of that process, and they can understand that they are at the center of that work. Where's the picture page? Giveaway. Here it is. The game is written as if the hunts and story missions are months apart, and the entire story takes place over about 2 years and a year and a half, so I'm assuming there are more Arkveld eggs, because it's a pretty long time since Arkveld reestablished its CCs, at least that's my theory. Okay. I was under the opinion that when they came back and the boy Nata had an entirely new outfit, that it's like they gave him a junior investigator's hunting outfit. Like, the foreigner is now a member of the organization. He is weirdly wearing our clothes instead of, like, integrating his own personal culture style into his outfit. Because, like, he dropped the entirety of the robes. Because me, the fucking keeper robes, the fucking iridescent light teal, green, and purple fabric. Bro, why did you just make that into a scarf to wear with your outfit? Like, why did you drop your drip? Like, nigga, come on!
Yeah, he looks like a fucking trainee now. And that just completely removed any sort of, like, character in this design. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here with my Griffin-ass fucking drip right now.
I mean, listen, there are people that are losing their brains that don't know that that Fabian and Gemma are the Little Miss Forger and the original Guild Ace, and they're fighting for their lives as they get told, it's canon, it's canon, it's canon, it's canon. So they have a lot of things to worry about. It looks like Ronald's going to win with absolutely no contestant. Someone put some fucking money on this and make this man sweat for it. There are 4 of you here! Type Bazinga! Fight for your chance to get content!
Bazinga.
Damn, you've been playing Monster Hunter games for a while. I've been playing since Ultimate 3 and Ultimate 4. But I really got into it when I got onto the flagship for Monster Hunter Rise.
Tried 3, bounced off of that. Tried 4, bounced off of that. Tried World, finally clicked. And I've been on board ever since.
See, when Marcus got me Monster Hunter World, and I was playing it in Iceborne a lot, it was more the ability that I finally got to play with other people. Because learning the system from Rise, I stopped playing it more often than not, because I ended up using my Switch for content, because I had to buy this Switch specifically for content, but then I couldn't take it everywhere with me as a way to entertain myself on the go, because I think my Switch finally started having the battery issue. So now it lives on my dock. So occasionally I have to remember that I have the system. Because whenever I want to buy something for a system, I make sure that I'm actively using it. Not just like, well, I have this thing, but in the case of Shooting Insight, it has ended. Nobody else typed anything. I'm going to count to 15. And if nobody types Bazinga in the chat room from Twitch, they don't get into the reward and he wins by himself. 15. 14. So basically what I had to concern myself with is that if I couldn't buy something for my Switch, then it didn't really matter, and I had to concern myself with it. 5! And whether or not that was the case, it was just down to sheer engagement and whether or not people cared or not. I'm pressing the button now. Ta-da! 4 whole months. 4 whole months, bros. He believes in the thing I love. He listens to the rhythm of his heart. And it runs with a shoe stuff. And it won't be did it in the sun. He believes in the thing I love. Ooh. So anyways, yeah. With World, I enjoyed World. I enjoyed the weapon hammer on World. I enjoyed the fun that I had with it. But I cherished the fun I was having with the people more than just playing the game myself. I appreciated playing with other people more than I did playing that specific game. Because I'm a very social person when it comes to my social interactions with people. Because I get bored of playing games by myself. The entire point of having fun with your job is to be able to share that joy with other people. If I can't do that, then I feel like I'm doing something wrong. And it can't be that every single person in existence doesn't have time to play video games, bro. That can't be the fucking case. If this is what I think it is, it got the origin of my username really wrong. Why do you say that, Tusky? So wait, how do I message you? No, it's that screen right here is tracking your chat room messages. To message me, you need to send me a DM on Twitter, send me a DM in the Discord, or contact me via my business email on my YouTube channel. See? It's showing you in real time. Because we have a lot of documentation to fill out for this form. I think with the rest of these can be given away at any time. But these ones I need to give away as soon as I possibly can. Because some of these, when this award times out for its event, they're going to disappear and go away, and then they won't be valid. So I'll have to wait on him. And then I will start looking at the next one of these that I can be able to give away. Like these GameSport keys, which I think I have to give to myself. I think I have to send this to myself. Ouch, my neck. Yeah, I have to probably send this one to myself. This one is basically, it's like I'm giving somebody a key to get 10 keys of Demon Spore when I could just hand them out myself. So this one I probably have to fill out for myself. So my username on Twitter is my OC's name, which is assumed was a pun. It was not. Crazy. What did you win? What you won, Ronald, is you won a copy of Macross Shooting Insight Collector's Edition! Where's that tab? I just had it open. Fuck. I have too many tabs open. Fuck me. So what you won is you won a copy of this. Make it be bigger.
One of the copies of, how you put it, one of the most dirtiest games that you ever played.
What?
Or I watched your review.
For what?
No, I was trying to put it as how you put it in your review. Like one of the most frustrating games you ever played, but still really fun.
Yeah. It is a Toho. Is the email in your YouTube bio the business email? Yes, it is, Ronald. So what you want is a collector's edition of Macross Shooting Insight, which includes the full game in a collector's box, the double-sided poster, a steel case, the physical OSD for the game, and 5 commemorative Macross coins. I don't know what the value of the collector's edition is, but I'm going to say this is probably a $120 value.
Does look nice.
Me, personally, all I want is the fucking OST and the coins, but I don't have a disk drive system. So I don't even have a disk drive to fucking boot the CD on.
That sucks.
I mean, honestly, I could just be happy with the coins and the poster. That's it. I'd mount it on my wall.
Yeah.
More than likely, by the time that we are really deep into it and we increase the subscriber CCV on Twitch, my wall will probably be full and have rotated different posters of all the swag that I've collected over the years. I'll have to actually get a box to put all the posters and the materials in. And organize my clothes. Ouch. My elbow. Anyways. That is what you want, sir. And in order for me to ship that to you, there's a form that we need to fill out that is given to me by the Dare Drop team that needs me to fill it out so that they can send that packaging to you. I can take a screenshot of the screen and I can basically show you the information that it is you need to fill out. Bloodwolf chose to fill his out by DMing with me back and forth on Discord so I could get his information. None of the information that you're giving to me is going to be saved over time or used against you in any malicious way. It is information that I literally need to have that I cannot fill, that you cannot fill out yourself. You have to fill it out through me. You'd have more clothes in your closet than I'd have in mine. See, that's because you don't like wearing anything other than the same clothes, and that's because there's a child that literally will not let you wear anything that does not give him direct access to your titties. That boy is all over you more than I'm all over you. Okay, so you have the rights to give away something that is another group has. It's like they're shipping, I think they're shipping it from the Dare Drop office. Like, the code for sending this with the area code for the country code is +45. So I'm pretty sure Dare Drop is centralized in centralized in Denmark. Let me look it up. Let me look at the company. Okay, so it's headquartered in San Francisco, California, and it's privately held. But for the company that is responsible with the shipping of it, which is Red Art Games, I think they may be centered in Denmark. It seems to be the case. Because right now on the banner, they've got Macross Shooting Insight being out now as digital. Because the copy that I got was a digital copy. So if they're sending out physical copies, they're probably sending them from whatever warehouse they have them stored at. And that's the reason why that's like that. Because after you fill this out, once it's been completed properly, it connects with either me or the reward winner to send them the sweet prize. So they'll contact you. Because they could send it to me, but I do not want to have it. I already have a copy. I don't need a commemorative issue copy. I don't care all that much. I actually like that. Makes the whole thing feel more official. Not that I didn't trust you before, but still. Yeah. Like, I can show you the form. The only reason I'm not showing the form currently is that I do not want to possibly be in breach of something. So actually, this part is safe to show you. There's a physical form. No, you do not have to. You should not need to take a phone call. But there's a physical form. It says the email that it needs to come from for me, of who is signing for it. It wants you to pick your edition, the email and the email and Discord and Twitter, if possible, of the reward winner. The full name, the street address, your apartment number, city, province, postal code, country, phone number, what channel the dare was completed on, and the URL of the completed dare. Like, this is information that, if given in the correct form, can be used to dox you. So we have to go through the form together, and then I have to destroy your information. So that I don't keep it, because I do not want to keep it on my devices. Okay. I'm not going to read the name of that, but is it the one that starts with Landris? Okay. I mean, will let me apply this like this. Yes, it does. Load and send. One of the few benefits of hacking Google is that you can actually click and post images into chats and then send them as emails. Okay, there we go. Welcome back, whore. Goodbye, whore. She must be turning in early.
Guess so.
Okay, now we have to go back and forth on the email train so I can get the rest of the mission done. I expect this is going to take him about 5 minutes. What else could I possibly talk about today? I feel like I've been doing nothing but non-stop talking. Anywho, chat. Ouch. Someone hit me with something. I don't have an idea. What an idea. Either we hit me with an idea or I start the timer for another giveaway.
Now we talk about a lot about movies and games. What about music influences?
Music influences?
Yeah.
In what way?
I'm guessing what drives you, or what actually gets you up in the morning.
What music types drive me? So, in preparation for everything that I was doing, as well as a lot of the farming I was doing last night using the night flower pollen method that you should have access soon to once you get to Tempered Monsters. I was listening a lot to the Shoe Body Bop. Which is this.
Do bop shoo body 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 do 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 bop shoo body do 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 bop shoo body do bop shoo body do.
See, whenever I'm grinding, I kind of go into. I have like a playlist I call Work, in which I just have a bunch of speed metal and old school rap in.
I mean, that's good for a VOD, but for me, when I have to do tedious shit, the kind of music that I choose to listen to all the time has kind of been affected by the fact that I have to think of things that will not get strict on YouTube as a part of the background to set up a live stream, since I choose to play that alongside the Radio Carl edits. So when I had first put together the music and playlist section of the server, that was put together as basically a repository of all this music that I confirmed was safe for me to use on live streams, and has long since become basically the visual audio meme gag place for most people to put the links of the sources they want, the same way it has with Memery. But most of the time, I usually go in there, and if there's something that I need to go back to that is a leitmotif for the material that I have to work with, like the Certified Negro News Network segments, I have to basically go through legacy sound packets made by Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, Headline News, and the like, to basically find music close to or around about to what I want. So, like, when I was playing Path of Exile on the League of, on the Ancestors League, when we had to deal with Toda, the Trial of the Ancestor, I wanted to make the NFL John Madden football meme by just taking the original NFL theme song, you know the one, and start overlaying that with the voice lines of enemies in the game, like Kiowala, or Alangahui, or Koto Tutahora, and all the other ones. I wanted to interplace them as a joke of my coverage of Total League, but it just was not meant to be. Both because that song was copyrighted, and also I just didn't have the energy to make the skit. Because a lot of the jokes that I make, and a lot of the jokes that I set out to make, are long-running jokes that could then become gags that I can then have as running jokes in my audience. And doing so, especially with things like the Shoe Body Bop, let's bring that back in. A lot of the jokes that could be long-running in, like, all the material that you could work on within the internet is based on the influence of all the pop culture that we've subsumed. And something like the Shoe Body Bop, or the nerdcore that I used to listen to in high school, that is all culture that other people will not get into if they didn't know about the Shoe Body Bop. Because it was made by a band called The Minute Hour, and all of their shit is gone. But the person who created the Shoe Body Bop animation, Drew Langelis, his channel's still there. And, like, all of the content that's been stolen off of YouTube by other Twitter users to repost, or reposted and circulated on the algorithm for people to look at on the timeline of TikTok, they are rediscovering a type of culture that they weren't a part of before. And it's kind of like a religious experience, which is ironic because the Shoe Body Bop is actually titled as religion and spirituals. Like, you go to a certain place here when you experience certain types of content that you've never experienced before. It should be like going to a sermon in church, which is actually ironic as we're listening to this as I say this. I'm gonna loop it so it keeps playing, because the The version on SoundCloud and Spotify are this part that doesn't have the back-ended version with the ending. Watching a streamer perform should be less like going to an entertainment concert at the Apollo. It should be more like a spiritual journey and experience that you keep having every time you go back to the broadcast when you're watching like a second-hand broadcast of a sermon or of a church service of any denomination, but you're seeing it on Twitch. Every time you watch a content creator, you should be having an experience that you can talk about. Every live stream should have something in it that is an experience for you to remember and for you to talk about. Not just because I want people to be informed about this crazy thing I just saw the streamer talk about. You gotta see this crazy argument or this deep thought-provoking argument that this content creator just had. But it is an experience that you can't be able to replicate anywhere else. Spiritual moments, and being caught with the Holy Ghost in church is supposed to be something that you cannot recreate. And just like with televangelism, the content creation style of everyone, they should be capable of appreciating men singing an autistically stupid song over a cappella. Because the idea itself is not as great as the idea of watching it happen. And something like the Shoe Body Bop is actually an expression of that type of culture and content that we had on YouTube that we no longer get anymore. Because since everything's corporatized, well, if you can't turn it into merch that's then pushed by Young Gravy or Baby No Money, are you really a content creator? Pop is supposed to stand for popular. But pop has recently become a stand-in for the thing that I saw last week. And if people can't even remember or talk about something that they're really passionate about, then pop culture isn't just popular culture, it's popcorn culture. And for me, the music that I listen to is timeless. I'm a fan of electronica. And nerdcore itself, well, it's a love and a desire, but when you're seeing a master at his job, at his work, let me see if I can find some original, Amazing Brando.
Actually, yeah. Man, I used to be a fan of Dwayne Brando back in the day, too.
Mm-hmm. Like,
stuff happened.
Yeah, the quintessential Brando, because I believe he's since transitioned. It seems like he's back to uploading shit from the past before. But, the original stuff that had been put together when they started the idea of Aventuria, which is that poster that is underneath my Taco Belmont poster, which is underneath my Castlevania 3 Amazing Brando Taco Belmont poster. They started making things like Time.wave.
Mm-hmm.
And when you listen to music by actual talented creators that can take shit that you've heard for years, and I'm talking about, this is quintessential Taya 777 checkpoint shit. When you have somebody that is able to create something like this, you have to share this with other people. Like, I can't get across how good this is. If you had never seen this because he didn't ask me that question, you need to listen to his goddamn music. Because music is the soundtrack of our lives. Without music, we do not have the ability to connect to each other as we do. Because without music, you're just looking at people in front of a microphone with picture and sounding. Everything flows off of music and its energy. To understand that, ooh, oh, Brando, that riff. And then watch what he does with the breakdown as he moves from the second track to the third track.
Mm.
Oh, that was a recession! Ah! Yes! You cannot pay enough money to find talented producers and talented musicians. Because most of the time, you just got a fucking artist who's writing a note and a riff. And the reason they pop up is because their name's the one that's on the song. The producer is everything. And considering the fact that he was the part of the band that did the musician production, you'd be surprised that after Dwayne Zwalla pretty much went off and did what he wanted to do, that Brandon was just stuck there with like a music and a vibe. It always sucks to watch a musical duo pair break up. You know, it's okay. But anyways,
Yeah.
Bringing together people, yes, Megalag, can be considered a form of nerdcore. I'd say this is post peak nerdcore, where instead of the sometimes cringeworthy raps, like, boy, I was a fan of Brental Floss at one point in time. Let me curl into a ball and just cry for a bit. I used to be a fan of Brental Floss. And then he moved to a fucking town like fucking New York City and got woke and started trying to make a fucking ad and a fucking app. And now he's no longer who he used to be.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just the way it is. You see some good talent just go down by the wayside like that, and it just makes you sad.
I hate when good talent goes corporate! It's like a yuppie in reverse. They sell out and they become an anti-hipster. Jesus star. But the creative efforts that are necessary to allow for us to connect to each other are completely dependent on our ability to work with people. It's completely dependent on our ability to understand and talk to people. Without being able to understand and talk to people, we don't have anything. No broadcaster today could be able to make money doing anything of what we're doing without having an audience in which to do it with. I'm checking in on you, Ronald, to make sure that you are filling it out. I'm just occasionally looking back at the email and waiting for a response. You cannot, for any life of you, be able to be a content creator and hate the people that do work, actual work, to bring life into the space and bring the soundtracks that can become... Did I copy this wrong? I did, probably. That then become the soundtrack that motivate you to do work. God damn, you looped it. That's so... Oh, it's so delicious. Oh my god, it's like eating a pizza with stuffing in between the crust. A pizza pillow. You cannot have a content creator who truly understands their job not understand how important it is to have good music. Sometimes we're forced to deal with the internals of a video game's music soundtrack, and that's whatever. Like, we just have to take the L on that. There's not much we can do about it. Womp womp. But when we talk about real shit, real shit, like, we don't get enough. We don't get enough. At all. We're permanently at the mercy of all the shit we gotta work with. So it's like, what does one do in order to make it possible to really get shit across? How do I get people to really care about the shit that I care about, the way that I care about it, so that they can understand where I'm coming from? Because it's all about understanding and communication. Music is just one step in how we bring the divide of that communication. Wow.
Insert Bill and Ted quote here.
Go to new arrivals. Ronald. No end Discord. Now, Ronald, for your actual handle bio, is it the Blaziken Crusader or is it Ronald Raygun? Which one is the one that recognizes your profile? Is it Ronald Raygun? Okay, I just gave you the ability to have a hit put on me by black market assassins. I would not use black market assassins. I do it myself. I do it myself. But no, that's the reason why why I'd have to do this the way that I have to do this. Everything has to be legal and above the board. This is also another contingency of why I've never done giveaways. I do not like people accusing me of being someone that's like, single player Carl took my information so he can stalk me socially. What you digging in that bag for, boy?
Just grab some blueberry rings.
Speaking of Brittle Floss, I should make people be aware of Brittle Floss. What has he been doing since I stopped following his channel?
I have no idea. It's been a while.
Apparently, he did an off-Broadway parody Trek highlight reel. Con the Musical, the parody Trektacular. Jesus fucking Christ. Let's see here. When did I stop watching him? I stopped watching him around... I think the last thing I saw from him was his... Not DK Rap. Not Breath of the Wild with lyrics. I feel like it was his playthrough series when he was going through, his old stuff from the, Nintendo Wii U era. I cannot seem to find it. And he clearly went back through all of his catalog and gave himself a new, logo. It's like the letter B, but it's drawn as a treble clef. So now I probably can't even find the shit that I'm looking for because it has an entirely different title on it. And the stupid ass fucking app that he designed, that he launched, is called Use Your Words. So that's the thing that he did there. Let's see here. Let's pick something at random. Saved by the Bell theme song played on a player piano. However, we want content actually made from him, not him just arranging music that was played for him and composed by someone else. So, Mega Man end credits 3 with lyrics.
Mega Man, though Wily might come back another day, it's okay.
Jesus fucking Christ. I cannot forget how bad I used to think this shit was when I listened to his particular type of nerdcore. He really over-designed everything. Holy fuck. He's even got the black couch. It's corporate as fuck, bros. He's even got the black couch, man. But yeah, music of this time, it's a cultural experience that you can't tell somebody about this. You had to be there. It's like
True.
It's like Twitch plays Pokemon. You had to be there, bro.
I was there. No, seriously, I was there for like a couple of hours doing that. I think it was their first stream with Red.
The thing that gets closest to that time period, one of them is Vaporwave, the other one is Liquid Drum and Bass, and the other one is Liquid Drum and Bass arranged as a jungle mix. Those are the only soundtracks that I can really think of and have been listening to for the longest time that best give me the vibe to try and get a person to understand the kind of culture of video games and media that I come from. Another one is Kingsway, the music style of the chiptune music designed for MS-DOS. Shit scratches an itch that you can't fucking solve on usual. Let me finish putting in this information. Hello? You're gonna make me want stuffed crust pizza. Why are you saying hello? Is that a problem? No. It's not a problem. I just need to define and make sure that I'm putting in the correct name. I have to put in both this and that. That's all. That's fine. I just need to make sure that I can send them the right screen name that goes along with the Discord. That's it. I don't want to make a mistake on the information and then that fuck you out of your reward. That's it. What an official name. The one that I did for him was that, so this is the one for Unstoppable. Okay, correct. Okay. And is that a residential or is that an apartment? So one of the channels this group could be contacting me by in Discord, so you need a Discord name that I have access to. Probably the one that you use to log into the Discord server, yes. If they're probably gonna contact you on this one, so that will be fine if it's the one that you're currently using, the one that you put here in your information for me to fill out with. I shouldn't see a problem here. Ever since they changed the way that our Discord names are tagged, it's been like a very big issue because it's like it's no longer your name plus those 4 initials. Now it's just your name. I have to make sure that everything's copacetic. I'll even be double checking his entry to make sure his is right too. This is the growing pains that come with having never done giveaways before. Everybody, whenever they do a giveaway, they always get the keys handed directly to them, and then they just disseminate them out to people as they want. Which, I only got 2 keys that were like that. The first one was for Valve, and the other one was for Deadfire. The rest of these, I have to fill out a Google form that they put together so that they can manage the contact parts for the business. This is how they do them all the time. It's just I've never been of the size in which I could be able to have one. Because they always want the big niggas. Not me. I'm a little nigga. Well, technically, I'm a little thick nigga.
Yeah. Now is that for big nigga season, huh?
Well, see, Daredevil got time for big nigga season. They want every type of content creator. That's one of the few things that is very surprising, because usually they're size queens and they only ever pick certain people of certain sizes. I'm going to make the blind assumption that because you did not list that it was a apartment, that it is a residential. I'm going to push the button. I am pushing the button. The button is pushed.
I like how they saved all the endemic life stuff for after. Sorry, this time.
Surprisingly enough, some of those missions are actually available while you're doing the story quest. It's just that once you start doing them, you have access to all the other zones where they come from and the conditions you need to be in order for them to spawn so that you may trap them.
Ah.
I know the ones for the people that are inside of the planes that keep going back and forth between each other. They have several that exist through the story. For the Fisher has 4 quests, and they all unlock relevant fishing lures that you have to use to find certain types of fish. And some of those fish are necessary as equipment requirements. You're gonna hate the ones when you get to the ones that are lunkers, or as they call them, whoppers. You're gonna hate the whoppers. And sending you a confirmation that shows you that everything has been submitted as such. I have a copy of the physical answers only in the form of this form where I can edit the response to make sure everything is right. This response and its link is unique to you. So I will be able to get in touch with you on that should I need to do any follow-up. Wonderful. Very cool. Very based. The main account you use for Discord has somebody else's email attached to it. You wouldn't be comfortable using that Discord account for something like this. I hope that makes sense. Yes, it is. You're fine. As long as you have access to the other account that's associated with the other email in question, that's completely fine. I am just the resource by which you are given in which you are being given the reward that comes from being a member of my audience and having claimed your reward. I care not at all about why you have to do what you gotta do. should be fine for everything. Alright. Is there anything left? There are a few things left. Okay, that's gone, that's gone, that's gone, that's gone. This is gone as well. So, that is a creator spotlight on Demon Sport channels. I believe that one has to be claimed by me because that's like my reward for the creator spotlight for playing the game. And then 3 gifted subs. Creator spotlight, which I just said, and a $1 bit super chat and coin for the platform in question that you want to donate it on. So in terms of all the big physical prizes and rewards, that's everything. The other ones here, I think I have to sub-submit. However, while I have you all here, the next drop that is going to take place is for Merchants of Rosewall. And for those, currently, as it currently stands on my profile, with my concurrent viewer count on Twitch of 1, it does not qualify for the low tier basis of their content. However, for YouTube, the rewards on this is 2 Steam keys on one of these worldwide, and the other, another 2 Steam keys. So 4 Steam keys and Merchants of Rosewall to give away.
Woo.
I'll have to make sure to double check with them because that drive is going to be going on for 26 days. So that's going to carry into April, at which point I will probably be knee deep inside of Southend Midnight, dying on the inside as I am forced to play through the Southern Bayou game!
You're welcome.
But do I feel welcome? Yeah, it's fine. So I will be continuing to do dare drops in the background. Whenever a dare drop happens, it will have a thumbnail that is denoted as for the game, as it will have the dare drop logo in the top left of either the stream that it is being played on or the review which has been dropped for it for its relevance. And it is asked, but not expected, that you tune in to the content when that happens, as the concurrent number of the viewers and the subs on the YouTube channel do dictate the actual reach for the dare drops that I am allowed to take. So to show what that looks like for people who are in the Twitch audience, Dare Drop is a service, as I explained earlier, where content creators of all sizes can come through to the content and material, and based on the platform that they are engaging on, usually YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok, your audience size dictates your ability to do bonuses, quests, and rewards for you to redeem should you be able to beat them. So by that it means, am I good enough of a content creator, and am I based enough of a gamer to be able to be good enough to complete the challenges that I can complete for you to earn things. So, right now, we are looking at the page for Avowed. Avowed's campaign will end in 3 days, 6 hours, 29 minutes, and 9 seconds, and counting. The rewards and loot that exists to go alongside this is based on a first-come, first-served system. So when these keys first drop, when a campaign first opens, they announce it on the Dare Drop site and inside of their server. Then it sends out an email, should you have already been waiting for it to come out, for you to then get your key, and then once you accept a dare to receive a key for all the dares that you've done with other people, you and all the other content creators that are currently live right now that are playing the game with Dare Drop in the title will be able to show that you have gotten the game through their service And you can then see other people of other various sizes. You can see here, there's a person who's 162 followers that's gotten a total of 8 dares. Then you've got King Luke, a person who's 2,030. He's got a total dare count of 11. Then you got somebody like Undoubtedly Link, streaming right now with 3 views on Twitch, with follower count of 2,207, with a total of 21 dares. Somebody like Goof Guy, which it looks like he's also streaming on Twitch. Follower count of this much with these many dares. You can see who are the competitors in your field who are also doing work. And then you can say, hey look! There's me! It's your boy! Punching a spider! Yes, a giveaway, Black Player. We're probably coming toward the end of it because all the other ones that I have to give are things that I have to redeem myself to give out in the future. You have unfortunately come in on the back end of an 8-hour VOD where you possibly have missed out. But look, it's me! It's your boy! It's your boy! This right here is itself a meme. The intersexual Carl pointing at the Carl on the tape. And you can see here, I have completed, to date, 7 dare challenges. So all of the content that has been submitted for doing the dare drops, you can click on this material, and you can now see how I did that content. And this is the idea of dare drop. They give you the game, which is the material to make the content. They give you the challenge, which for this was going commando. I am playing on the hardest difficulty. I am punching the spiders to death with my bare hands. I resorted my build as best as I could. Hey look, there's Buster! What a perfectly timed donation from him when that was happening. They give me the content. They give me the game to make the content out of. And then here's me rocking the fist out of these people, playing peak Carl Jimeno Ippo. No weapons, no armor, no extra skills. I can't control my companion, but I can't tell him to do anything fancy. No potions, no healing. It's me and my hands, baby. It is me and my hands.
Grass-fed grade A hands.
And this style of content creation is reliant for them to be engaged, because by completing this challenge, that is how I got the key to give away the Avowed Steam key. And the other challenge, they don't have it on here, but I can show you it based on what I selected. For the other challenges that are available, which there are different rewards for, if I was of a different cap size, so if I had maybe 10k subs, and I had 20 concurrent Twitch viewers, I would be able to accept more dares for YouTube and Twitch. Because as you can see, based on my viewership, I can't accept any more Twitch dares. I could easily knock out more dares within 3 days. 3 days is nothing. But I can only accept up to 2. So I looked at the challenge list and I asked myself, what is the best dares that I could possibly complete? And based on that, they could only give me 2. So I chose Thunderbolt and Lightning, which is how I got the idea to do the melee monk build. I had to use electricity spells to make 3 enemies be stunned simultaneously in order to receive a Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire Steam Key. And the other one, if it's on the back here, it's probably in part 2. And the other one on the back here was going commando, beat a bounty boss with nothing equipped, punching only, no armor, no weapons, no accessory, no food, no potions. Anything that gives me a stat line, I don't get to use it. And my reward for that was the Avowed Steam Key. Same thing as if I had done a fan cam of my favorite envoy or companions. I'm not that kind of a shipper, but you know, if there are people who really like that, that's them. I could have done Master Chef, but then my reward would have been a Pillars of Eternity digital cookbook. Me personally, I'll use the digital cookbook. I'll probably give it a star if anything. I could use the digital cookbook, but that doesn't really interest me, and I would rather have a physical object so that I can show more or less that this isn't a scam. Because when I explained this the first time I showed it for people for them to understand. But I couldn't do more because in order for me to do more, we need to increase the channel's numbers. Are there other Avowed keys? Unfortunately, I do not have other Avowed keys to give away, Bad Player, as that is what I'm explaining. So right down here, fan cam. Create a fan cam of your envoy or companion. Because I do not have the numbers that would have met the concurrent viewer for Twitch, I could have been able to do more on Twitch, but because I did not meet that number at all, I could only accept things for YouTube. If I had more YouTube subscribers on YouTube, I probably could have accepted more dares as well, but I cannot. So I could only pick 2 challenges. Every time you get a dare drop on Dare Drop, you are given the backdrop of what it is you can do for. So, for Sancticide, which was one of the games that I wanted to do. It was an action indie RPG, early access shooter role-playing simulator with adventure and indie that was being put out by Red Square Games. I could not participate in that because I needed to have 10k subs on YouTube or 10 Twitch concurrent viewers on Twitch. Because then I could have been able to go into their thing and look, they're about to end that in 2 days. They still have 17 keys out of 150 keys left. If I was at that number, I could do these. And then I could go through and get these rewards because they got Sancticide Steam keys and a Slavic Punk Old Timer Steam key. They've got Sancticide by itself. They've got Slavic Punk by itself. They've got loot for wallpapers. They've got loot for a Discord role and social media shout out for the viewers. Steam keys for the game through various different categories for various different trials and challenges. Looks like all of them are just keys. Yeah, all of them are just keys. And I could have been able to get, let's assume that the number could have been 5 dares. 5 dares, 5 rewards. Based on the difficulty of how good I am as a player. Between noob, to easy, to medium, to hard, to legendary. And the harder the challenge, the more rewarding it was to do. And if I was able to do that, then bro, I'm in like Flynn. But unfortunately, since I do not have the viewer count, I can't participate in this drop because I need more subs. So rather than guaranteeing people that if you show up, I give you free shit and they only show up to do giveaways, we want people to be involved with the production of this content because this content that I do for these streams then gets turned into videos. So you too, like Boster, can show up in the Avowed review that I'm gonna do for the game, and you can point at the screen and say, there I am, I helped Carl make this work. You see. So like, audience engagement is necessary for the entire cycle of making that possible. While I might not have keys now to give to you, in the future, who knows? I could probably be able to produce another key for that game, or other games that come through with this, but pretty much what comes to me is what is given to me through the system. Now, I had explained this before. There's an entire stream that was dedicated to explaining what Dare Drop was for my audience. But as you are members of the Twitch audience, you don't know, and this is probably also your first time being here.
Excuse me, sorry.
Yes, this is in fact your first time being here, Blind Player. So, you gotta understand all this, so that in the future, you can now better engage with it, so that is the case. And now we're recursion, and I'm gonna turn the screen off, but you have to see that so that you can better understand this material for that case. Because for all of these campaigns, they all have a requirement. So I'm being as open-faced and as serious as I can about how we're producing these keys in general, and in these keys in question. So another game that I wanted to look at is I wanted to engage with the Ziggurat Publisher Bundle. But I cannot, because my concurrent viewers for Twitch are not high enough. And ironically enough, some of the Twitch concurrent viewer counts for these platforms are literally a joke. So 5 concurrent viewers on Twitch, 5 people watching the stream actively, that's nothing. But yet it's not, actually. Getting 5 people to sit down and watch a stream on Twitch is a fucking Herculean task. So for here, to be able to have the number I needed here, which I think was 20 people on Twitch, that is actually insanely hard, despite the fact how simple you think it is. Because one of the biggest insults about Twitch culture, back on this shit again, is people saying, you're an ex-viewer Andy. People like to say things like, bro, you're only a 3-figure Andy. Do you realize how big it is to be able to get at minimum 100 people to watch your stream regularly? Now, whether or not they are a breadtuber who's basically a waiting room audience for another streamer they actually want to watch, it's immaterial. 100 people watching your stream frequently. I know that I can do it. It's just a question of people finding me. So, for the next game that we'll be doing, we have 25 days, 6 hours, 18 minutes, and 18 seconds, and counting. We already have the key ready for the game. And the challenges that I chose... Just go to my panel. It's easier to look at there. For the game challenges that I got, I chose make a tutorial for higher level crafting and unlock 5 out of 6 workshops for your companions. This grants 2 keys of the game, and this one grants another 2 keys of the game. So based on the metrics that I had for my YouTube account, I can produce up to 4 keys for my audience. So the next time I do a giveaway, because I see no reason why I shouldn't be able to do this. Merchants of Rosewall looks like it's a cozy game, so it's probably not going to be that difficult, but it might be a bit like a god game like Potions Craft, or fucking Cultist Simulator, or House of Hours with a Book of Hours. So we'll find out when I play it. I probably will do that at the top of the week tomorrow, or on Wednesday, or Tuesday, or Thursday, because movie night is the same day as Julian's birthday. So I will probably be doing a stream early. I'll be at the birthday party early, and then we'll be doing movie night later in the evening on that day. And then once we're at the middle of the month, we're basically gearing up for Southern Bayou video game, as well as just vegging out on Monster Hunter. That this will be worked into the rotation. And then, as we continue building up the YouTube channel and building up the Twitch, our ability to build up those channels then allow us the ability to get more keys. So, by watching my channel regularly, I am then able to reward my audiences with something that I give back to them that we all made together. Because you helped me grow, I'm able to pay back my thank you with keys and swag and merch that's given to me and sent out by Daredrop, which then incentivizes us to continue to work together, to build together, to grow together, to play together, to commune together, and to build a community together. And it is not just as a ploy to get people to engage and not care. Like, I come to get free shit, I take the key, and I fuck off, and then my metrics go to nothing. Because by building your grassroots this way, I am actually able to keep those numbers going upwards. Because the bigger we go, the more I can give back. The bigger we go, the more I can give back. The bigger we go, the more I can give back. Number go up, but IRL. I hope that makes sense. Anyways, he probably left at that point. I don't know. They haven't said anything since. But anyways, I think that is everything I can give away, because it is now 12 midnight. I have been live for 9... Well, actually, technically, no. I have not been out live for 9 hours. I was preparing 40 minutes ahead, so it feels like 9 hours. But I have been live for 8 hours and 20 minutes. Thank you to everybody for having supported me. Thank you to everyone who will continue to support me. Congratulations to all of our winners and all of our viewers that have made this possible. Single Player Carl is in fact paid for it and brought to you in part by Niggardry. Because if insanity didn't make this, racism and slavery did. We are also brought to you in part by A Woman's Touch. Because white women are the reason I still breathe and draw life on this world. Unfortunately, I can't make her come here so I can show her how much I'd like to give it to. Anyways, I'm Carl. This has been my chat room. This has been Yapping with Carl, a stream segment where you get to call in to the show and talk to me about whatever you want while I do whatever I want to on this camera. All in all, for a first giveaway, this was a massive success. So I'm appreciative and proud of that to begin with. I'm proud of myself, and I'm proud of myself being proud of all of you. You can call into the show at any time with the intention of joining the audience, because if you've never seen my content before, or this is your first time getting to know me, you get to call into the show beforehand, or during the show rather. You get to call into the show and actually talk to me about whatever the fuck it is you want. I think what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start having a time requirement. I'm going to start giving people an hour to like flesh out all the things they want to talk about, and then move on to the next person. I might start doing it in smaller segments, like 30 minutes or so to an hour. For starters, I would like to give, like, new people at least 15 minutes to talk to me about something. And then, if the conversation is really good, we count down to an hour so that they can fully flesh out the whole conversation if they have a lot to talk about. But it is a way for me to give you all not only an ability to check in and actually be aware of what I do for work, but it is also a way for you to actually know what's going on. So if you are from Dev's audience, raise your hand if you're of Dev's audience. One's in the chat, boys! Shut up! Make yourself known! If you are from Dev's audience, for example, you are familiar with the morning sip that he does on Sunday and Saturday. This is similar to that, except that I directly give you the ability to jump on this microphone and talk to me about whatever it is you want to bring up to my attention. So if you're from my audience and you have something you desperately want me to look at, since I immediately on Monday will cover new news, if you want there to be something that I cover live on air on Monday, this is the time where you tell me about it, you write a post for Printing Press Express, and you tell me about what it is you want me to look at, so that I now have more information going into that subject matter, so that when we investigate it on stream and we research it and we find out about it and I give my takes about it, as is the job of Carl at home, I now have a greater footing to jump off of, and I don't have to just piece things together piecemeal myself.
Mm-hmm.
This also serves as an opportunity that if somebody wants to litigate something that they want to talk to me about because, quote, they have a problem with me or they want to have it out with me live on chat, we can do that too. I got time for everybody.
And hands.
And if it is a way just for somebody who's never known what the fuck's going on here to be able to jump in and, like, actually have me sit down and, like, explain something to them. So, for Call at Home, if I have a segment or I have a chart in here, like my Obsidians, like when I was breaking down concepts using my Obsidian workspace, if I needed to break down something like the concept of the bottom and the top of the funnel, or how audiences interact with each other, or any of the rest of this shit, it is literally my job to do so. It is my job to make sense of, that's right, I drew all this on the same layer, to make sense of all of this stuff that is in here for you. This needs to be green. To make sense of all of this stuff that is in here for you, for all of us to understand it together as a concept. Because my job is literally to make everything that I am trying to explain that you'd think is too complex for you to get into a basic understanding. So that everybody is on board. Because not only does it make content better, it also gives you all the ability to meet me halfway. So that if you tell somebody about our content and work here, you can then be able to understand what it is. Because instead of the man is yapping to the screen and is explaining stuff that they can't better understand, I can draw this better. If the black funny man is explaining things that do not make sense to me and I need desperately to understand what the funny black man is talking about, this is actually how we do that. I live for nothing more than having the ability to explain concepts and talk about topics live on air. So if this is your first time, or you are a former chatter that is revisiting your Carl, this is the time of day on Sunday. It will always be on Sunday. This is the time of day where you want to be able to get at me so that you can do that. And then we just go from there, baby. If it's successful and it beats, it heats. Simple as. So, it is almost midnight. I am hungry. I will see you all Monday morning. I love all of you. Especially you, Star. He said, biting his lip. I love all of you equally. I will appreciate all of you in the morning. I will see you in the morning. I will see you all next time. I am billing you for my therapy. Goodbye. Goodbye, chat. And I did not forget about you guys next. And I will answer the question because I know somebody has DM'd it to me on Twitter. Single player Carl, single player Carl, single player Carl, how can I be able to best find you? The same answer I always give you all. Become a member of the server. Go to the YouTube channel and become a regular chatter. Go to the Twitch channel and become a regular chatter. Even though I know that you guys exist there on X, I cannot be able to get you codes if you do not engage in the audiences you're a part of. I know that I have a very big contingency of chatters, because there's also a very big contingency of those chatters that are familiar with me and Jay. But I cannot get links for you on Twitter, unfortunately. On X, I should say. You gotta engage, you gotta sign in. Because I know you guys listen to these VODs and you will listen to me yap on end hour after hour. But you have to let your voice be heard. I can't do anything if you yell at me saying, "Black man, why are you yapping about shit? I want you to talk about this guy who's getting his dick pounded on Twitter." You have to come to me. You have to come to me. Please stop sending me slurs in my DMs because I do not engage in brain rot. Anyways, I will see you all in the morning where I will be live around about 9 a.m. to possibly 1 p.m. It depends on how quickly I eat food. Again, bon week, chat. Bon week to you all. We're gonna see you guys next time.
Bye.
I will see y'all. I will see y'all on the funny papers, and I am billing you for my therapy. Goodbye.